Good morning, Psycho. Yo, what up, Brave? What up, Jen? Nice to see you guys sneaking in. Give me a second. You know, I got to get everything set up and started for the stream. Is your favorite streamer streaming today? I don't know. He's taking a break from editing. I feel like he's been doing a ton of editing over the past couple days. What up, guys? How you doing? Let me get everything set up. Yeah, it's that Albion cavalry gun, dude. It was tough. Honestly, you're gonna want to be able to do it because more than likely you're gonna have a lot of teammates who can't, and you being able to get the clear no matter what is super important. Because if not, you're gonna waste 20 minutes. You're gonna get bored in the Axiom planes quickly. I mean, let me go on camera and I'll explain some stuff here in a little bit. Big W for the video. What up, Granola? I'll explain some stuff. I'll explain some stuff once I go live. It's really hard to explain it. I like what they did with the Axiom planes, but I still think the game needs a more robust end game. Because a lot of the Axiom planes is going to be grinding for trigger mods and grinding to upgrade your bike and stuff. Missions don't feel too much variation on them. How many missions did you see? Yeah, there's a lot of people. I'm putting mine out slowly. I'm not going to put all mine out at once, but there are going to be quite a few people putting out quite a few videos. Well, I don't want to say quite a few. There's a handful of us putting out some videos. Some people might front load them. I would much rather put mine out over time. What up, Geck? What the fuck? Where'd my video go? Dude, I literally just got signed out of fucking Google for no reason. You're so confused on the tooltips for the trigger mods? What do you mean? Do the planes feel alive? No. It's like, honestly, it's exactly what we thought, which is it's just a big open area with a bunch of missions in it. So I mean, I don't, it kind of does. There are like roaming Colossus and stuff, so I can't say that it doesn't feel alive, but I mean, it just feels like a mission map. The planes are exactly what I thought they were going to be, which is just like a big open area. But yeah, give me a second, guys. I'm still trying to get all this shit set up, so I can actually like just sit down and boot everything up and talk to you guys. Is season 3 starting today? It's not starting today. It's not starting today, but there were some of us that got to play it ahead of times. Someone got a preview. I wonder who it was. think I have that up. You watched it from all the different creators? Yeah. I'll explain my thoughts on it here in just a little bit. Let me get everything in. If your dopamine's low, allow stop playing for a few days. Yeah. You'll all complain on everything. What do you mean, head sound? I mean, I think it's fine to offer some level of criticism, right? Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with being like, well, this is the good parts and this is the bad parts. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I don't think there's anything wrong with saying what you did or didn't enjoy, right? What up, Antique? Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think that's perfectly fine. I think most people should do that. I think anything short of that's just wearing rose-colored glasses. And I don't think that that's necessarily the best way to approach things. That's just me, though. If it's gonna take a long time, it's actually, there's two different ways to do it. So I will, it depends. That's what I mean. I can't say whose videos you watched because I don't know how much they tested. Cam left. So what I can say, and so Ada Games, what I can say is like the, which I can pull up some videos here in a minute. Well, actually, let me just do this for right now. Let me put this on my face cam, just chatting face. I don't want to have certain things pop up on screen, right? I feel like you're dumb if you do that. Like, you should always pull things open off screen. I'll do this for right now. Yeah, that'll be fine, I think. Cam left.
Well,
yo, thank you for the follow. Did Nell improve after early access? So this is what I'll say. All right. So now that I'm on, now that I'm in chat, guys, I'll start staying caught up. I wonder why my chat is not showing up on OBS. It's really interesting. The worst case scenario, if it doesn't, I'll just take it off. Like, if it's not actually showing up. Maybe it's not because I just switched it over. I don't know.
Drinking out of
what up, boy, dude?
Being a bitch.
Not too loud. It's a little loud, but it's not too loud. So, so what I'll say, right, is did it like meet or exceed my expectations? What up, Luck? What I will say is, I mean, it met my expectations because I didn't have super high expectations. And that doesn't mean it was bad. What up, Lo? That doesn't necessarily or inherently mean it's bad, right? What up, Rescue? What up, Mister? Or Miss? Is it Miss Kerr, or is it Mr. Skur? Either way, I didn't have insanely high expectations. So, have you tried the trigger mods? I got every trigger mod. So let me go through one thing at a time, right? So, did it meet my expectations? It did, because I didn't have them super high. I think that the planes are I think the planes are uninteresting visually, but I like what they did with the planes and with the zone that is the planes. So if they design all zones moving forward the same way they designed the planes, then I think that is a positive. But like visually, I'm not a huge fan of the planes. I think they were kind of barren looking. I think going with multiple desert landscapes over and over again feels kind of bad. I think they probably should have put some sort of like outpost or physical place out there for you to go into that would have made it feel like an actual like occupied zone, right? But so we didn't play the story, so I don't know if there's a lore reason for it to be the way it is. So like, there are a lot of things in the zone that I like, and I think it was fun to play and interesting to the way they set up the zone. When it comes to unlocking the characters, there's actually multiple ways to unlock things. What up, Eisenford? There's actually multiple ways to unlock things. There is like one general box that has everything in it, but that box is very easy to get. And then there are separate boxes for separate things. So like there's a separate box that only drops Nell parts. There's a separate box that only drops Eraser parts. there's a separate box that drops each one of the sparrows. So you can actually target farm those, and it's going to make things a little better. When it came to the trigger mods, this is what I'll tell you, lad. They did not give us trigger mods. So as a streamer, we had access to everything but the trigger mods. So if we wanted trigger mods, we had to sit down and farm the materials to put them on your characters, and we had to farm the trigger mods. The best way to get trigger mods was to be able to kill the wall crasher. So it took me about half a day or a day to be able to start farming the wall crasher. And as I said in my wall crasher video, like, big shout out to Biscuit. Biscuit and I were talking about things, and between what Biscuit had said, I was able to figure out a weapon that worked, and then after that I was able to make a build around it. If I wouldn't have been talking to Biscuit, it would have took me a lot longer, and I wouldn't have had access to the trigger mods. By the end of the test, I had multiple copies of every trigger mod, and I was able to try them all out. I have a video coming out that showcases what each trigger mod does. I think the trigger mod video is scheduled to come out tomorrow, so you guys will have access to see that tomorrow. Wish we get like a beach area or a zone. Yeah, Antique, I think that it would have been nice if there was like... I think it would have been nice if they just made something that made it feel more alive. I don't know if you guys have any other questions. If not, I'll just go ahead and start playing the game. But yeah, basically I'm here to answer any of the questions you guys have about season 3. I spent a shitload of time. How soloable is the wall crasher? Tough. So the very first time I tried the wall crasher, I just went in with the last dagger build, right? Like just a general, like normal last dagger build that you would use on Serena. And basically it took me 20 minutes and I only got half of his shield off. So the build that we ended up coming up with, I was able to kill the wall crasher in about 15 to 16 minutes, which means you'll be able to get 2 to 3 minute clears on it if everybody has that build. But as you guys know, pubs, it's going to be a crapshoot. So I think that most teams are going to be clearing it in like 10 minutes, as long as you got a couple people with a good build. If you have a full pub lobby, like say it's brand new players coming in with like Bunny and shit, and you don't have a good build, there's actually a really good chance you'll fail. Just because you won't have the DPS. So if there's a couple people in there with good DPS, you're going to be fine. But if like you go in there with a bunch of randoms that aren't really well built, you're not gonna beat it. A lineup of Serenas. If you have a lineup of Serenas, I think I was talking to a friend of mine. When they're in chat, I'll let them speak for themselves. But they ran the math and they said if you had the perfect team, you know, it'd be sub 2 minutes. But that's if everybody had the perfect team, the perfect build, and they didn't mess up a single time, right? And that fight is very easy to mess up. Like the fight is very, very, very easy to mess up. Like very easy to mess up. Sort of like what I did in the video. Where's Senny? Yeah. So the video that like this video, I make it look really easy, but if you notice, like I never let my 4 laps. I'm like hitting my dodges almost perfectly. Like you have to do this fight absolutely dead nuts perfect, or else you're going to struggle. And I mean, you can see, like, look how fast those damage numbers are stacking out. Is it easier to farm the crystals? The crystals to put on your character aren't bad. What up, Hunt? What up, Holmes? The crystals to farm to put on your characters aren't bad. They take, like, the missions normally take, you get about 10 to 15 items per mission, and there's 4 different items that you have to, like 4 different things that you have to get in order to craft the crystals, put the trigger mods on. It's all covered in my trigger mod video tomorrow. But I would say, you know, each mission, if you farm the first crater, which is like the first mission, like the easiest farming mission, you can farm the first crater about 5 minutes a pop. So you can do the math. You need 100 of each item. If you get between, you know, 8 and 16 per run, you can kind of do the math on how long it takes. Is the wall crasher an interesting fight? Well, you'll watch it. I have it up in the background. I think it'd be a lot harder if you were on the ground, because there's a lot of mechanics you can completely ignore. The one thing I can say about the wall crasher versus the storm chaser is the storm chaser seems to have mechanics, and if you don't do the mechanics, you're going to really struggle. The Wall Crasher doesn't really seem to have a mechanic or a gimmick. He's just a fucking unit, right? Like, he's just a chunky ass boss. But he does have a bunch of attacks and shit that you have to deal with. So that's sort of like where things go. How much percent does increase the pity system if you don't get the Nell box parts? Well, it's a 25% chance if you're just looking for the Nell box. Like, each part has a 25% chance. So I would say that the pity box, because I didn't pity it, is probably like 10-15% when one drops. So it's not terrible, I don't think. Ecto, thanks for the resub, mate. What are you up to today, Hunt? Hey, Judge. Had a feeling you played. Congrats on the op. Dude, I really appreciate that, Sean. Yeah, guys, feel free to ask me anything you want. I spent like 30-40 hours like grinding the game. What I can tell you is we played on single player servers, so we weren't really able to group up. So there were a couple things we couldn't test out, and we didn't get to actually play the campaign. So like, unfortunately, like, I can't tell you how many people can be on the planes at once because we didn't get to test that. One Enzo, 7 Serenas well built, or 8 Serenas, 2 minutes. I mean, Enzo will help because you won't have to, like, Enzo will only help so much. The biggest hang up for this isn't really the ammo. Serena can get around all of the ammo issues. The biggest issue is actually your MP, and that's why the build that I put out for the Wall Crasher so heavily focuses around like MP cost reduction, is because you need to be able to be doing damage the whole time. Finally mechanic, but does the liners. I mean, the mechanics for the, I think that the mechanics for the Storm Crasher, some of them can be ignored. You can ignore some of them, but you're gonna have a really bad time. There's one mechanic where you have to like open these domes on the ground because the storm chaser basically has an attack that will one-shot you, and you need to be inside of the dome when it does it, or else you probably are gonna get one shot. Other than that, there's like some orbs and stuff. I explain it in the video that's coming out tomorrow what we think they do, but unfortunately nobody could data mine it to figure out exactly what it does. But basically what I figured out is you needed to pick up those orbs because the wall or the storm chaser has like 2 different phases. They have a red phase and a blue phase, and the red phase is much harder. So you want to get them out of the red phase, and you get them out of the red phase by using those blue orbs and doing damage. So Wardu, thank you for the prime. Thank you for the resub, friend. Thank you for the support, Rusty. Thank you for 100 biddies. Ecto, thank you guys for all love and support. Thank you guys for everything you do for me and for the channel. I'm sorry guys, I'm a little behind on chat, so is it fun? I mean, I had fun playing season 3. I had fun playing both of the bosses. It's gonna get repetitive like everything else, but unlike sort of running Void Erosion Purge or Sigma, you can actually run multiple things, right? Even though you're gonna be basically running like the same 6 or 8 missions, you do get the variation from the missions, and there are reasons to rotate missions instead of only running one mission at a time. So, I mean, I don't think it's bad, but I mean, it's definitely still like the First Descendant loop, right? Run in, kill everything, do the mission, and like rinse and repeat. The biggest thing that's going to break up your time is trying to do the Wall Crasher on cooldown, because the trigger mods have random rolls, and you're going to want to try to get a really good roll on the one you want. You do all this from home office? Yeah, I did it all from here. I think it's gonna be good. Knuckle up brawl, good old-fashioned boss. Yeah, I mean, you can see right here, like, this is 6 minutes into the fight, and I still haven't even got his shield down, and I'm using a pretty fucking cracked ass build. What up, John? How you doing, mate? So I think you guys will like it because it is a little bit different. So I do think that it was a good idea not to put a bunch of mechanics in the Wall Crasher fight, because when you're trying to coordinate with 8 people, you're going to have a bad day, right? So it's better just to make it a straight up like brawl. What are you mapping out? Warframe stuff, Hunt? It's Wall Crasher. It's Wall Crasher, man, my bad. What's the Wall Crasher's drop? The main thing he drops is 4 trigger mod boxes. So the trigger mods drop in a box, and that box is an RNG. You don't get to pick which trigger mod you want. It's just a random mod that comes out of that box. Fortunately, there's only 9 trigger mods in the game right now, but he's by far and away the most effective way to get trigger mods in the game. The trigger mods that you get in open world are the exact same ones you get from him, so it's just more efficient to kill him in like 15 minutes than it is to spend all the time on the open world farming for 1 box. Axiom is 100% soloable. Nah, First Descendant stuff, nice. Well, I said, how do you get to the wall crasher? It's literally the center. First Descendant stuff. Well, hopefully you got some good stuff to math out, man. Pubs is gonna be hell. So, what's the cooldown on the crasher? So for the private, server, it was 1 hour, but they stated it was gonna be 2 hours. So our experience could have been a little different. So for the wall crasher, this is the Axiom Plains. This right here is the wall crasher, sort of like dome. This is where the wall crasher spawns. And you can see here, there's this thing right here that tells you how long it's going to be until, well, they said 2 hours, but in the test, it was only 1 hour. I think 1 hour is perfectly fine. So essentially, you'll have a timer here. You need to be in the dome. So when the timer goes down to 0, the doors close. And if you're in the zone, you get teleported to the fight. The big change here is this will switch, and it was in Korean, so I couldn't tell, but this will turn red, and I think it tells you like the fight's in progress. And when that happens, even though the doors are shut, you can still walk up to the door and stand by the door. As long as this still is in red, letting you know the fight's going on, you can still matchmake, so it's not like you have to be here or you miss out. And then this right here tells you what sort of like how many times the wall crasher's been killed, and gives you it'll be in my Axiom Plains guide. But basically it tells you what bonuses you have. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, so basically when you kill the wall crasher, you'll do like contributions, and then as this levels up, you'll either get Void Axiom rewards, which this is what you need for to like put the trigger mods on your character, and then you can get 15% minus research. I can't remember what this other one was. It was something else. It was like another like little bonus or whatever. Was the wall crasher weak to? Nothing. From all the data mines that everybody used beforehand, the wall crasher has no weakness. He's weakness to you fucking busting his ass. That's about it. He has no weakness. So, are the trigger mods tradable for players? I mean, they said they were going to be, but we don't know when. Yeah. So thank you guys for the hype train, by the way. Thank you guys for the support. What'd Fab say? What I miss? Busting his ass sounds like diabolical stuff. Absolutely. Yeah, I don't know if I missed something, but and yeah, Julie, sorry I missed some of your stuff earlier. I will have updated builds coming out. I've got, well, here I'll show you. I'm working on more videos. I don't have them all recorded. Can you just go back in? You have to wait. As far as I can tell, you have to wait. I never failed it and had a chance to go back in. So right now I've got the wall crasher video, Nell's video, which I did a skill video, and I know I talked to Biscuit. She did a gun video. I think the gun video is more useful in something like Purge. The skill video, like, this is good for Axiom Plains and general mobbing, but for something like Purge, Nell falls a little weak when she's using skills. But it does have like a boss burnout in it, so you can use her to like do Colossus. It's really fast. I can show it to you in a minute. I've got Valby, and then I've got I don't have it up over here, but I have like Bunny's coming, Glaze coming, Inez is coming. Like, I have like 7 or 8 videos, like 7 or 8 updated builds that I have. So there's plenty of content coming to help you guys out. So I haven't put this in as Serena. I probably need to make a exclamation mark. What reactors Serena video have? Gotcha. In terms of hours, how much content do you think there'll be at the start of the season? Define content-ish. Like, do you want to get the best of all trigger mods and stuff like that? Like, what do you want? Because I can tell you that we didn't get to play the campaign, so I don't know if the campaign's an hour. I don't know if the campaign's 8 hours. Farming both of the bikes, farming Serena, farming both of the weapons is going to take you a little bit. And the reason it's going to take you a little bit, so let me go back to this. Let me go back to this really quick. So I'd mentioned earlier there's like a couple different kind of boxes. They're basically like RNG loot boxes. There's one major box that let me see if I can find it. Because I have all this on other videos, but it you know what I mean, it's got to be like sorted out. So that's where you can get one trigger mod per day. Yeah, so agree, Hunt, especially with the trigger mods and only having a cap of 100. You were invited to preview more of the coming season. Yeah, I was invited to do basically I played everything but the story. So in order to get this trigger mod box, you have to clear operational areas. This is a daily, and operational areas are, so each one, you can see all these missions, right? This symbol right here rotates between the missions. I think 2 missions at any given time are operational zones. So it might be this mission, and then 2 hours later it'll be like this mission and this mission. So you have to clear these missions. What up, Code? So farming these missions is what's going to get your operational area cleared. Once you get this cleared, then you get this sort of like bonus, right? And then the big one is not much, Code. We just started. The big one here is the operational missions have a chance to drop a unique box, and that unique box is a targeted box. So you can go into your library, and I explain it all in my season video that'll be, I think it'll be coming out on like Wednesday or Thursday. Depends on when I get it done. But basically you can target farm. So you can pick a box and be like, I want the Nell box. And then you can target farm it. And then as you run the operational missions, after so many missions, it should just guarantee that you get a Nell box drop, right? So what up, Phil? That's the basics of how that should work. Yeah, so you can see right here, this blueprint loot box, this in the trigger mod, these are on every mission except for this one mission right here. I don't know why this mission didn't have it, but all the other missions have it. So this blueprint box though is every blueprint. Every fucking blueprint. Like you could get an Orca one, you could get like a Crimson Racer one, you could get you could get like the Eraser, you could get the rocket launcher, you could get like all these different parts. There's probably like 100 things in this blueprint box. What up, Afro? You want Bunny and Bobby's box? Same. What up, Cheating Bear? So this box is basically just a random loot box. So you don't really want to count on this box to get anything. It's just like, yeah, it's just like a random chance to get anything. So when you want to actually farm your loot, like say you want Nell, you'll go into your library and you'll search loot, and it'll show like all of the different loot boxes. And then you'll do it just like a normal target farm where you'll pick Nell, you'll pick like Nell's loot box, and then you'll target farm that box, right? And then you'll, as you do missions in the operational zone, after you do so many, it'll stack up and you'll be able to get it. Yeah, if you're only using this blueprint loot box, you're going to be really mad and think that the game is fucked. Are certain things you need to farm time gated? I mean, nothing that I could tell other than like the wall crasher. Are we going to be grinding 1%? There's like a pretty big like variation in them. Yeah, like here you can see the blueprint loot, like see all the different, like you can see all the different things in it. So like here's some of the trigger mods. So depending on how many, and she's not the only decision, but if you go into like the wall crasher and you don't have Serenas, you're going to be there for 20 minutes and you might not clear it. Like you just might not clear it. So you'll want to at least have a couple of them. So for some of these, like battering ram, it has 2 different stats in it. So like this mod right here, I got a purple roll on one stat and a blue on the other one. Those are the range limits. So it's kind of like cores. You know how cores like a level 7 core has 1 range stat. Yeah. It should be for everyone. It's capacity at 100. So, but that is the range stat. So it, like a blue one might have a range of like 10 to 20%, and then like a purple one might be like 20 to 40% or something like that. So even if you got like double gold, there's still a range in there that it can come. Yeah, Yeah, unfortunately this is total, but there's only 9 trigger mods right now in the game. And, you know, as you get various lower tier ones, like, you know, if you've got like a full arcade jacket that's like gold blue, and then you get it, you know, when you're at like 90 of 100, you'll just get rid of this blue one or whatever. That's my view. I'd love to have more than 100, but right now it's only 100. Yeah, and then there are Colossus like in the open field. Yeah, there's only 2 trigger mods for guns. Too many systems. I mean, it's not too bad. I'll do a good job of explaining everything to you guys. Yeah, 2 of them are for gun descendants, and 7 of them are for skill descendants. Some mods are better than others, but again, like I said, I have a trigger mods video right here. Trigger mods explained how to get them, how to use them. So I have a trigger mods guide coming out. I just didn't put all of my guides out like at one time, right? I'm just spacing them out a little bit. That way people have time to digest them. You see the new seasonal inversions? Yeah, I did. Some of them are good, some of them are okay. I mean, like none of them were like really crazy. The big ones were like, there's like a really nice multi-hit one and shit, so. Oh yeah, let me go back to this. No lounge videos, we didn't have access to it. And even if we did, I wouldn't give a shit about it. I'm not gonna lie to you. The lounge does absolutely nothing for me. Like, it does absolutely nothing for me. But yeah, as it stands now, nobody has access to it because it's not in the game yet. Did they do anything to lower their strength? They didn't do anything to lower their strength. They just... So the design behind the Axiom planes, I found that Inez was by far and away probably the most efficient person to farm. Well, here, let me show you this. Let me show you this. Inez is still by far and away the most efficient person to farm the planes, just because of the size of it, or like how spread out everything is. Inez is still by far and away the most efficient, but there is not this. The other video not transfer. Where is it? I go with like extra large icons so I can actually see. Looks like it didn't transfer, which is kind of irritating, but which video is this? That's funny. Yep, it didn't transfer. This is Inez. Let me do this. Let's go back in and see. Yeah, it didn't transfer, so you'll have to use this video. This video will be good enough, but oh, this video is fine. Yeah, Valby's back. Valby's got toe back. So this was by far and away like the best thing to me. Do you have a build for that? Yeah, the new one that I did is out right now on YouTube. It has everything in it for the new like wall crasher video. It's got everything in it. But yeah, so like some of these videos, or like some of the missions and shit are like better. You know, Serena or Inez is probably going to be better for most of them. But this right here, like as soon as I could do this, I was like, this is super fun. Looks like they're going to struggle in Axiom. The thing that actually makes Axiom hard, I think this dude's like animations are bugged because he moves like shit during the demo. Where Axiom planes, like where you're going to struggle in Axiom planes is in mob density. The biggest thing I noticed that they did, because they got rid of last gen consoles, is there's an insane amount of mob density a lot of times. So if you're on a Descendant that cannot deal with being overwhelmed, you're probably going to die quite frequently. 100%. The difficulty in Axiom planes isn't from the monsters themselves being that much more challenging than they used to be, because it's not really the case. They're only like marginally stronger. The biggest issue is that you're going to get overwhelmed. So like I found that if I wasn't running and like bee hopping and jumping all over the place, a lot of these new mobs would rush you, and then a bunch of them are melee. So what would happen is they would literally run up on you and encase you, and you couldn't jump, and then you would just die. So the big thing here is just to ensure that you either can kill a lot of enemies really fast, or you can group them up. Because you'll get overwhelmed so fast. But like this mission right here is like a mini boss rush for 5 waves. So effectively you have to collect these little items on the ground. You can see over here where they're counting up. After you collect so many, it'll spawn another boss. After you kill 5 bosses, you can end the mission. There's like a little box you go to and end the mission. See over there it said like 3. So like to cap it, you need to kill 5 of them to like get cap rewards. But if you're not as good, you can end this mission at any time, even under 5 bosses killed, by going over there and just ending the mission. I mean, it looks somewhat better, but it's just a big open vast area. I think some of the fog is like UE5, just using it to help hide render issues. What was the MR requirement? I was out here as MR23. I can't remember what the MR, like the MR rankings didn't really say anything to us because the way we went in, it didn't say anything. But yeah, I think like being able to play Valby like this is going to be a lot of fun. You can do this with both of her builds. So I have another video where instead of her using the bouncing one, she just uses the uppercut. You do less damage with like water play, but it's much easier to like blanket cover an area. So even though like water play does less damage, it's more user friendly to a lot of people. So I would say a lot of people might actually consider her water play build instead of this build. But I like this one for the extra damage. Probably not super high, I'd imagine. Yeah, I don't think it was anything insanely high. What else do I have? What video is this? Let's see. Oh yeah, I think here's Nell just absolutely fucking evaporating. Like here, check this out. I mean, this isn't impressive because everybody can do it, but dude, it's fast. Like, this is literally fast as fuck. Watch. Here you go. What'd you think of what you got to play? I enjoy it. I can see the direction they're going. And if they continue to go in this direction, the game's going to be in a lot better place. I still think we need like a true end game, which we don't have, even in the current mode. Like, the current mode is just, like, look at that. The current mode is just farming trigger mods. And honestly, if you watch this, I miss a ton of shots because I was fucking up. But you can see how fast she just takes him down. Like, I missed a ton of shots on this because I needed to like do some other shit, but because I wanted to try to do it early instead of waiting. If I would have waited, I could have done it faster because I wouldn't have missed so many shots. But like, I mean, and that's like, she just fucking annihilates him. Because normally I wait for them to stop doing the like head thing, but yeah, she just absolutely fucking annihilates my man here. Can you cast Nell in the air? I only played Nell for a couple hours because I don't really like her. As far as I could tell, you still couldn't cast in the air. I'll be honest, I didn't spend as much time with Nell as as like somebody. I know Biscuit spent a lot of time with Nell. I personally didn't really care for Nell's, like, you know what I mean, Nell's playstyle, but that's pretty fast, although not unexpected. Yeah, it should be, right? Voltia should be there this coming up season. Wonder how bad she plays on controller. From what I heard, she's not going to be too bad if you use her gun builds. I'll show you the build for her. You didn't like her in the demo. So here's this. So you'll see all these purple sabers on the screen. This is a new skill. This is a new trigger mod, and basically those purple sabers do additional damage. The big issue was during the demo, they only did 1 damage because they were bugged. So you can see where it's only proccing 1 damage, but they actually do more damage based on your skill power. So these, I think, are actually going to be really fun with Bunny because they're going to allow your Bunny to do even more damage. So like, I built this EC build to be able to pop EC about every like 3 to 4 seconds. And between that and those additional sabers, I actually think that Bunny's going to be really, really good. But yeah, you can see the sabers. Like, I think it looks cool as shit. I really wish, like, I'm going to try to find a way to see if I can beg the devs just to give me the skin. because I really fucking like it, dude, and I'm sucks that I missed it. Constantly spamming tab to mark them. Yeah. Does it function like a mini KGL? No, it's just literally in one spot, and it does tick damage. You can see like the one popping up. Like you'll see like little ones popping up. Those should just be entire new damage numbers. It doesn't function like KGL where there's a beam. I think the knife goes through them and then it does damage with the knife in them. Better to nerf Nell, really. Better than to nerf her. Well, I mean, at this point, I honestly think the way she's releasing for certain builds is going to be really strong, and for other builds, she's kind of like mid. But I think it's better to release her in the state that she is. So like right now, I think Nell is right under Inez and Serena. Like from some of the people I've talked to, certain builds are better than others, but she's still right under Inez and Serena. And I think that's a good spot to release her. Because you can always take her up and you don't have to worry about, because you can't take Descendants down, right? See, same thing, PP. Like her skill builds are OP. Well, I'll show you the skill build I used. I didn't think it was OP, but I have a lot of time in the game. I'll show you her build. I think it's fine, but I don't think it's anything crazy compared to Inez, because Inez is my measuring stick, right? So like Inez is my measuring stick. So if it's not as good as Inez, then it's not good, right? Crit Nell felt solid. There's no way I'd run a crit Nell. Her fucking crit rate's too low. Like her crit rate is way too low to run a crit Nell. In my view. Let's see if I have the Nell. See if I have one. This is Valby. This is Nell. So this video right here is, there's two different videos I have for Nell. The monsters, the enemies in here, are much tankier than in some of the other areas. So she struggles a little bit in here, but you can kind of see the gameplay loop. Yeah, you're constantly hitting it. Anything on the main story coming in the update? We weren't allowed to touch the story. Battle Pass, I didn't even bother to look at it. It was okay. Like, it was like, I did look at it, but I didn't record it because, like, I mean, it's just the Battle Pass, right? Like, you'll see Nell takes quite a bit of damage here. She's just, like, I'll probably die right there. Like, you have to, I think this mission actually bugs and I restart it. I think this mission bugs and I restart it. I did. This mission actually ended up bugging on me, I think. Yeah, the mission actually bugged out on me. So I ended up restarting it. She had a red mod and a trigger mod to boost her crit rate. I didn't notice. I didn't notice any of her red mods boosted her crit rate, at least none that said, but I didn't put it on. So, I mean, if she has a crit build, then I'll definitely check it. I mean, she's got 8k HP. It's just these monsters are a lot beefier than the normal Axiom Plane monsters. So, I mean, she's okay. Looks like she's gonna need some buffs. Yeah, it's a good place for her in the future. But I think that, like, right now, she's not too bad. Like, once you get her up and running, she does okay. But she's just not Inez, right? So the loop that we used here was we didn't actually use her 3 to suck in because it didn't really net you that much. Like, using her 2 to do damage and then using her 3 to suck in and do damage was kind of like whatever. You can actually just repop your 2 for like a really giant spike of damage. And what I found was if you use Secret Garden with her, her number 1 skill is tech. So you can actually get the tech bonus from using your number 1. So a lot of times I would just jump into a room, find a group of enemies, mark them, use the 2 and pop the 2, and it would basically almost kill everything. And then you would just follow up with like 1 or 2 1s to kill everything. Like I said, the problem in here is these enemies are much harder than the enemies in the Axiom Planes in general. Because I think the ones in the Axiom Planes that come out of like the spawners have like lower base stats when they don't have a resistance. But then once they get a resistance, that it ratchets up. So like the clean base versions of them are much, much easier to kill. And these guys in here have like their normal enemies, right? Normal enemies, normal resistances. So they're just a little bit harder to kill. Yeah, I mean, that's really the hardest part. Is she's just more buttons. she's more buttons to do, and it's just less user friendly. And I mean, I'll recheck her red mods, but I didn't see any of them that upped her crit rate. If they do, then I'll just do another build video on her, right? Like one of the biggest issues that we had as an early access build was we all only got so much time, right? So I wanted to put out the best info I could given the amount of time I had, and I needed to like I really needed to try to do a bunch of content, so you can only focus, right? Like you can only focus on so much at a time. So that's basically where we were at, right? Like this is a mission where like Inez, these are the kind of missions where like Inez really excels in this type of mission because she has to hold 3 points, right? Best 3 descendants for Axiom: Nell or Inez, Serena, Valby. Yeah, I appreciate your, yeah, I mean, it was just like trying to prioritize where we wanted to spend time. Like I wanted to see trigger mods, I wanted to beat the bosses, like there was so much stuff I needed to do, and then they didn't give us full access to everything. So like I didn't even look for her back attachment, I'll be honest with you. But like I had to go grind all my own trigger mods. I had to go grind all the materials to craft the items to be able to put the trigger mods on. So like a bulk of my time was actually playing season 3 like you would if you were playing it, right? So I was like grinding, I was targeting rewards, I was doing everything that you had to do like it was a normal game. So for me, it wasn't like it was almost like taking my account in there if it was a worse version of my account. So like everything, and then like a bunch of the, like we had access to a bunch of reactors and a bunch of components, but like the rolls on the reactors were pretty terrible. So like a lot of times we didn't even have the reactors we needed, and you like, so what do you go farm reactors? Like why would you farm reactors during a preview? You know, so it was like really trying to understand where was the best place to spend time. So I wanted to make sure I got as much info out for you guys as humanly possible. That way, when you go into season 3, you're at least somewhat prepared for what you're going into, and you don't feel like you're going in either 1, wasting your time, or 2, go in and try some of the harder bosses and harder content and get like either overwhelmed or discouraged. Is season 3 a game changer or more the same? It's more of the same. Like it's more First Descendant, but where to farm the new sets, yeah. I think like I know Biscuit had some fun with the set that we got to play with in the demo. I know she used that in her Nell build. The other 2 sets, I think they're going to be fun, but I don't think they're going to be like real crazy. But I think that right now we're so overpowered in the game that you can actually afford to have fun, right? Like you can actually build a build that is just fun to use. Do I think that Nell's build's potentially no and yes. I think there's some potential. So one of them's insane for Luna. Which one? I think that there's a mod for Nell, or there's a trigger mod that basically turns every weapon. Hold on here. I hate to do this, but like, because some of this stuff I wanted to like save for you guys, but like here, I'm just gonna do it.
Alright guys, so today we're going to be talking about trigger mods, which are brand new to season 3. Now,
give it a second for it to like
upscale. Have some unique interactions with your descendants, and the only place to find them is currently
the one adds 28 MP.
So we're gonna go
to like your base.
At the
well, like there's one that there's like one trigger mod that said it adds skill power. There was one that said it adds skill power. Oh, you're talking about sets. Yeah, that one could be really good. If you're talking about sets, not trigger mods, yeah, there's a really good chance there. There's this gun, like this mod right here. Hold on. Yeah, the component set, yeah. So there's this mod right here, and I think this mod right here would actually be kind of useful on Nell if you're not actually spamming your skills, because it uses your MP and it turns any gun into Serena, basically. Except not off your HP, it scales off of your skill power. So you would need, that's where the issue is this mod is so good and so bad at the same time. Because say you're doing like a build on Nell, okay? And you're building around duration, cooldown, all these things because you're trying to use her weapon side of her build. Well, this mod right here, in order for like the damage it does, procs off your skill damage, right? No, not cycle trigger. Not cyclical trigger. I mean, I can look at cyclical trigger, but this mod right here, watch.
Turn any gun into an AoE weapon. And while this doesn't actually work on Glay, I can see it synergizing with some of our other weapon descendants.
But see, like,
out for this mod, if you're looking,
my last dagger is doing 198 damage, 3 mobs over on fucking Serena. Right? Because it's going off my skill power. So that's super nice. So there's like a couple of these that are going to be really good. Like I'll have my video will come out here soon. Like this video will be out tomorrow and you guys can look at it. Is the outfit universal? Yeah, it was. There's another one. Let me see if I can find it because there was one mod. So like this right here, this power beyond. It says right here, skill power increase 5 to 15%. When I put this mod on or took it off, it did not change my skill power, my modifier, or it wasn't like Secret Garden where it changed the number at top. So even though it says it does it, I did not see it actively do it. Now, if this only happens while you're using your skill, then maybe, but like, I figured that because it was on the basic info that it would just be a flat bonus for just equipping it, but that wasn't the case. Because I checked. Have I tried Jaber on season 3? I didn't even fucking touch Jaber. I don't even know if he was fixed on season 3. Dude, Jaber was so low on my priorities, you know? But like this right here, it says it does it, but I didn't see it do it in my stats. And I checked my actual skill power up top because that's the way Secret Garden works, right? Checked that, put this on, checked my actual skill power, didn't increase it, did not add a skill power boost, and it didn't add a skill power. Yeah, OB said in her video she reported to the devs and said it wasn't intent. Yeah, see, and that's what I thought, Sean. So that's what I mean. Like, so some of this stuff, because we were on a development build, made it really hard to test because some of it just wasn't functioning as intended, right? So I think it will weapon. I think it's the same as every other game. It's just a big spot. Like, it's just a big open zone. I think some of the benefit is that you'll be running some of these. You can run. There's at least a variation because there's like 6 or 7 missions you can run, so that's going to be positive. I think the Axiom Plains is a step in the right direction. Like 100% think it's a step in the right direction. And if they develop every zone moving forward with like this level of like dynamics is probably the best way to say it. Then I think it'll be okay. Saw a new battle pass. I didn't even care about it, Poems. Honestly, I didn't give a shit about the battle pass. I think that for a direction, it's positive. I don't think it's where it needs to be, but I think that it is a much better. Yeah, you're going to be running the Axiom missions a lot, Weapon. There's a lot of things that you need from the Axiom Plains with the new basically all the new content needs items from here. OB covered it in our video. Yeah, so if you're curious about the battle pass, so here's what I'll tell you guys. If you're from my community, OB comes in here all the time. Go check her YouTube channel out as well. Between Henri Biscuit and I and a couple other people, there should be a ton of content out there for you guys to consume. We're all going to cover it in our own way, and we'll all prioritize different things, right? Because like Biscuit does more with like cosmetics and stuff like that, to where like me personally, I could give a shit less, right? Like I could honestly give a shit less about any of that. What I care about is how does the game play and how's the gameplay loop, right? So like, yeah, so like most of my time, right? Like most of my time was doing this. Most of my time was spent like running this mission numerous times until I figured out what was actually happening, what we were doing, and how to actually kill this to help you guys. Is Biscuit going to stream on Twitch eventually? But you can find her on YouTube. But like trying to figure out how to do this was more important to me than what's the battle pass look like, right? As a hardcore player, this is a step in the right direction. Meaningful in-game content. No, I agree, Puff. I think that this is a really good, like, I think this is a really good step in the right direction. I think that adding mechanics back to the Hangman, at least some mechanics back to the Hangman, was a really good play. I think that the Wall Crasher being like just an absolute tank. The gun right now, so basically the gun I'm using, so in the demo they gave us like, for the main guns we had probably like 10 or 15 rolls on each one of them. And then we had about 50,000 of every core. So the gun that I use in here, like for the build that I use in here was actually, everything on it was what I wanted, except they did not give us multi-hit cores. So this gun actually has a critical hit rate on it. And I wanted it to have multi-hit because I think with the gun that I'm using and with the build and being in the air, I think it was around like a 150 to 170% crit hit chance, which is huge on Serena, right? Like that's more procs of her 4.
Listen.
So if I could have, like, I would have given up some of the crit hit rate to be able to get 3 bullets every time, right?
Well, hello there.
Could you possibly show us the results screen? Let me see if I have the results screen. I might not have it on this PC. Because I might not have kept it. He was like 6 bill health, I think. I think he was like 6 bill health. Like 6.1, 6.2 billion health or something like that. I can't remember if I actually showed my results screen on this run. I didn't show my results screen on this run. It was on one of my other runs that I have. He was like around 6.1, 6.2 billion health. He was pretty beefy. I know that like in the demo he was at like 15 billion health, but I think that there's like he's got a buff on him. He's got like a little green thing up here that I think modifies his stats. Yeah, he was really good though. I think he was a good fight. Now people are bringing, well, where it's gonna hurt you is if like, yeah, people are bringing like Kyle or SMO or something, because any info where Nell will be farmed in the Axiom Plains, there are 2 different ways you're going to be able to get her. One is a general blueprint box, which is going to be a very bad way to farm her. The other way is going to be from a Nell blueprint box, which you'll get from the operational areas. So just make sure, I'll have my seasonal video out, like to explain everything with the Axiom Plains. The video is going to be out Thursday, like at 10 a.m. Maybe I'll do it earlier, but basically it'll show you everything you need to know. So it'll tell you like how to target farm, where to target farm, what the rewards are, what you need to look out for. It'll explain all that shit. So, dude, the Valby bubble bullet on Wall Crasher, I mean, it might be okay, but I can tell you right now, the only thing that allowed me to be able to take out the Wall Crasher was the fact that we were getting between, you know, over 2 bullets, 2+ bullets, 3 bullets from Serena on her gun. So like I can't really, you guys will be surprised when you go in, because like you're gonna see videos of some of us and you're gonna be like, oh, this is such a fucking easy, like this is such a pushover, this content's so fucking easy, and you're gonna be like, I'm gonna go to Reddit, and then you're gonna go in and try the content and you're gonna be like, well, my ass is fucking sore, because it's not as easy as like some of us are gonna make it look. Even if you have a decent build, there's like a little bit more that goes into it. Like your first couple times, even if you're a cracked ass gamer, you're probably still gonna get slapped around a little bit. I'm not saying that some of you guys aren't like God's gift to gaming and you're not going to be able to walk in and do what like me and a bunch of other people couldn't do. Like our very first time, just walk in and just fucking like stomp a mud hole in these guys' asses. But it's definitely a little bit more challenging than you're thinking, and then most people are thinking. This fight could have been a lot easier if I turned off my damage numbers, because I could have actually hit weak points, but there'll be a mission to unlock Axiom. I'm sure, Phil, there's probably going to be some storyline thing to it. Yeah. Can I ask what gun you need to prepare? If you want to be able to take out, if you want to be able to take out the Wall Crasher and the Storm Hanger, you're going to want an Albion. You can basically go build the gun that I have on my Wall Crasher video that just came out today. The difference between that gun and the gun for the Storm Hanger is basically just the roll. Like it's just toxic with toxic mods on it. instead of being chill. I just did chill on the wall crasher gun. I guess you could probably do it with toxic if you want. I guess it really wouldn't matter since the wall crasher doesn't actually have any, you know, like weaknesses. It wouldn't really hurt you, but this attack right here will one-shot you. Like I was at 36k HP, and if I got hit by that at the wrong time, it would absolutely one-shot me. You saying Albion due to the affinity boost? I'm saying Albion because of the just absolute insane fire rate. I'm saying Albion because of the fire rate and mainly because the cores on it and the fire rates. Like the reason I would take Albion over something like Enduring Legacy is Enduring Legacy has really bad cores on it. Right, like you can't put fire rate on it, so even if you could like get the multi-hit up, like an Albion has really good multi-hit, or at least a decent enough multi-hit. What about dagger? Dude, I took in my dagger that I used for like general bossing, and granted it's not like the absolute best, but it's like pretty good. 20 minutes, I only got half of his shield off in 20 minutes. Now, there's probably some people that have really cracked ass last daggers, but the big issue you're going to start having with the last dagger is going to be a lot of, you're going to start having a lot of ammo issues and stuff, right? And you're going to be losing a lot of fire rate. So, I mean, you guys can try whatever you want, but we thought you had disappeared because Twitch started deleting all the bots, basically. I mean, I think you guys can try whatever you want. I would definitely say absolutely go in and sort of like give it your best with your own builds and see what you think. But I think that what up, Simp? I think that you guys will be surprised at just how much damage that boss can take. Like just the absolute insane amount of punishment that you can dish out and not even see any movement. But like with the Albion, you still get 75 rounds. You can put double fire rate on it, right? You can put chill on it. And then the mods on it, there's actually like a really good mod where if you're hitting a weak point, it'll stack up to like 50 points. It'll give you like basically an additional 50 points of multi-hit chance, which is absolutely insane. Plus it's a general rounds gun, so Serena gets 50 points just being in the air, so that's 100 points of multi-hit alone on the gun. And then outside of that, everything else that's on the gun between the rolls and everything, you basically just sit there and cook. Why can you play Season 3? Because I got invited to play Season 3. Yeah, from what I saw, the Wall Crasher had about 6 billion health. So he had about 6 billion health, which is, you know, pretty substantial. But you can see up top, he has a buff. So you can see up here, he actually has some type of wall crasher buff. And since I'm not a data miner, I couldn't go in and actually see what this buff does. But we tried a bunch of different things, and there didn't seem to be a gimmick that sort of like increased your skill power, damage, or anything else. He just took a shitload of damage. So building Toxic is the move. The Toxic is the move on the wall hanger, or on the Storm hanger. On Wall Crasher, like I said, I went with Chill, but technically he doesn't actually have any weakness, so you could probably just go into Toxic and it would do the same thing for you. What Master Rank did you need to play the Axiom Planes? It was unlocked for us, it was unlocked for us right away, Jen, so I couldn't tell you what it took to get in there. Does it increase more health you have in a party? Fuck, I hope not. The devs have already stated numerous times that the Wall Crasher's health is one number, right? Whether you go in by yourself or with a party of 8, that it doesn't scale. Is he affected by dots? I don't think so. I think that's probably what that buff is, but because you can see I'm using Chill and I don't ever see any attribute effect like Chill proccing on him, right? Because with the amount of bullets I put into him, even with like a 2 or 3% attribute effect, you feel like you would start seeing some sort of like Chill dot, and you can see in the gameplay footage, you don't really see that. So he's Serena proof. I mean, you're definitely gonna want her. You're definitely gonna want her here. She does a really good amount of work. So Did you have to install a beta version? I did. It was its own launcher. The game was on its own launcher. So I think like if you had somebody else in here, maybe that was like a Luna that was like buffing skill damage on a skill Descendant, or you maybe had like, you know, like an Enzo or a Nell maybe buffing your team, then maybe you could do quite a bit of damage not using Serena. But I think Serena, yeah, like basically right now I think Serena is still gonna be the big play. Will be strong into the right comp. Yeah, no, your friend Marvin. Yeah, we've actually had, I don't want to say their name, but we had a couple people reach out and said like, you know, if you do like specific team comps, but the biggest thing you're going to have to remember. So here's what I want to say about that. I'm going to pause this because I really want to say this. As far as we know, as far as I know, you are, let me actually move before I get kicked. So this is what I want to say about that. Okay. As far as I know, and unless something changes when season 3 happens, you will not be able to 8-stack Q into this boss. Okay. Unless they completely change the way the game works, you will not be able to 8-stack into here. So if you are 4-stacking this boss, you're still going to get 4 blueberries and you have no control over their team comp. So if you are quad stacking 2 DPS and 2 supports, and your supports focus around gun-based skills, and then your other 4 bluebies are all skill Descendants, you are doing way less damage than you would have if you would have just brought in 4 skill Descendants. And the reason I say that is because 4 people on your team are not getting any benefit from those buffs. Right? So you have like no benefit from those buffs. So in that world, if you can only 4-stack into here, you're going to have a better chance of just coming in heavy with DPS. Because even if you have like 3 DPS and 1 support, and that support is like a weapon support, if your other 4 people are, you know what I mean, are skill Descendants, then you're losing any of the benefit that you got from that support. Like that support is helping your 3 DPS, but you're losing a whole bunch of support on the other end. That's basically what I understand right now, Armageddon. It will we will not know until the game goes live. But in the current state of the game, you cannot 8-stack. There is no place in the game where you can join a team of 8 people. So if we will not know until the actual game goes live, because we all played on single player servers. Right? Any of the new Season 3 weapons leaving you good impressions? No, not really. So I just want to put that out there. I do think it's good to come up with like really awesome party comps, especially for some of you guys that are like hardcore speedrunners, right? Like you guys that are like really hardcore speedrunners, min-maxers. You're in the hospital? Dude, that's not good, Jing. Hopefully everything's okay. But like for you guys, I think it's a good thing to go ahead and plan these out, because I think you'll have a lot of fun if they do decide to open the servers up for 8-man teams. Yeah, and I mean, like you could try to snipe Q each other and just hope that it happens. I think that like during the first couple weeks, Ghost, that's going to be pretty tough to do because so many people are going to be there. But I think that, you know, give it about a week or 2 when the player count dies down, and then don't go to the doors right when they close. Give it like 2 or 3 minutes. That way most of the matchmaking's done. And then you can go stand outside of the doors and still matchmake. So once like 2 or 3 minutes are done, and like 2 or 3 minutes are done, and most people have queued, then like 2 4-stacks can hit the door around the same time, and hopefully you guys will queue. So, but I mean, I think that even with like my whole goal with the build that I put out today, my whole goal was that even if you get 7 fucking teammates with no thumbs, you can still clear this build, or you can still clear this boss, because nothing is going to feel worse than doing this boss for 20 minutes and then failing, right? So that's going to be the thing. Now, if for whatever, I didn't notice that your timer was reduced. I didn't notice anything about your timer being reduced, Ghost, because I'd entered like 2 or 3 times. late because I didn't, like, you see it. Like, even if you're in town, when the Colossus shows up, there's like a big fucking eye symbol that shows up right on your screen. Like, I'll give a fuck what menu you're in or nothing. It will pop up as an overlay to let you know that the Colossus is about to spawn. So it's pretty hard to actually miss it. Yeah, like, I don't know how long it says it's, like, active. So you guys might have to test that, you know, once the game goes live. Is Glay effective against him? I mean, I didn't try Glay on him. I didn't try Glay on him because I didn't have enough time, right? Like, the big thing was we didn't have trigger mods, so I had to farm him. So I couldn't go in, and I couldn't afford to go in and fail fights if possible. You're not gonna miss it, Soda. But like, I couldn't afford to go in and fail fights, so I had to go in with what I knew would clear the fight every time. Yeah, I mean, there might be ways to snipe homes. There absolutely might be ways to snipe. We just have to wait and see. How are the field Colossus roaming around the Axiom? They're a little bit harder. They're like a little bit harder than a normal Colossus, for sure. Like the field Colossus for the Swamp Walker definitely takes more damage than like the regular Swamp Walker does. But they're not anything real crazy. The game, this will be an LFG nightmare. I mean, I honestly think that because there's 8 people, I would say that the average clear time, as long as 1 or 2 people know what they're doing, like the average clear time on this boss will probably be like probably 6 to 12 minutes. Right? I'm doing good, Soda, mate. So yeah, so like what I'm saying right now is I think that like for the Wall Crasher, if you, yeah, if you're in like general pub queues where you're just queuing in by yourself, you might get, you know, as long as you have a build that can clear it, then you're not gonna have to worry about it. And then basically you're just hoping anybody can do any type of damage, right? Like I said, I did it the first time with just a Last Dagger build, and I was only able to take half of his shield off. Granted, my Last Dagger wasn't the best built Last Dagger, but it was still a pretty good build Last Dagger on Serena. So factored in that way, like as a single person, I could take half of his shield off on Serena, like a bad built Serena, in 20 minutes. So, yeah, I mean, you should be able to clear it in 10 minutes with a pub team, just as long as you have one person in there that does really reasonable amounts of damage. You got everything set up, lads? You guys will be ready then. So, I mean, I still think it'll be fine. I think with 8 people, it's definitely going to help. But if they scale, like I said, from everything the devs have set up to this point, they, the Wall Crasher's HP is just the Wall Crasher's HP, right? Like, it's not going to scale whether you go in by yourself or whether you go in with 8 people. Because I can tell you, if they scale it up and it's 8 times or 6 times as much health as he has right now, your average team won't clear him. Like, your average team won't clear him. Because then you would need everybody putting out roughly the same amount of damage as my Serena, and that's never going to happen in a pub lobby. You would have 2 or 3 people that show up, and you would spawn in and look down and see, like, I don't know, a fucking Kyle and a Eugen and an Ajax, and you would instantly leave and go requeue. Because you'd be like, I can't clear it with this team. What's the point of shooting Colossus for 10 minutes anyway? Again, it's solo. I think it's not going to be this bad when you're not solo, but... How much HP? He was like 6 bill. 6 point something bill. So, I'm not saying you guys won't be able to clear it, but it's just going to be tougher. As long as there's a couple people in your party that can do really good damage, I mean, you can take a free carry. Like, yeah, this isn't the most engaging thing, but this guy's also not made to be fought. Like, right? Like, this guy's not made to be fought by fucking 10 people, or but solo. These right here are deep, like, these are AoE damage. So effectively, if you go in here, you take damage. Well, you can't see where my cursor is, but if you go in here, you take damage. In order to get rid of them, you just shoot this. If you shoot this, this breaks and goes away. Yeah, his HP's static. It doesn't scale with more players, so yeah. Yeah, more people should be a faster kill. I think that it was calculated out if you had like if you had like a bunch of Serenas, like 8 Serenas or whatever, and you went in there and everybody had a really good build, it's going to take around 2 to 3 minutes to kill. Which is a reasonable amount of time. But that's assuming everybody, you've got 8 fucking Serenas, right? If you don't have fucking 8 Serenas, yeah, if you got a handful of Serenas, you'll do okay. But yeah, that's what this is. Basically, these are just like static damage fields. I would say that 4 Serenas will do fine, but I can tell you that not every Serena is equal. Like, you might think that your Serena is equal, but yours, like, not you personally, but just because, like, you see a Serena doesn't necessarily mean they're doing, like, really good damage. Because, like I said, I came in here with a Serena with just Last Dagger, and it wasn't, like, a cracked-ass Last Dagger, but it was a pretty reasonably built Last Dagger. And, yeah, I was only able to take half of its shield off in 20 minutes. Those purple balls that shove in the demo, do you need to shoot them? I mean, you can watch. I just fucking ignore them. I just let them hit me on Serena. Right? Like, on Serena, I just outright fucking ignore the fact that they exist. On Serena, because you have so much HP, you can basically ignore, like, nothing hurts you. So you can just focus on DPS the whole time. Like, you maybe could shoot them if you wanted to, but, like, by myself doing this, the only thing I could do was shoot the wall crasher. The only time I wasn't shooting the wall crasher is when I went down to go get MP. Other than that, I shot the wall crasher non-stop the entire time. What up,
It's
Mary?
okay. You guys can stop freaking out.
What up, Natsu? But yeah, so the only time I ever really stopped shooting him was when I came down here to get MP. Basically, it was the only time I ever stopped. So, I mean, I think it's going to be an interesting fight. Did you have the little doggo helper? Yeah, he's running around. I mean, between my dog, between the Ascending Armory set, between being able to use my ones and everything else, you're a Serena hater. I mean, you'll be able to put in some damage with other people, but please tell me the raid's difficult. It's not difficult. I mean, like, it's not difficult because they can't make it difficult, but it's not easy. Basically. Like, it's not punishing, like, it's not punishing hard, right? It's just, it takes a lot of damage. Like, he's got enough damage that even with Serena, you're going to be putting in work. So, he just doesn't have any mechanics. So he's not like the Storm Hanger, which has like a couple mechanics. I didn't see the new dog. It's not in the game yet. No, I don't think you're gonna get kicked from the party or anything. Because I think that honestly, the amount of people that play the game that actually go to YouTube is pretty tough. Well, I mean, honestly though, like, I don't think in like a general type of content, like content made for the general public that only has one difficulty level, that you should ever make it insanely challenging. Because then, like, especially a team of 8 uncoordinated people who aren't talking, right? Like, if you have 8 people that aren't coordinating, aren't talking, and aren't strategizing their builds together, but it's built for you to have to do that, then most teams aren't going to clear it. But I think that the important part is making sure you have a build that you know you can clear it with. And then you don't have to worry. Like, you might have a good run where you clear it in like 5-6 minutes, 4 minutes, because you have a bunch of people that know what they're doing. And then you might have like fucking runs where you clear it in like 10 minutes because you do 85% of the damage, right? I think you guys will be fine though. I think you guys will be fine, honestly. I mean, as long as the guides and stuff, as long as people like pay, you know, as long as people watch my guide, will be okay. Are they putting adaptive difficulty in the game? I mean, not that I'm aware of yet. I haven't seen anything with it. I mean, other than like, yeah, no. I mean, like Storm Hanger's HP scales with people, but it doesn't scale up linear, right? So, what up, Ashley? You won't be able to play Season 3? It'll be here for a while. You don't have to worry about it. If that's the case, 6 bill's going to be a low if you're completely maxed. I don't know if they'll do a challenge mode on this man because, right, like, it's more about him being, like, on the Axiom Plains. I'd be surprised if they do a challenge mode on him. If they do a challenge mode, then, yeah, I would say they probably double his HP, right, at best. And that's going to make it, I mean, you're going to need a really good team. But if they do a challenge mode, you're going to need to be able to 8-man queue into it. If you can't 8-man queue into it, then it's no good. Yeah, I mean, you guys can see, I mean, it's just a long fucking fight. Like, I try to hit my dashes, like, almost as soon as my ammo goes out. I basically don't let my fucking 4 lapse. That's why I miss shots every once in a while, is because I can't actually look at the center of my screen. I have to look over to see, like, when my 4 is running out, and then I have to time my 4 between the rockets, because while you can get hit by a couple rockets, if you just like go mid-air and just tank a bunch of rockets while you're like reapplying your 4, it will fucking kill you. Like if you just sit there and just face tank all those rockets, you're going to die. Like no questions asked. So yeah, I mean, I think it was a good time. I think there was a lot going on with it. I think it was a lot of fun. I think the Wall Crasher is interesting. I think Wall Crasher is interesting. I think Stormhanger is interesting. I think that the Axiom Planes are they're okay. Like I think they're barren. I think that the area is big just to make it big. I think that you could have made the area half of that size and it still would have done the exact same thing. The Axiom Plains is basically just like 8 mission zones designed with like blank spot put around them, right? And that blank spot is designed to allow field colossus to walk around and to allow like this random public item to drop down, like this loot crate. And then it's there to let you do like sparrow racing. Other than that, there's no reason for it to be as big as it is. So I know what the price is in the near skins. I didn't even look. We were on a developer build. I'm sure it wouldn't have been right either way. Will the content be enough for the next content drop? I mean, I think that if you're somebody that's really having fun, you're really trying to like min-max out your trigger mods and stuff like that. I think you'll do a lot of farming and you'll play. The next major content drop, right, isn't until like October, I think, is the next time they add anything. Like I know they add the Gooner Cave, but I don't really count that as content. So I think that like between now and October, I think some people will probably take a break in September and play. I think some people will take a break in September and play Borderlands, which isn't a bad thing, and then they'll come back for the new update. So it looked like it was a universal skin, Natsu. Yeah, and then like October is like melee weapons and stuff. Yeah, like Gooner Cave and that's not content to me. Gooner Cave has you dead. Yeah, dude, it has me dead too. The Gooner Cave, like the fucking solo zone or whatever that we're getting, like our individual like load-in zone or whatever. You know, the fucking room we get with a bed and a shower that we can place descendants in. The fucking Gooner Cave. Ultimate Luna. Yeah, I think August is going to be a good month. I think September is going to be a good month because like Borderlands and shit, and then we'll get some more content in October, and we'll just have to see how it goes. Are they adding world events? Not really. They added sort of like a world event, but it's done in a way that I don't like. So basically, the way the world event works is it spawns on the map, and say it has like it's got like a 7 or 8 minute spawner, 6 minute spawner. This as soon as the fucking objective spawns on the map. So the way it works is you have it's kind of like was like Invasions where you get gold, right? Where it's like got a gold and a silver and a bronze timer or whatever. So basically, as soon as it fucking spawns on the map, it starts counting down for the gold timer. So if you just don't see them spawn in the map, and then you like 2 minutes into it, you look up and you see it's like got 4 minutes left. Well, it's like already you're only going to get silver rewards out of it. And I think that was a bad system. I think there should be a spawn system for like how long it's on the map, like 5 minutes, 6 minutes. And then when you get close to it, then it should count down like you have 2 minutes or 1 minute or 30 seconds to get like a gold timer. But the way they have it now is really fucking bad. Are we free from the chains of Sigma? I think so. I mean, for the most part, unless you need like Arche experience. I'm sure Sigma's probably still the best Arche experience. It's a big bullet sponge. I mean, Nyx, it's basically a big bullet sponge. Yeah. But I mean, still though, like Neto, I think that, like, for me, like getting a new dog or like getting Ultimate Luna, like Ultimate Luna, you could maybe make a use case for content. but I still just don't see it being like new content. Like, to me, new content is something new to do, and taking Ultimate Luna and just putting a different mod on her isn't like new content, you know what I mean? But I get your point. The new Devil frame, dude, they've got a couple good looking things coming. You gonna play Sigma for the rest of your life? Fucking Lamau. You can taste the MR30, yeah. The only content, but that's it, yeah. Because I mean, literally, you're just gonna figure out how to play her new skill loop, right? They cooked hard. I think that they've got a lot coming down the pike. What I can say is I enjoy the new direction. What up, Darkstyle? I enjoy the new direction that they've gone in, right? I enjoy the new direction that they've gone in, but I enjoy the new direction that they've gone in, and I think that here's one of those that I was just talking about. Like this box. Dude, this fucking hover bike gets stuck on every goddamn thing. It is so fucking annoying. And then when it gets stuck, it completely stops your forward momentum. Like, it's such a fucking pain in the dick. Did you tell the devs about it? I've still got a message. I haven't had time to do the thing. There's just been a lot going on. But yeah, see, like right now it says like 3 minutes to get gold. So I've already lost half of the timer before I ever got here. You can see it over to the right. Like, I've already fucking lost half of the timer, and I just got here. Like granted, it's not hard. I very easily like clear this. It doesn't take very long. It's basically the same thing the developer said. Like, if you watch the new dev live stream, or if you watch the new dev video this morning, basically this thing's super easy to do. Do they respond to your feedback? I don't know. This will be the first time I've ever been able to actually give them direct feedback. So, they answered some of our questions during the event, but because it was over the weekend, I mean, like, there was like a good dead period where there was just like no comms. Yeah, there was like a period where there was just absolutely no comms, which it's entirely up to them. I was really surprised. Because I figured, you know, with people like, you know, you would like be really active in comms, but yeah. Please tell them to re-release the fucking Evo skin. I definitely will, because I want it. I personally want it myself, so like I would definitely take it. What up, Hangy? But yeah, you can kind of see this is basically just super easy. Didn't really do anything. I could have probably done this faster with a different character with a rocket launcher. I just kind of just ran over here to do it. The Evo skin for Bunny, yeah, dude, it's fucking awesome. For which build? This map looks boring to look at. I think that that's probably my biggest complaint, is that I feel like they've just done like a bunch of wasteland maps over and over and over again. And I really feel like, it was a miss to do another wasteland map. And then again, like, so let me like, so like a lot of this, I hit fucking pause, dumbass, Jesus. Let's go back to the map. Eva was a grind, glad to have it. Dude, I wish I had it. As soon as I zoom over, I can't do it right now. Okay. Like, a lot of this, like this up here is just dead zone. Like, there's nothing here, right? So, like, you come here, you do this mission, and then you're going to spend your time here. You do this mission, you're going to spend your time here. You do this mission, you spend your time here. So you see, it's like a lot of this is just dead zone that they allow, like, Colossus to wander around in. And that's basically it. And then these right here are Sparrow racing missions. So there might be a mission where you like drive out and around, so that's why this zone is big. But basically you could have gotten rid of a lot of the zone, and it would have just, it doesn't add anything to size. That's where I think it was kind of a miss, because it just feels big, open, and barren, and I know that's the point. There's probably some lore to it that we just don't know yet. But I think that because we've had big, open, barren zones like 3 times, they should have probably done something a little different here. Yeah, 108 people want it. Well, they could like recolor it and then just re-release it, right? Is there an underground world? No. No. The only thing underground is whatever's there for the mission. There's not like tunnels that run underneath the whole map, and there's like this big elaborate like ecosystem with like enemies and like cool things and cool missions. No. Some of these like zones have a subterranean area under them. But it is basically just like you go here, you fight here, then you drop down a hole, then you fight here, and then you move over here and you fight here, and then you come out. Like, that's it. Like, it's just, you see what I mean? It's not like there's like this big fucking elaborate thing. It's just not there. It's just not a thing. From your understanding, it was a city that was destroyed. Yeah, I think once we kind of like understand the lore behind it, I might know more. Do you think they made the zone bigger to add content down the line? No, absolutely not. I think they made the zone this size for the bikes. I think they made the zone this big for the bikes and to utilize the fact that the last gen consoles aren't here so they could generate larger areas. I don't think it's to add more content to the planes. I could be wrong. But I mean, I don't know why you would add more to this zone and why you wouldn't sort of like just add a better, newer zone. Yeah, it's basically just so your PC can breathe, right? Yeah, but see, I actually ended up quitting that mission because if you pay attention, like I ended up quitting this mission because I got here and realized I was only going to get silver. And then I was like, fuck it, I don't even want to do this. Yeah, the update's in like soon. How long do you think this will keep us busy? How often do you play? I think that if you're somebody that really likes the trigger mods and you really want to min-max out the trigger mods and stockpile some, so you can trade them when the trading comes. So you can trade for like new, so you can like trade them to other people for like different trigger mods, or if they end up allowing us to trade them for like caliber or something like that. What up, Moxie? Guys, go check out Moxie. Not that any of you guys don't know who the fuck he is, but go check out Moxie. What the fuck was I saying? Oh yeah, I think that like the trigger mods, how you doing, brother, by the way? I think that the trigger mods, like content wise, I think if you're stockpiling shit, it'll be okay. But I think that like, again, I think that if you play pretty regularly, you're getting the trigger mods, you're doing whatever. There's enough content for like maybe, there's like maybe enough content for, I don't know, maybe a month of like just trying to get trigger mods, trying to get some rolls on trigger mods. Trying to get the new Descendants, trying to get all the new weapons. Like there, if you're not playing like, if it's not your job, then it's probably going to take you over a month. Probably take you a month or two to get everything. If you're somebody like me that it's a job, you'll be done in a couple of weeks. But I think normal gamers probably got a little while to go. Try some new builds out, mess with the trigger mods, and do all that. That's what I think. I actually talked to Moxie about it before. Like he asked me what my thoughts were, and I'm curious what his thoughts are. But I just kind of feel like the Axiom planes visually was a miss. I think the size of the Axiom planes just didn't really add anything to it. But I like the direction they went with it. I like the different missions. I like the operational zones. I like the way some of the new stuff works. I like some of the new systems. But I think just doing the planes as big as they didn't really add anything, and I wish we would have had something that just wasn't this ugly to look at. Multiple, yeah. Well, the RNG kind of sucks. The only good news about the RNG is the fact that you can get specific boxes, right? Like you can get Nell boxes and shit like that, and that's going to make your life a little bit better. But yeah, there's going to be quite a bit that sucks. One of the worst things that First Descendant does is they definitely do RNG on RNG and RNG, right? So you have to get RNG to get the trigger mod box, or you have to get the trigger mod box, and then you have to fucking open it, and then you get the right trigger mod you want, and then you get the right fucking roll on it. They definitely like really lean way too heavily into RNG in a bad way. Because you have everything. Well, the goal will be kind of like the same thing you do Papa Bear on Warframe, where you just stockpile shit to trade for people that don't have. And that's why I'm hoping that they allow you to like trade for caliber, right? So like new people into the game
thanks for the
might want something and they have caliber, and you can just trade to start doing trading like you can with Platinum and Warframe. I think that's where it'll be better, right? Yo, thank you for the follow. We keep them anonymous, so if you're just hanging out, chilling, relaxing, I appreciate you. You want to speak with me in the community? Have a good night. Thanks for the follow. Did you try Jaber? No, dude. I fucking was spending so much time like farming trigger mods, farming fucking mats to unlock. Because like, so for you guys, Moxie, like when you guys came in, you didn't have to do this. So when the dev cycle first went live and we made our first characters, the like crystals you need to be able to put trigger mods on your character, they didn't give any of those to us. None of them. So it was like I asked for them and it took them about a day and a half to respond. And then when they responded, they were like, hey, yeah, we'll go ahead and add them. So just recreate a new account. And I was like, are you fucking retarded? Like, I've just spent 2 days farming fucking trigger mods and all of this. If I start a new account, I lose all my fucking presets. I lose like all of the rolls that I've re-rolled. I lose like all of the reactors that I farmed. And I lose every fucking trigger mod that I farmed for just so I can like get a couple more of those. I was like, fuck that, dude. I'll just farm the mats for all the different descendants because it's going to be cheap. It's going to take me less time to farm the mats to get the cores for my character than it is to refarm all that shit. I was like, dude, it's just dumb. I was like, I can't do that. That's fucking dumb. Jaber was all right. What do you think? I mean, do you think he's going to be meta? Yeah, that was bad. And then I asked him, I was like, can't you just like add them to my account? And they were like, unfortunately, we just like can't add them to your account. And I was like, well then, so like I spent probably like 30 or 40 hours. I spent probably 30 or 40 hours playing the beta because I had to farm shit. Unless they gave you guys trigger mods, because like they didn't give any of us trigger mods in the beginning. So unless they added trigger mods to your accounts, but I had to like physically go farm every trigger mod I had. I had to go solo the wall crusher or go solo the wall crasher every fucking hour for fucking 3 days to get all the trigger mods that I wanted. You know what I mean? So it was just like, I was just like, dude, they like gave us so much stuff. And then the stuff that I actually needed, they didn't give any of us. Because I would have had more time to like try Jaber, make multiple builds on Nell, like try out all this random shit. If I would have had all of the shit that I actually needed. But I just spent so much time farming the shit that I needed that I was just like, well, I mean, it was still good that I got in, right? So I was able to play the demo and like talk about it and enjoy it. So I got a lot of footage. This is me talking, so that's why it doesn't fucking do anything. That sucks. I mean, it was still better than nothing, right? The Colossus maps, and you can hover over them. So the thing about the Colossus on the map, there are two things here. One, you can hover over them, and it'll tell you what Colossus it is. And two, you can track them. So like around the 10-minute mark or so, like 10, 12-minute mark, it says that like Colossus are spawning on the map. And then whenever they do, you can see them. And it's got a little timer you can't see. It says like 5 minutes. But you can like select them and then you can teleport to like the closest zone and then run up to them. Enough, save it for the video uploads? Nah, man. We've got all the videos coming. I figured we could chat. For a couple minutes. I know there's people that want to ask questions, so we got a bunch of videos coming out. I think I'll probably talk for another couple minutes and then start catching up. I need to fucking I need to start like making sure all my builds and stuff are ready. Gotta save all the goodies for your videos? Maybe. I trust everybody. They're gonna go watch my videos anyway, right? Everybody's gonna go watch my videos either way, so it's not like I'm hurting myself, question mark. Was this a streamer access event? It wasn't just streamers, it was content creators. And I think there were news outlets too. There were a couple people that I think were from like news outlets. And then there were a handful of YouTubers. And I think there was maybe 1 or 2 pure streamers. But like most of the people were YouTube. Hey, if you guys don't want the info, I mean, if you guys aren't curious about the season, I mean, that's perfectly fine. I mean, if you don't want to know about it, I won't tell you. Yeah, look at all this shit in this, like, blueprint box. Look at this. Like, hold on. I think I go over it here. Like, look at all this shit in this blueprint box. 6.25, 6.25, 6.25, 6.25. That's why I'm like, oh, I know you are, Puff. That's why I'm saying you want to get, like, the Nell box. See, I have a Nell box up here. You're going to want to get like the Nell box, the eraser box. Excited for that? Dude, once it gets longer, it'll be okay. Gamba time? Yeah, so you're going to want to get these because like this Nell box only has the 4 parts of Nell in it and it's 25% per. So a totally new player can get everything. Well, basically, the field Colossus that run around, they drop they don't drop their normal sets, but they do drop component sets and a bunch of other stuff. And then I think I got like a clairvoyance piece from killing one of them or something. So you can definitely get like other weapon parts and shit like that from killing those Colossus, right? So you can definitely do it. You can target the Nell box. Yeah, you should be able to target the Nell box. Everything looks really cool. Yeah, that's just the normal variant. That is the variant that the loot box is the one that you get from running every mission, right? So you have like a 20% chance to get one of those boxes from basically every mission you run. So it's just like it's like a bonus, right? So a new base, similar. Not that we saw, David. What up, Arian? Not that I saw. There wasn't a new zone. But again, maybe I missed something, but I didn't see it. Did the race say? Yeah. So if you clear, I'll do the race here in a minute. I'll do the race here in a minute. So basically, if you beat the race's fastest time, you get a catalyst one time, and I think there are 6 different races on the map. Did I have the best build on the boss? I mean, the best build that I knew of. Like, the build that I'm using right now on the Swamp Walker is the same machine gun that I used on the Wall Crasher. So you can see that the Swamp Walker takes more damage now than he does in like a normal mode, right? So he's definitely harder out here than he is in sort of like if you load him up. Voltia, where do you get the weapon? You won't be able to get it until Season 3. Once Season 3 shows up, you should be able to get it from Deslin. Deslin should have it. Can you body block other players with the bike? Haven't even tried. How much does the 2B skin cost? Yes. I mean, ideally this world, like the Axiom Plains, I'm assuming that it's 4 people. If they let you load into here with 8 players, then it's going to change a lot of things up. But as far as I know, it's just going to be, there might be 8 other players on the map at any given time, but you can probably only party with 4 of them. What are the best components for Bunny and Inez? So for the Inez that I was running, I actually ran Bravery, and the reason I ran Bravery is because I was using a new trigger mod that allowed Inez to use tow. So because of that, I wanted to be able to spam her 4 as much as possible because she could tow with it. Other than that, there was like one other, like that was basically it. And then outside of that, there was like a weapon trigger mod that I used with her. So for her component set outside of that, I just kept the Bravery set on. I really like Bravery on Inez. She does so much damage that it's just a good set to use. And because there's so many fucking enemies in the Axiom Plains, like that's where the difficulty comes, is just from the sheer volume. So being able to spam her abilities is just that much more important. Map's empty? Absolutely. Yeah, no matter what the cost is, the answer is yes. Yeah, I think this one stops me. Like, you see that? I went to hit their fucking speeder pad and it stopped me. There's the thing where it says that, like, the Abyss Colossus is showing up. Yeah. So. And then for Bunny, I think I'd have to look on Bunny and see what I put on her. I'll have a new Bunny build coming out. I think I have a new Bunny build coming out tomorrow. And it'll have the components. Did Asmund play the demo? If he did, I don't know about it. Did you play any Valby? Yeah, I have a Valby build coming out today. I have a Valby build coming out at 5 p.m. today. I think Valby's absolutely fun. I think Power Beyond and her ability to tow is going to be a big deal. You got access? I did, Jobu. So I can't remember what I was saying. I need to go get coffee. But yeah, there's definitely these new builds Season 3 related. Yeah, they all have trigger mods. They're all with like trigger mods and stuff. So they all have some type of trigger mod on them. You thought Valby's toe was nerfed? She just got it back. So yeah, everything is going to be season 3. Can't wait to see with the trigger mods. They add toe back. You're basically, if you use a character with like an AoE dot or a ground dot, after you use 3 of the abilities in a row, the third ability triggers toe. So like Freyna can use toe, Valby can use toe. I think Inez is bugged, but Inez technically can use toe. It's just it's working, I think, not as intended, but she can actually do it. Basically anybody that has like an AoE or AoE dot will be able to use toe. It'll all be in the video, my trigger mods video tomorrow, where I kind of like show what the mods do. Can you put 8 players on the Axiom planes? Unfortunately, we played on single player servers, so we were not able to tell how many people we could bring. Luna's getting her ultimate in a couple months. She doesn't have it right now. We didn't have access to it. More bowling bullet sponges make me not want to play. Want to play non-meta Descendants? I mean, the bosses are definitely have a little bit of HP. I think the Wall Crasher is probably the worst defender, but I actually don't think it's that big of a deal. I think that the Storm Hanger is not bad. I think right here, I can't remember if I actually go in. I don't think I do. I think I just explain it. But yeah, basically you can see the door's actually shut. And it shows whatever this says in Korean. But if you go up to the door right now, even though it's shut, it will put you in matchmaking. Yo, Jesse, I'm glad it helped you out, man. What up, Wintermute? So let me go get some coffee, and then we'll talk a little bit more about season 3. Anything you guys want to know, I'll answer any questions I can, and then after that, I actually probably need to do a little bit of playing the game. So let me go get some coffee, guys. I will be right back.
Well, hello there.
Thanks for the follow.
One of the interesting things about the bike, I see I came back with the bike. So there's 2 things about the bike. One thing I really don't like, and the main thing that I don't like about the bike is it does not seem like you can lock in options that you like. So you basically just have to roll it and see what you get, and then just keep rolling it until you get what you like. There doesn't appear to be any way to lock in any of these perks. But you can. But one thing you can do is you can actually get, you can get multiples of the same thing. So like I re-rolled it one time and got like max speed boost 3 times on here. So you can just constantly re-roll it until you get what you want. But I do not like that you can't lock in options. So, and it's not the final build. I think if, do you have a Nell build guide? Yeah, it'll be coming out in a little bit. Yeah, right here. Bam, bam, bam. So, I do have a Nell build guide. It'll be coming out here in a little bit. Are we back or are we cooked? I think it's good. Or photon imprinted craftsman. What do you mean? Sick of re-rolling? Yeah, I just don't really like this. I wish you could lock it in. I think that the game is... I like it. I just still think we're short part of an end game. But I like the new zone. You cannot craft photon imprinters. You cannot craft them. They're event only, yeah. I think that the game is going to be in a much better spot, but I still think we're short part of an end game. Because right now, the only in-game grind is going to be grinding for trigger mods. Like random rolls on trigger mods. That is effectively going to be your in-game grind right now. And while I like the trigger mods, I don't think they're like heavily impactful. I think they do. I think there are some of them that change the way builds work in a fun, interesting way. But I don't think that you're not grinding for something that's just like absolutely crazy to me right now.
Thanks for the follow.
So I think it's fun. I mean, I think it's fun. I enjoyed playing Season 3, and I'm actually looking forward to getting in and playing Season 3. Like, after playing Season 3, I'm not really excited to go back to just running Purge or running Axiom. Or, like, running Purge or running Sigma. Because at least here, right, I've got, like, trigger mods that I can farm, and I've got a bunch of other stuff that I can farm, and I can, like, rotate some of the different missions, and there's, like, a couple other things I can do here. Where in the current game, it's like, run Purge 10, run Sigma. Run Purge 10, run Sigma. Like, that's it. Like, it's literally just 2 missions, right? Looks good, but it's not worth 6-month wait. I don't think it was worth a 6-month wait. I think it's a step in the right direction, and if they produce all of their content with, like, this level of quote-unquote variety, where there are like multiple changes and different things that come within certain missions, and with like one map having multiple things to do based off of it, it's good, but I still think they've got a little bit further to go. You know what I mean? Season 3 is only for meta players. It's still I think that it's a good time to come in. Like, if you're a new or returning player, this is going to be a very fun zone for you, and you're going to enjoy it. Because I think that the Field Colossus are going to feel challenging. I think that the missions being a little bit different, like different types of missions, is going to be kind of fun. I think that the dynamic, like not dynamic, but like the mini bosses that they add are going to feel interesting. The Sparrow Racing is going to be fun. The Wall Crasher is going to be super fucking challenging. So like, I think there's going to be a lot here for newer players. I think if you're just like a very seasoned, right? Like if you're a very seasoned player, you're going to find something to do, but it's not going to be, you know, you're not going to be like, God, this is like so fucking crazy. Like, I've never done this before. You're going to just basically be doing similar things, but you're going to have random rolls on trigger mods that eventually we can trade. Do you feel like them releasing trigger mods since they have random rolls? Well, like adding toe back. Right? The max players in the new zone? No, we don't know the max players because we played on private servers. So I have no idea. I do think that like I do think that some of the trigger mods are unique. Like there's one that I think will make it didn't function properly, right? Like there was a trigger mod that didn't function properly. There was a couple of them that didn't function properly, but there was one where you like use a crash or clash skill, and when you do, it basically puts an earthquake like under you when you do it. But the problem was during like the test build, the earthquake actually was like 15 meters away from you, so you couldn't aim it. But I think if that functions properly, that could be something that makes somebody like Ajax or Kyle a little bit more viable, right? So I think that some of the trigger mods, like there's another trigger mod that they had where it was like Arche something. But basically it took your MP and made your attack stronger, like your dots stronger over time. And it added skill power modifier and it stacked up the lower your MP got. Super cool idea. But as soon as I put it on Freyna and ran out into the enemies, I threw one fucking poison puddle down, deleted my MP instantly. I got no skill power bonus from it because everything died. Like, so once you run out of MP, the mod stops working. So I threw it down, instantly lost all of my MP, and then the mod went on a 15-second cooldown. So then as soon as the mod came off cooldown, I threw one poison puddle on the ground, instantly fucking annihilated my MP, zero fucking benefit out of the mod, and it went back on cooldown, right? So there's some mods that I think that they put in that could be really interesting if they function better and function properly. But in like the current game, like some of them just don't do well. But I think the trigger mods allow them to sort of come up with fun, interesting ways to make characters behave a little bit different. And they're going to be what actually allow for build variety. Because I think you'll be able to, over time, use your red mods with certain trigger mods to try to come up with interesting build variety. And then with some of the component sets, because we're so fucking strong, you don't actually need to build into like 100% DPS, right? Like you can build a character that's 75% DPS and still clears all the content in record speed. Well, once that happens, now you can look at fun synergies, right? Like, oh, I can use component sets that do AoEs, and I can use component sets to do all these like weird things, mix that with the trigger mod, mix that with my red mod, and now I have like this really fun, interesting character to play. And while it might not be as good as like the most meta DPS setup, I actually have a lot of fun playing it. I clear all the content and whatever. So I think that's what's going to happen. And I think that's sort of where they're moving towards. Because the content, for the most part, isn't going to be so hard that you can only clear it with the meta. So because of that, you're going to be able to like just play the game and have fun. And you're not going to have to be like a slave to the meta. Now, the Wall Crasher is a little bit of a different story, but we just need to see what happens when you put 8 people in there, right? As long as 1 or 2 people do halfway decent DPS, then even the Wall Crasher is going to be pretty easy. And then the Storm Hangers, like an Abyss Colossus, like they're obviously going to be a little bit more challenging. But I think I end up clearing this fight in like 4 or 5 minutes, and I could have done it even faster. Now that I've learned some of the mechanics, you could probably clear it in a couple minutes. So, I don't think it's terrible. What up, Graybeard? Create guides to promote the game. What up, Mojo? What up, Brave? Yeah, set the meta slaves free. I think you'll be able to. I think that you'll be able to have a lot more fun with the game, and I think that's what they want to have happen. You know, I think that's basically what they're going for. I mean, I really wish we would have got access to everything and didn't have to grind for it, but like I said, we got access to 95% of well, we probably got access to like 80% of everything, then the rest of the time we had to grind. So is the hype real? I think you guys are gonna have fun with it. I think if you like First Descendant and you go into this as somebody that's like, dude, I like First Descendant, I just want more First Descendant, you're gonna have plenty of fun. Right? If you're somebody that's burnt out and pissed off and hates the game, then you're gonna go into this and be like, oh fuck, man, this isn't near enough fucking shit. Like you're just gonna, but you were gonna do that no matter what. Like the game could have came out, they could have sent somebody over to like suck your dick, like they could have fucking done everything and you still would have been pissed. So like in my mind, if you like the game, then you're going to like this. The trigger mods are great. Some of them are better than others. Nothing is absolutely crazy, but you're going to be able to change up some of your builds. Once the game goes live and like some data miners, Markov, Synity, and everybody start to get their hands on the actual data, they're going to be able to tell us which mods are actually good or bad, and then we'll know which ones to build around, right? So like the trigger mods are going to be fun. The trigger mods are going to be fun. Like, a lot of that shit's going to be interesting. Hold on. Like, a lot of that shit's going to be interesting. I think the Axiom planes themselves... I think the Axiom planes themselves are pretty enjoyable. Like the various missions and stuff. It gives you a reason to play different missions because of the operational zones. If you got sucked off, you'd be happy. Same. What up, God? So like the different missions and the different mission types. Yo, Graybeard, thank you for joining the fucking court over on YouTube, mate. Thank you for the support. The skin you get is fire looking, dude. I can't wait to get in there. Was this the full build? So supposedly we played on the full build. We just didn't have access to the story and shit. So if there's stuff that was locked behind the story, we didn't have access to it. But the map, all of that should have been fine. Like, certain things weren't working. Like, no matter how many times I killed the wall crasher, I couldn't get any bonuses from killing the wall crasher. So, like, there were definitely some things that weren't working, but, like, some of the trigger mods weren't working. Like, they weren't working as intended. But, yeah, dude, you can see, like, her toe effect is just stupid fucking broken. Like, having it on her 1, which is completely spammable. First thing, the very first thing, the very, very, very fucking first thing you guys need to do when you spawn in is set your target rewards. So if you want, like, if you want the Nell loot box, set the Nell loot box as a target reward. If you want trigger mods, absolutely trigger mods should be set as your target reward as soon as you log into the game. You know, like whatever boxes you want, you need to set those as trigger, you need to set those right away. That way you're already working on getting your pity set up for them. So yeah, watch Valby. Like, watch. If you look down here where my mouse cursor is, when this stacks up to 3, the next skill I use adds the toe effect. Watch. Like, watch on the map. So once this gets to 3, the next skill I use will have toe. You have 4 spots to set pity, right? You have 4 boxes that you can set pity. So then watch the next one. See it suck them in. There wasn't a lot of them there, but you'll see it suck them in. Bloop. So yeah. So I basically set this build up for Valby to be able to spam her 1. You can do it with supply moisture, or you can do it with water play. Both of them work. You need to get her trigger mod for it. But yeah. Once you get the trigger mod, you can do this. Yeah, so that's like probably the number 1 thing I would say. They removed the gate, didn't even play it amazing. Like, I know Biscuit ran some purge and shit. I didn't have any time to run purge. Like, everybody focused on whatever they wanted to focus on. I didn't play even a single ounce of purge because my number 1 priority was getting trigger mods unlocked, trying trigger mods on different descendants, beating the field colossus, or beating the stormhanger and beating the wall crasher, and giving you guys builds to do all that, right? Because those are the things that I think most people are going to care about. I think, like, as a lot of people, they're going to come in, they're going to be like, fuck, dude, I want trigger mods. What's the best way to get trigger mods? Oh, I need to be able to kill the wall crasher, because every time I kill the wall crasher, I get 4 trigger mod boxes. Okay, well, what's going to be the best way to kill the wall crasher? And then people are going to go in and try it themselves with, like, their own build, and they're going to be like, Jesus Christ, my asshole fucking hurts. I think you can stick a 2-liter in it right now. Like, I need some help. I can't fucking kill this dude.
I love gay porn. I'm watching gay porn right now.
Those were like my priorities for my
I
community.
love gay porn.
Yo, thank you for that, crazy. That was my priority. Didn't look that hateful. Wait till you try it. You think the Nell buffs will stack? I doubt it, but maybe. I doubt it, but maybe. Popped in to see the A2 hairstyle physics. I mean, like, the near stuff looks nice. Game looks fun, but haven't been able to play since launch. Game just crashes every time. Hopefully it's better after this update. So one of the other things I can tell you about, like, hold on, stop. About these bosses. So like the bosses in the Axiom Plains, on their second phase, like this Scarab, he gets the shell on him on his second phase. And basically, while he has the shell on him, you do realistically very minimal skill damage. So you almost have to switch out to your last dagger and break this shell. You can kill him with skills, but it's just going to take you a while. So like a lot of the enemies on the Axiom Plains get some type of armor, and you need to remove that armor to really do any damage to them. So even if you're playing like a skill Descendant, you're still going to want like last dagger or whatever you prefer to burn this out to break that off. I had early access, Desperado. What up, Panda? Didn't do that ice bitch, so hopefully it's better. It's the non...
Well, hello there.
Thanks.
Because I didn't get to do the challenge mode. We just did the regular mode. And I think the regular mode, as long as you pay attention to the mechanics, you should be fine. It's definitely more of a weapon Descendant, though, or weapon boss, because it's in the air, so you just gotta keep that in mind. Yo, thank you for the follow. We do keep it anonymous. If you're hanging out, chilling, relaxing, I appreciate you. Speak up to me in the community. I'm thanks for follow. Are the mini bosses actually fun? Define fun. Because I think like for most of us, we're just going to burn them out so fast they don't even matter. And you can realistically ignore them 90% of the time. Like the mini bosses, like this one here. Hold on, where was it? Like there was a mini boss that showed up. Let's see if I can find it again. Where was it? It's like this. That's a mini boss. So basically, that's one of the 3 new mini bosses. And hold on, let's get to it. All right, so this guy right here, basically, for OP players, these guys are going to be a joke. If you're a new player, these guys are going to fuck your life up. He has a skill that'll turn off all of your skills. He puts a giant fucking poison orb around him that you can't shoot through and you got to go into to damage. And a bunch of other shit. No, the trigger mods are not Descendant specific, but they do synergize with specific Descendants. So in order to get the effect, you need to use skills that match what the trigger mod says you need to have on your skill in order to get the effects. So while they're not... What up, Eve? Hey! So while they're not technically like character specific, they only work on certain characters because they only have certain... Because only certain characters have skills with the right designation. But you can put them on anybody you want. I don't know if that answered your question. That was a lot of fucking words. But so for this guy right here, like these are going to be a lot harder for newer players, but there's like a couple. What up, Boston? There's definitely, what you doing, brother? So yeah, it's just going to depend. Like there are a lot of times where I completely ignore these guys. There's a lot of fights where I completely ignore the bonus boss because like he does drop items that are like, you know, worth picking up or whatever. But for the most part, I just completely fucking ignore them. And you can, but you'll see like, I'll start doing damage to him. I'm not aimed at him, so you can't see his HP. But then once he puts that shield up, see how he's like, he's immune. He's not taking damage. Just enjoying your day off. What are you doing with your day off? That toe trigger mod could actually be insane on, as long as you're popping your skills frequently, right? Yo, thank you for the follow. We do keep anonymous, right? Foaming at your mouth, foaming at the mouth. So my Valby video is 2 different builds. One is this build, which is like a really big skill damage build. And the other one, she uses water play, which water play is a lot easier to use because it doesn't bounce all over, and this terrain's kind of a pain in the ass. But the downside with the water play one, let me see if I can find it. I don't know if I think I grabbed the wrong video. Yeah, I grabbed the wrong video. But for the water play build, essentially with water play, it's just nice, right? Because you don't have to worry about where you're aiming. It just kind of like functions properly. Do some organizing, throwing out some stuff. What have you been gaming on, Boston? Every time I see you over in Kalo's chat, you guys are just doing like horror games. Trigger mods can be reused, Ecto. Sorry about that. You can slot and unslot trigger mods as much as you want. They are nothing like mutated cells. Is Ultimate Blair going to be good with his update? Honestly, Mustard, the biggest issue I had during the demo was that I couldn't actually put trigger mods in every Descendant, so I couldn't go in and try them. I'll have my trigger mod video out tomorrow. And in that video, I will go over each one of the trigger mods. And in those, it will explain sort of what they do. And you'll be able to look at that and mentally determine if you think it's going to synergize with your builds, right? used to use water play for Valby and VEP. I think having a Valby is going to be really fun in Purge if you want to, just because she's going to be able to tow. To learn Sons of the Forest, dude, some Destiny 2. Destiny 2 is on my list. I'm just waiting for that. I'm waiting for people that play it to tell me it's not fucked up anymore. 2 Valbys and Luna were melting. Oh yeah. Inez is still going to be the strongest skill farming descendant. She's going to be the fastest, Polo. Just because of the way that these maps are set up, her with unlimited, basically unlimited 4, she's just going to lock down zones and spawn kill everything. So she is still by far going to be the fastest because of the way they set these zones up. But somebody like an EC Bunny, as long as you can see, I've got my EC up pretty regularly. So between the purple, like the pink swords that are coming out from the trigger mod, your 3, and then you being able to pop your EC like every couple seconds, Bunny's actually really fun out here, and she does really, really good work, really fucking great. But the only issue is like Inez just does it faster. You see what I mean? That's the only issue, is that Inez just does it faster, but Bunny is very, very viable with trigger mods and the new the new zone. Imagine having to farm trigger mods like spoil boxes. Basically is exactly what you have to do. The trigger mods come in a box, a spoils box, and then that spoils box gives you a random trigger mod. You don't even get to pick. One question, easy mode like now, or did they add something, change it? It's like normal and hard mode. So it's just like Sigma where you click on it and it's got like normal and hard mode. Is Toad good or something? You can put it on a lot of different descendants parallel. That's why it's good, is because you can just put it on other descendants. So it's not only Lepic that does it anymore. That's horrible. RNG spoil boxes. Yeah, they're definitely RNG, but interested in trying the new DLC? Dude, I can't wait to try it, Boston. It's on my list. Explain how tow works. So basically, I'll give you the TLDR on tow. Actually, I'll just do this. Why give you the TLDR, right? I'll show you guys. Only because I like you guys. So this is only because I fucking like you guys, okay?
All right, guys. So
don't tell anybody.
Mods,
basically, I just like you guys.
3. Now, unlike a normal mod, these actually have some unique interactions.
So you're getting a sneak peek of my video for tomorrow, right?
Them is currently in the Axiom.
Only because I fucking like you guys.
We're gonna go over what all these mods do. After the 3rd stack, it will create an amorphous.
Only because I like you guys.
After the 3rd stack, it will.
Judge, stop doing shit so fast. Okay. So basically, what's gonna happen? All right. So here's essentially what the mod does, right? It's called Power Beyond. So if you're playing if you have this equipped and you're playing a character, right? And you're playing a character that does a global dot or a ground dot type skill, you're gonna get Void Recharge. I'll explain what that is here in a second. But hitting an enemy, or it grants Void Recharge. Hitting an enemy while Void Recharge is at max stacks. Creates an amorphous phenomenon, okay? So doing these is going to give you stacks. Once your stack hits 3, an amorphous phenomenon spawns on the ground. That's basically what's causing that tow effect. And it's going to remove all your stacks. When that happens, it's going to inflict tow, which is going to suck everything together and lift it up in the air for a couple seconds. And it's going to reduce the enemy's attack by a percentage of the skill range boost ratio, so that's on your character. And I think this gets increased down here. This has a range on it. So basically what tow is going to do is it is going to group the enemies up, lift them up in the air, which is going to stop them from attacking you, and it's going to make them deselect you. So you can use something like Dangerous Ambush, right? Because Dangerous Ambush only works if things aren't targeting you, and this will break things from targeting you. And then on top of that, you actually reduce their attack. And I think the attack reduction lasts for like 10 seconds. Right? So this is actually a pretty solid mod. You can use the Slayer set. It didn't seem to synergize, but I think it was just broken. It should also activate the second effect of DA. Absolutely, Synity. So this is actually a really strong mod. So the big issue, it still works with her poison. The biggest issue I had with Freyna, because I used this on Freyna. The biggest issue I had with Freyna, here, let me do this. The biggest issue I had with Freyna is the biggest issue I had with Freyna, like say this is the map, okay? And say you're right here and you poison somebody here, you poison somebody here, and then you throw your third poison here. There seemed to be a bug, okay, where when I threw my third poison out here, as soon as I threw the skill, say somebody over here took dot damage, for whatever reason, even though I expected the toe effect to happen here, it would happen back here where this person took damage. So it seemed that even though I threw the skill here, that the damage proc here caused the toe to happen up here instead of where I intended it to. It was really fucking weird, and it does still work on Freyna, at least during the demo test, but it was not very predictable. Because at least with Valby and her water, you can kind of concentrate her water into one spot, right? Because even if you're throwing water like all around you, you at least know your water's going to be here. But with Freyna, your fucking poison can spread like all the way over here behind a wall. And then your toe effect is happening back here. So that was the biggest issue I had with that when it came to Freyna. Hopefully that makes sense. What up, Sanity, mate? Did you get all the info? Did like somebody send you all the info, Sanity, from like the trigger mods and stuff? That was the biggest issue I had, honestly, with that mod. Like that was by far the biggest issue I had with that mod. Other than that, I thought it was really good. But on somebody like Freyna, it could be kind of rough. So maybe it works better on Freyna's 1. I was running her no red mod. Honestly, the build that I was using during the demo was a no red mod build because it stacks up your poison. So because you can tow and you can stack, to me it made more sense to just tow everything and just constantly stack damage on it. Right? Like in theory, because like using no red mod Freyna allows you to stack up poison stacks versus contagion, right? Like contagion, you don't quite get to stack up poison stacks the same way, but it spreads.
Thanks for the follow.
So, yo, thank you guys for the follows. We do keep anonymous, so we're just hanging out, chilling, relaxing. So I literally just ran this with Bunny, and now you can see what it looks like with Inez. But you can see how much, like, it's just so much easier with Inez. And then once I get everything up and running, look, I completely, like, when you're strong, you can completely ignore this mechanic. Like this whole mechanic up here, you can completely ignore it. Mainly just did did you check out the latest video? I have another one where I have his exact health, like when I killed him. I don't know if anybody else showed his health. I'd have to look at my other videos. I can do that after stream. He was like 6 point something billion HP. He wasn't 15 bill, he's like 6 bill, but he has that buff that you see in the corner, like in his upper like corner or whatever. And I think something about that buff is like just a pure DR. So for Inez personally, I still like Time of the Hunting Hounds. I know I'm a little bit old school on that, but I personally like Time of the Hunting Hounds. But I know a lot of people just like her no red mod. I just like all of her skills being tech, and especially with this build because I'm running the Bravery set, I am giving up some damage from the Bravery set. So I want to be able to have her one be able to do tech damage as well, right? What up, Anthony? How you doing, baby? Mojo, I did not look at any of the skin prices, mate. I'm sorry. That was like so low. Like, unfortunately for me, like skins and shit just weren't very high on my priority list. But yeah, one thing I realized about these breach creatures is if you're doing enough damage, you can absolutely just ignore breaking anything. You just out damage everything if you have like a halfway decent build. And you can see I don't even bother shooting down the ships. I know you can do it with the new rocket launcher, but I couldn't even be bothered to fucking use the new rocket launcher, right? I was just like, fuck it. The shit's gonna hit the ground. It's never gonna get to me. So what are they gonna give to your Ajax? They're gonna give you a trigger mod. They're gonna give you a trigger mod for your Ajax called well, here, I'll show it to you. Things looking good for season 3. I think it's gonna be fun. I mean, I think if you're already enjoying the game, right? I think if you're already enjoying the game, that you're going to be happy. But I think if you're somebody that's like been kind of burnt out, you're not going to be super excited. It doesn't matter at a high enough level, David. Like, I think if you're a new player, you're going to feel like the Axiom planes, like I didn't use any of the pre-builds. Like they gave us builds to use and then, or we could just make our own character. All of the builds they gave us fucking sucked dick. So if you used the builds they gave you, which is like what they expect a general player to use, Axiom planes is going to feel fucking terrible. It's going to feel challenging, right? Especially just because of the sheer amount of enemies you see. But if you have good builds, you can kind of trivialize it and it feels kind of fun because you're like evaporating hundreds of enemies at a time. So here's the battering ram trigger mod.
Trigger mod that you can use on people like Kyle, Ajax, SMO.
So I'll show you this mod, but it was broken. So basically, dealing damage to an enemy with a clash type skill causes an earthquake that deals damage proportional to the caster's defense and inflicts stun. So defense damage increase. So you can see it's got some pretty decent stats on it. And this is only a purple version, so you can get a gold one with a higher skill ceiling, or like a higher ceiling. And then like this stuff didn't work, right? Like we talked about it before, like this basic, like how this gives you cooldown. None of this worked during the demo, so I didn't talk about it on the video because it didn't work. So I didn't want to say that it worked. You see what I mean? I didn't want to lie to people. But so, but this right here, basically, like I'll show you what it does, but it was bugged as fuck. Because the idea behind it's super cool, but
defense and inflict stun. Now I tried to mess with this during the creator.
Now you'll see it here in a second because I'll show it. Now watch. What up, Cheryl? So what ends up happening is like watch off into the distance.
As you can see here, when I use the skill and it hits the enemies, it puts the explosion a pretty good ways away.
See what I mean? So it's bugged. So once it actually hits under them, we'll be able to see like how well it actually does. But I think that you're going to play this and Battlefield Beta on the same day. Dude, I really wish I could play Battlefield's beta. So it's actually bugged. I'm assuming they're going to have that fixed during the actual launch of the game. It was that same way no matter who I used it on. It was always about 15 meters ahead of you.
And it hits the enemy.
And maybe it does do damage, but it's just like so far out that I couldn't really like pay attention to the amount of damage it did. I didn't look for new enemy types. The only thing I did in here was like the basic ones and some Colossus. But I think that this could be a nice way to add more damage to like somebody like this, but I just don't know that it's going to be enough, right? To like make them meta. Dentist appointment? Fuck that. But yeah, hopefully that helps. They just give a start for those that don't have time to watch YouTube. What do you mean? What do you mean, Drummy? What up, RTS? But yeah, I think that I had fun playing it. I actually did. I had fun playing the demo. I think that it's going to be a good time. Again, I just think that if you're already burnt out on the game, then you're going to be like, this isn't enough, this isn't good enough, blah blah blah. But I think if you're like somebody who just enjoys the First Descendant, this is more First Descendant. It's a little bit different, and the trigger mods and a couple other things are going to give you a little bit more build crafting. And because you don't have to just only use the most meta shit out here, you'll be able to come up with some fun stuff. The 2B kind of slaps on Inez. Yeah, I have a couple of them that I put on, but I mean, I think they did a good job with it, right? So I think they did a pretty good job with it. Like, so this time here, this was a random, see this right here? I don't know if you can see it. This is one of the rare items that you need. And I got a very lucky, this was like a lucky drop, right? This was a lucky drop. Normally you get about 16 of them. So this actually gave me 106. So this was a lucky drop. It seemed like you could put it on everybody. The skin looks so good when you use her 3. Yeah. Just trying to like leave some footage up for you guys, you know? Just trying to like leave footage up for you guys. It was like a lucky drop. Yeah, like it was, yeah, essentially I got a few of them, which was nice, right? It was nice to be able to just get a bulk amount of them in one shot, which was very helpful. Season 3 should be Thursday. Yeah, Tampa. It should be Thursday. It's almost time, dude. It's going to be here so soon. If you even say that you enjoy the game, most people get mad. I mean, honestly, this is a group of people who enjoy the game, or why would they be here, right? But there's definitely a group of people who enjoy the game, and there are some people who are like actively burnt out or burning out. What up, Yuki? I think this one, I completely ignore the Scarab fight. I can't remember if I actually ignore, or not the Scarab, but like the mini boss. I think I completely ignore it this entire fight. You're burnt out and still excited? Yeah, I think, if you are excited for Season 3 and you're looking for something new to play, you're going to have a lot of fun. If you come into this with an open mind and you're like, guys, I just want to have fun with the game, right? Like, I just want to get in. I want to try some new missions. I want to farm for some trigger mods. I want to farm for Nell. I'm ready to look up some of my favorite YouTubers and see the builds they're using, and then see if I can swap out some trigger mods or try some new component sets. And I just want to have fun, because I don't have to be the biggest dick in the room to get laid anymore, right? You can be like an average fucking gamer and still walk around and slay. So I think that a lot of people will have fun, and those people who just enjoy having a big dick can use that on something like the Wall Crasher or Storm Chaser to just like show how big they are. You know what I mean? Do I think it's enough and tell them? I think it's a good start. Did this save my game? No, I lost all of this. You play a lot of games, you'll definitely enjoy Season 3. I mean, I hope you guys do. Who's my favorite content creator? I mean, Asmon, obviously. Well, he's my favorite, like, he's probably my favorite Twitch streamer. I really like fucking Neebs and shit, but always just that BD. Yeah. People at Burnout need to take a break. Other games, love First Descendant, get you what you need. Yeah, I think that if you're enjoying the game, I think that in order for me to say it was enough, if you wanted me to say, like, if somebody's like, is this enough? No, because it doesn't have an end game that I want, right? Like, it's close. Yeah, Roach King, the motherfuckers be roaching out on him all the time. You're my favorite content creator. Love you, Rusty. Is the bike there a reason to get a better one? The Orca bike has better steering, and the red bike has better acceleration. The starter bike definitely doesn't have the same top end stats. You want more First Descendant? If you like First Descendant, this is more First Descendant. The only thing that I wish is it had a better end game. I'm your favorite OF. I do what I can for you, dear. Thank you, Anthony. Yeah, I personally, I think if you enjoy the game, then you're going to have... Do bikes give MR? Couldn't even tell you, Skippy, because we had them fully maxed out. So when I started the character... So you guys, this is going to be something really funny, and you guys are going to laugh, okay? So just don't laugh at me too hard, okay? So when I first booted in to the demo, it started you out as MR1. I completely forgot that until you level your MR up a little bit, you only get 8 mod slots, not 10. So when I booted into the game and I was a brand new MR, I didn't think about the MR, and I went to put builds on, and I was like, holy fuck, they did it. They just made the game harder. This is why they didn't care about the power creep, is because they were going to remove mods and make it more in line with Warframe. And I was freaking the fuck out. I was like, dude, this is like, I'm going to actually have to think about what mods I want to put on my build, and like, do I want fucking like faster cooldown, or what do I was like sitting there for probably like 20 minutes. I was like, what the fuck am I going to do? And then I was like, wait a minute. I was like, something's not fucking right. And then I was like, I went and like did my MR a couple times. And I was like, oh, okay, I can put 10 mods on. Like, I'm not fucking worried about it anymore. And just like, was like, oh, okay, this isn't a big deal. But bro, you have no idea how much I was freaking out, because I was like, this is huge. Because in my mind, I was like, holy shit. Dude, I had no idea, David. I completely forgot. So I was just like, holy shit. They literally just fucked every build in the game. No YouTube video is good. Nothing is fucking good. Everybody's going to have to refigure out the entire game. The difficulty just went up. Like, everything's going to be more challenging. I was like, dude, they did it. They fucking did it. I was like so excited. And then obviously I got in and I was like, oh, okay. How'd you increase the MR? I had enough XP on me to get to MR 23. We just had enough to do it. But yeah, dude, I was like, holy fuck. Like, I was freaking out, guys. What the fuck was there to be excited about? Like, to me, that was exciting as fuck. Because I thought they were like rebalancing the game that way. Excited for the pain of the grind. I just thought they were rebalancing the game. Z, thank you for banging me, mate. Yeah, I was like, dude, they're rebalancing the game. Making the game lame, not hard, is exciting. What about what I just said made the game lame, Sky? Thinking that they took 2 mods away from people is making the game lame? Like making you have to pay attention to your build and build diversity and what you're going to build into to make the content more challenging? Agree to disagree, mate. How will Lepic and his Sucknades fare? You're gonna, Remy, you're just gonna play Valby instead. You think if they remove 2 mod slots it would balance the game? I think it would make you have to make hard decisions, Sonic. Because you would have to decide if you were going to run damage or if you were going to run cooldown or if you were going to run duration, right? Because like right now you can run everything. So you don't have to make a decision, right? So you would basically lose either a shitload of damage or a shitload of cooldown. I think it would definitely change. It would change the dynamics. Of course, cooldown over damage. Yeah, it's just going to depend. But at the end of the day, there are going to be a lot of things. And then with the new trigger mods and some of the cooldowns, and so it was just, to me, it was interesting. Damage has no point if you can't use the skill. That's why I said it just depends. So it was interesting for me. It was definitely interesting for me. I thought it was fun. So it was a funny moment for me. Might not be as funny for you guys, but it was funny for me. So, do you think there'll be a patch notes that you don't know about? They're gonna patch some stuff because there's a bunch of shit that just didn't work. Right? Like there was just a bunch of shit that didn't work right. And they've already said they're gonna patch a bunch of it. But from what I can tell, I don't expect them to change any of like the health pools or anything like that. There were quite a few of us. I don't want to say there were quite a few of us. There were several of us that like got in to do the demo. Why'd I use ACG on this boss? For almost a 2x multi-hit. Because it's all about your 4 and doing 4 damage. So because I could get almost a 2x multiplier on my multi-hit rate, that meant I was getting 3 procs on my 4, right? And 3 procs on your 4 is going to do more damage than anything else because Serena's 4 damage scales through the fucking roof. You guys will see. I'm telling you, my videos are going to make this shit look much, much easier than it is. What's it weak to? Toxic. Hope they caught most of this stuff. They should have. Like quite a few people left feedback on what they thought, what was wrong, what was broken. I'll probably send my email when I get off work today because they should be waking up. So they'll be able to review what I have to say as well. Yeah, he's weak to toxic. So, did you post your video on the First Descendant Discord? No, I didn't post anything on the First Descendant Discord. You can post it over there if you want. I've got people already hating on me, so the last thing I need is more fucking people getting mad at me, getting their feelings fucking hurt, getting butt hurt, getting jealous. Like, there's been a couple people that got really fucking salty about me over the past like day or so. What do those purple things do? So the big purple orbs on the ground, see how he's charging up that red thing? That attack can one-shot you. So, hold on, he didn't do it that time. Math bugs you? How are you getting numbers like that? What do you mean? Just like these insane damage? Not just skill builds out. Just build outs. But basically he does red attacks, and those blue orbs negate the red attack. Effectively. And then, like, the red orbs shouldn't be able to go through there either. That one's bugged for whatever reason. But yeah, if you watch the video, and the Storm Chaser or the Storm Hanger video comes out like tomorrow, where I explain all the mechanics. But effectively, he does this charge up, and this attack can one-shot you if you're not in these orbs. So if you're in the orbs, you still take damage, but it won't really like one-shot you. Yeah, and then that blue, so basically he has 2 phases. He has what I call a blue phase and a red phase. His blue phase, he does basically no damage to you, and he doesn't have any really hard, scary attacks. After you do a bunch of damage to him, he goes into the red phase, and you can see all of his attacks turn red. So when he's in the red phase, he's really fucking lethal. And the best thing that we could figure out was that those blue orbs give you some type of buff. We don't know exactly what it is, but the best thing I could figure out was that if you pick those up and you do damage to him, eventually after you do enough damage, you pull him out of the red phase. You can kill him without picking those up, but if you do pick those up, you can pull him out of the red phase and make him much, much less lethal. Now, one of the biggest issues is they don't stack, and you have to wait until the cooldown is over before you can pick another one up. Like, you can't refresh it. So when I was editing the video, I realized that it's actually 2 different symbols, and you'll see it in the video. But effectively, when you pick them up, you get like this, you get like a battery that's like rotated like 45 degrees. And then when you jump up in the air and use a skill, the battery turns to be like vertical and has like electric charges coming out of it. And it lasts for like 10 or 15 seconds. But it changes that symbol. And I think if you do damage during that time frame, you increase some sort of hidden timer on him, or like increase some sort of like hidden count on him that pulls him out of this phase. Unfortunately, until data miners can look at it, we really don't know, because the game doesn't let you hover over things and figure out exactly what they say. So it's kind of challenging, but I did this fight numerous fucking times, and what I noticed was he was much harder if I didn't pick those up. And if I didn't pick those up, once he went into the red phase, I could never get him out of the red phase. But if I pick those up, you'll see here in a second, I'll pull him out of the red phase and he'll go back to the blue phase, and then I just burn him. Yeah, so you can see like the color of the arena changed, everything else, and then now I don't have to run from him or anything. I basically just sit here and beat him up, because like he can't hurt you now. Well, they definitely need to make it more readable. Like, it's too cluttered. You have no idea what all the effects do. It's just an absolute mess, like their HUD. But see how the balls turn back to being blue? Like, the balls turn back to being blue. He doesn't have any like really big scary attacks. I think if you turn off your damage numbers, you could probably hit his weak spots easier, which would make you do a shitload more damage, especially with this gun. Does he not have a normal frenzy mechanic that causes the red? I literally could not figure out what his frenzy mechanic did. I could not figure it out. Because you can see right here, like, watch. Like, we go fully through a frenzy bar. What gun? Albion. But see, and then like his bar just stopped. Like, it just stopped for whatever reason. He just stopped being frenzied. And then like, I think once I do enough damage to him here, he just fucking goes into the red phase. Look, like, no frenzy bar, no nothing. He just like goes into the red phase. And then there were numerous times during the fight where I would like fill up the frenzy bar, like nothing would happen. Like, now he shows he's frenzied. Like, it just, and maybe it was some sort of visual bug with what was happening. I don't know. Maybe I didn't hit tab. I don't know what the fucking issue was. But essentially, I could not ever really tell what effect this had on the fight whatsoever. It never really seemed to have a major effect. It was just kind of like a thing that happened. It's kind of the same with like the wall crasher. Like, it didn't really seem to affect the wall crasher's fight at all. Like, maybe it did, but the big issue too to remember, Abe, is like, we only had so much time, so I could only do these fights. You know what I mean? Like, I could only do this fight like 5 or 6 or 7 times once I figured it out, to ensure that like what was working and stuff like that. And then after that, I basically had to put it down and move on, because it was like, okay, I figured out the storm hanger, let's go to the next thing. Okay, we figured this out, let's go to the next thing. Okay, we figured this out, let's go get these fucking trigger mods, let's go get whatever. So it was like constantly. No, I did the wall crasher solo. I soloed the wall crasher. But it was just like, do it and move on, do it and move on, do it and move on. You know what I mean? Because I was like, I got to figure this out. Because I want to give you guys as much info as I could. Looks like you could use Keelan. I mean, he would be weak to Keelan, right? But everything we checked, like, I didn't see that breaking his weak points gave you skill power. Like, there was nothing I saw that gave you skill power like the other Abyss Colossus had in the past. So I don't know if it would work. Yeah, and that's like part of my feedback. to the developers on this is I really actually like this fight. I like this fight. I like that it's a little bit dynamic. I like that there are, at least for right now, like once we all get in and we do it 100 times and we figure out like the proper, you know, we might get it down to being like 30-second minute fight or whatever. Right now I like how dynamic it is, but the biggest issue is we're used to killing Abyss Colossus in like 5 seconds or less, right? And being able to like speed farm hundreds of tokens. So now doing something that we've all been able to do previously for like a year, now taking longer is going to feel kind of bad. So hopefully they come up with a way to make the rewards feel better, because as it stands now, if this fight takes a couple minutes every time, like it's fun and dynamic and I think people will like it, but it's going to be really rough for some people who are used to doing things in 1 second or less, right? Yeah, his frenzy bar is just really weird. No, the best way to take it out, Logic's Jaber. Maybe Jaber's good now. Once you figure out the mechanic, it'll be a breeze. Throw a data mine. Yeah, I think that the biggest thing is that blue ball. But once you figure out whatever the mechanic is, it's not going to change. Like the build is still going to be good. Like, so the video I'm putting out, the build is still going to be good. All the like what is working, what isn't working is still going to be good. So I mean, like the only thing that's going to change is like one little piece, but seems like you won't be getting all the skins. I don't know. Maybe they speed it up, you know, maybe to Hunt's point, like in 3 days, once everybody data mines it and they're like, oh yeah, all you have to do is X. And then, you know, you can burn him out in 30 seconds or whatever. In my mind, I think I could have probably sped the fight up. I could have probably beat him in like 2 minutes, 2 or 3 minutes maybe, if I would have like hit all the points that I thought I did. When does the game go offline? I don't know exactly when the game goes offline. Wednesday, I think. Tomorrow. But I mean, I still think I could probably get this time down like another minute and a half if I didn't fuck up. But there could be some mechanic. Like we checked everything though. Like, well, I don't want to say we checked everything, but we checked a lot of it. Like we went into the blue orbs and saw if we got skill power damage. We fucking broke fucking pieces to see if we got skill power damage. We fucking went into the orbs to see if we got weapon damage. We picked up those blue orbs to see if we got skill power damage or weapon damage. The only thing I didn't check was after using a skill with those orbs, if we got some sort of bonus. That's the only one that I wish I could go back and check that I can't. But basically I mean like, because we've fought these types of fights before, we knew the basic things to check to see if we got some sort of bonus, and none of the normal basic stuff we did gave us a bonus, right? But yeah, you can definitely see like when he's in the red phase, see this, and then when he's in the blue phase, not there, right? See over here, blue phase, buff not there. Red phase, big green buff. So devs can also add or cut mechanics depending on the tester's feedback. Yeah. So this could be one of those situations where if data miners run this and they don't, you know, they didn't know that there were multiple phases, maybe they won't see what that is. Spongy boss got spongier. I mean, you could look at it like a spongy boss. I mean, I think with Inez, it didn't feel, this boss itself didn't feel like spongy. It was like a couple minute fight. Like I said, I think you can maybe get it down to like a 3 minute fight, like until people know what this actually does. But I think if you ran it for like 3 minutes, I don't necessarily feel like that's a bad fight with Inez, with like trying to duck mechanics and stuff. It wasn't like a plant your feet and hold the trigger down, right? Planting your feet and holding the trigger down was boring as fuck to me. But like having to pay attention, watch for the mechanic, watching for like the red sparks to know to get in the ground, jumping down, getting the blue balls, like it at least made the fight feel dynamic. It just made the fight feel more dynamic, right? And to me, I liked that, but we just need to wait and see how it goes. Can you use skills on the bike? I don't think you could use skills while you're on the bike. I don't recall being able to, but like you couldn't, like, I don't think you could. I'm pretty sure you could use skills and get on the bike, but I don't think you could like actively like proc your one or something while you're on the bike. I don't really care about the bikes. I think they're kind of a gimmick. Unless I specifically need the bike for something dumb, more than likely I'm never even going to use it. Like the Freyna thing, I think you could do the Freyna thing and the bunny thing like you could in the demo, because you can still do that in the demo, right? Like in the current demo build, you can jump in and hop on bunny and proc R3 and then ride around. What gun's currently the best for this for right now? Albion, but that could change once people get in here and data mine and start bringing in teams. But solo for me right now, I thought Albion was like probably the best gun, just because of the multi-hit synergy and the fire rate and the cores that you could put on it and the way that synergized with Serena. Hey, did you ever play Sparrow Racing? Back in the day. So yeah, I think it was a lot of fun. I think if you like First Descendant, then you're gonna be happy. What should you be doing in prep for season 3? What do you want to do in season 3, Bear Force? Like, what's your number one priority? I mean, like, for most people, they're going to want trigger mods. And the main thing for trigger mods is make sure whatever descendants you want to put trigger mods on have 10 catalysts on them. And then outside of that, if you want to be able to, like, farm the wall crasher efficiently, I would say, like, check out the YouTube video I just put out earlier. And maybe just make sure you have an Albion cavalry gun that's, like, built out, very similar to the one that I use in that video, and make sure your Serena's good to go. Other than that, I mean, realistically, I haven't heard anybody say that the new guns are actually good. Most of the people I've seen have said the new guns are mid. So like, I'm not really too worried about getting the new guns. And then for Nell, I mean, have catalyst to be able to put on Nell, but Nell's good. And there's like a couple builds that you're going to see that people do. There's a lot of different builds. Some builds are going to be better than others, and she's okay. So, you know, if you want to build Nell, maybe build Nell. But other than that, it's just prepping to farm trigger mods and get out there and just have fun. Fallen Hope has good multi-hit stats too. Yeah, the only issue with that though, Epic, is just the mag and everything. The mag and the fire rate, right?
I'm cold.
Because from what I remember, like Fallen Hope has not good. It doesn't have good fucking. Yo, what up, Tech? If I remember right, it doesn't have good cores on it, right? Like, as far as I know, it doesn't have good cores on it. Do I have it in my inventory? I must have it in my inventory. Where's it at? Where is it? Divine Punishment. It's this one. Yeah, I mean, it has like, I mean, it's got okay cores on it. You're gonna get 1 fire rate. Maybe you can put 2 fire rate on it. Compared to like an Albion, where you can put like, you know, fire rate and chill on it, or you could go more fire rate if you really wanted to and get rid of the double chill. I went with, you know, that's what we went with during what we were doing. But, you know, you've got more options on here, and then you've got the larger mag and everything with it. So, especially when you're doing something, because the one thing that I think is going to take people the most time to get used to. I'm doing good, Tech, man. What are you doing today? Here's the thing that I think is going to take people the most time to get used to, and it could change once data miners figure things out. But the thing that I think most people are going to have to get used to, especially with something like the wall crasher, is people are going to have to get used to a fight that's not over in 5 seconds. So most people are used to building into burst DPS, like really fast, like burst DPS, like blowing their load in 30, 40 seconds, and then just like being done. And if you have to take a fight that is going to take you minutes, you know, maybe 10 minutes, depending on your team, a build that is built around you, you know, killing something in 30 seconds or less is not going to work the same way in a fight that is prolonged. Right? So the only thing with the Colossus is the balance between blowing up a boss and farming the Anamorphous. You don't want to have to do that later. At least with the new stuff, you don't really have to crack. Like, once you get it, right? So ready for that? You actually want to play the game? It's just different. Builds with stamina are different. Yeah, I mean, like, everything in the game is just about blowing through things. Even, like, the new missions, like, they're just slower. Like, because it's just what it is. Like, even running the fastest missions or running missions like the fastest solo during the demo that I was farming were still like 3 to 4 minutes, right? And we're used to like running a Sigma sector in a minute and a half. We're used to running a fucking Void Erosion Purge in 1 minute. Now, if you're going to run a mission on Axiom and it's going to take you 3.5 to 5 minutes every time, like it feels different, right? Like it just feels different. Or if you have to do a boss, like maybe the Stormhanger is only a 30-second boss once we get it figured out, but I hope it's not. I'd be happy if the Stormhanger is at least a 2-minute boss minimum, right? Like you have to do at least a couple mechanics, and no matter what, it's at least 2 minutes. Like, you know what? I'm okay with that. Like, I'm okay with it being a 1-2 minute boss and not being a fucking 20-minute boss, right? Like, I'm okay with that, or it not being a 2-second boss. And I prefer what I'm doing right now on this boss versus what we had to do for the Ice Maiden challenge mode, which was like roll around and drop mines for 6 minutes. Like that just wasn't, I mean, like it was dynamic, but it was dynamic in a bad way. Now the only real bad side is like the wall crasher. The wall crasher is definitely just going to be sort of like a stand and soak sort of thing. But even still, I'll take that. Yeah, like, yeah, so like at least the good part, Quan, is like most of the stuff, especially on Serena, isn't that lethal. So your big thing is just being able to sustain the fight, being able to have ammo, being able to have being able to have enough ammo in your magazine, being able to refill your ammo, being able to stay in the air, keep putting out DPS. Like those are the things you're building around, and then doing as much damage as possible instead of just like, you know, sacrificing your build for one thing. And a mission blowing up ads and farming, as long as it feels like, you know what I mean? As long as it feels rewarding, maximum, I would much rather spend a couple extra minutes. For a TikTok doom scrolling brain, that'd be bad. Absolutely, Yuki. And not just seeing it die in seconds. Absolutely looking forward to it as the wall crash hangman variant goes. Like I said, Black, this was my experience in the game, right? For like the 30 hours I was in. You got a decent kill on with Nell's ability build, dude. I think that I didn't do that well with Nell. I didn't spend as much time on her. How'd you do with Nell? Like, what was your time on it? But did you have the same kind of experience, Moxie, where you were able to, like, you actually had to spend a little bit of time, do a couple mechanics, and just, it wasn't just a stand there, or did you literally just go in, put your 2, put your 4 on, and just go Burt? Because I've seen some people do some really good shit with Nell. Unfortunately, I just didn't have the time, right? Like, I was just, like, we all had so much shit to focus on. Nah, it was a long fight. Yeah. Did it feel like it was interesting though, right, Moxie? Like it was interesting to see that in the First Descendant. Probably 7-8 minutes. Yeah, that checks. It's like 6 months to design a new Colossus. If this Colossus can't be burnt out in a minute and it takes a minimum of like 2 minutes, 2 to 3 minutes, then I'm okay with it. They'll need to maybe bump the rewards up a little bit. Yeah, personally, I thought the fight was interesting. It wasn't hard, and the mechanics weren't anything crazy, but it was like just enough, you know.
Thanks for the follow.
I'll end up having to play with Moxie and farm some wall crasher kills. Is what we're gonna have to do. Agreed, the rewards are worth it, but the Colossus, I'd rather just blow them up and get the mats, make mechanic bosses separate for farming mats. I get that. To me, as long as the game's fun and interesting and enjoyable, then I'm happy. Miss the days of mechanics. It was nice to like, is this gonna sound bad? Like, I love my data miners, and I love that they can help optimize. But there are also days where like I just absolutely hate the fact that data mining exists, because it's like as soon as it's done, all of the mystery and all of the shit that we used to spend like weeks and months trying to figure out as gamers, like all of that is just gone. Because like as soon as people can data mine, then there's no reason to try to figure things out, right? It's like, well, we'll just wait for the data miners to like tell us what it is, right? And I'm not hating on data miners. I've actually got some really awesome data miners in the community, and I love what they do. And as a content creator, it's fucking absolutely amazing, right? It makes my job 10 times easier. But the downside is everybody's utilizing it, so you almost have to, right, as a content creator. Or else you get told you make bad fucking builds and you're fucking bad and whatever. And it's like, dude, I'm not bad. I'm fucking figuring shit out at my pace. You know what I mean? Yeah, no, I agree, Hunt, because I do think that if you're not going to, like right now, you can't hover over buffs, you can't hover over debuffs, you can't figure things out, and I think because you can't do that, it's a bad thing, right? Compared to like World of Warcraft, where you could do that, right? Like at least in like World of Warcraft, you could do that, right? You could just be like, well, I'm just gonna like, oh, the boss just hit me with a debuff. What the fuck is this? You mouse over it and you're like, holy shit, this is crazy. But like in this game, you can't figure it out. Did you guys fight normal Colossus on Axiom? I did, Fugana. I did. They were stronger than like the hard mode ones, but they were basically the same thing. But yeah, like I said, I don't have any problem with like people data mining, and I think that to Hunt's point, the game design almost dictates a requirement for it, right? Like if I cannot reach up and see what that buff is, then I need somebody to tell me what that buff is.
Well, hello.
Right? That's just piss poor game design. Like that's not, so like I need somebody to tell me what that is because I can't figure it out, right? Like you're just gonna guess at best. So yo, thank you guys for the follows. We do keep anonymous, right? So if you're hanging out, chilling, relaxing, no, I appreciate you. Yeah, I think that I personally think that season 3 is good for the game. I think that I wish they would have released more of the content at once and not drip fed it. I think if you're already enjoying the game, you're gonna be happy with season 3. I have criticisms. We've went over them numerous times. So like me just sitting here like rebeating up the same criticisms isn't really doing anything for anybody. I have criticisms. I have things that I would like to see changed, and that's, I'll send that to the developers and they can do with it what they want, right? Wow, there's Adventure Guide. Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, hopefully they end up doing something with it, but yeah, so all in all, I like it's really bad because I don't the roaming Colossus are not one-shottable. I mean, I'll show you what it looked like. I mean, I didn't try to one-shot it. Like, I didn't try to one-shot the thing, but I was using the same gun I was just using right there, right? See if I can find it. Yeah, here it is. So this is the exact same gun I was just using for that boss fight. Off for like 3 months, came back, getting geared up. I think you'll have a good time. How much caliber? I have no idea, lad. Unfortunately. Tereya! Thank you very much for gifting 6 months worth of subs to Moxie. Thank you for the support. Thank you for supporting me, and thank you for supporting the channel. How you doing this morning? I think if you're just now coming back to the game, you're going to really enjoy the Axiom Plains and sort of like, right, like what's here, the type of content, just like some of the new things that are here, the fact that you can farm regular Colossus and a bunch of other shit. Work's busy, but I have you up all the time. Yeah, I appreciate you, Tereya. I get it. But yeah, this is me using that exact same gun, right? Green buff should do nothing if you saw correctly. It has to do something, right? On the wall crasher, the only thing I can think is that's what here's what I think, Sanity. I don't think it actually does anything. I think that is the buff that changes his attacks. So when he has that buff out, yeah, basically when he has that up, he is effectively in red mode. And I think that, in my view, which you guys will have to data mine it, but I think that when he's in red mode, he basically has a bar that has to be filled up, and you fill that bar up by using those blue orbs and doing damage to him. And when you do that, it adds to the counter, and once the counter reaches a certain number, then he leaves red mode. Right? That's effectively what I think happens. Like that is how I think the mechanic works based on what I've been able to see from playing it. I'd be curious though. I've enjoyed Sigma, Arche, Alte, all good additions for you. Yeah, if you guys are brand new, I think you're gonna have a lot of fun with it. But yeah, I think that's basically what it does. So in my mind, that would make the most sense. But yeah, because then it would meet in with his like mechanics or whatever. So, but yeah, they definitely like the field Colossus definitely take a little bit more time. I know you guys are probably getting tired. I think you guys are probably getting tired of watching like the same wall crasher and the same fucking like whatever like videos on loop in the background, but I figure I put this shit on the background while we talk about it. So yeah, I think right now the biggest thing I'm looking forward to is getting in and farming the wall crasher with the community and like hanging out, getting people like their trigger mods, helping people farm trigger mods for, you know, the first couple times. Personally, I think that the very first day, I'm probably going to group up with people that I know. Like, I want to group up with, like, certain community members and shit and just farm hard that first day. And then afterwards, like, once we've got everything up and running, I'll be able to, like, bring in community members, like, just randomly bring in people who need to get kills and stuff. So, that's kind of what I want to do. Because that first day, I want to make sure that I'm farming the wall crasher on fucking repeat. Like, every hour, I want to be in there and get, like, 4 trigger mods per hour. Like, bam, 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 bam. I want to farm, like, the operational missions. What's the trigger mods? There are 9 different ones. I'll give you what I can say, Logic, is tomorrow I'll have a YouTube video out where I go through each individual trigger mod and what they do. What they do and everything else. I won't have to get a scrub. All monster will end up carrying everybody. I think as long as I have a couple people, like as long as like a couple of like, you know, friends and community members have their Serena and shit built out, we should be able to farm the wall crasher pretty quick. Because I mean, if it took me 16 minutes by myself, if there's 4 fucking Serenas, right? That means it should take us 4 minutes, and then anybody else's damage is just going to be bonus damage. So, like, at best, we'll be able to clear the wall crasher, like, 3 minutes a run or some shit. So, we'll just have to wait and see. We'll see who all's around. We'll see who all we got. Sent you about the buff in DC. You can check later. All right, mate. I appreciate you, brother. I'll have to read through it. Yeah, I'll have to read through it because that's all in like functions and stuff. You saying you can speedrun this? I mean, I think if you get the right team, you can speedrun it, right? Well, I think you'll be carrying. I think you'll be carrying people. No, it shouldn't scale at all, Abe. His HP should be what his HP is. Before you guys are like, dude, this is fucking a joke. Like, this is so easy. Like, I can't believe they made it this easy. I promise that he is not as easy as he looks, and he takes a shitload of damage, way more than you think he does. Like, I wish Moxie was still here, because Moxie could attest to it. Because Moxie could be like, yeah, dude, I went in there and he is not a fucking joke. But yeah, dude, anybody that's been in here will tell you the same thing. They'll be like, dude, he's absolutely not a joke. He's fucking tough. Like, he looks easy, but he's tough. New components are advanced science. Dude, the new components are going to be fun for certain things. I think they're going to be fun for certain builds. He shouldn't go down easy. Yeah, I just think people will be surprised I think people will be surprised at how much damage he's taken. He might be this tough soul. What about 8 Serenas? So this is what I'll tell you. Basically, one of the people that I was in the test with, we were talking about it, and they ran the math. And they said, hey, running the math right now, if everybody has like the perfect builds, assuming that everybody's using like Serenas, right? And you're not pairing up because you can't bring in 8 people. They were like, at the absolute best, it's going to be around 2 minutes to kill this with 8 people with perfect builds. Based on the amount of damage he takes. So that's if you have 8 people that have really fucking good builds. Now, if you don't have 8 people with really good builds, it's going to take much longer. I wish I would have ported over my video where I came in here and did this with the last dagger. You doubt that from what you've seen though? I mean, you can watch my video and see exactly what build I have, Synity. You think you'll kill him way quicker? With eight Serenas, no buffers. You think you're going to kill him even faster? Yo, thank you, Foon. So you think that there was still more optimizations I could have made to my build? Because, I mean, a lot of it is just doing it. Like, a lot of it is just maintaining the damage. Because you have to figure in time to go down, time to re-get MP. Just for party play, yeah. Because I think the hardest part is, like, you have to factor in human error. So, like, if you accidentally use a singular skill and then your 4 goes on cooldown extra long, or if you forget to manage your ammo and now you're out of fucking ammo, or like right now it's much more easy to maintain my MP because I'm the only person here, so I'm the only person going down and killing the ads for MP and using MP collector. But if other people were killing ads for MP and MP collector, you know what I mean, I might not get as much MP back and it might be a little bit more tough. Calculated with the obvious buff compared to the buff you're running solo.
Hello there.
That makes sense.
Thanks for the follow.
I know you were talking about it. It's a bit higher up, yeah. And I mean, maybe with a good build, like maybe with a good build. Yeah, thank you guys for the follows, by the way. I think maybe with a good build, right? And like a good teammate, it could be easier,
Thanks
but
for the follow.
it wasn't in the game when we were looking Swift. Like none of that was in the game. Thank you guys for the follows. We do keep them anonymous. So if you're just hanging out, chilling, relaxing, I appreciate you. And speak up and get to know me in the community. I'm getting to know you. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, there was a bunch of stuff that wasn't in the game because it comes later.
Thanks for the follow.
I'll be curious, like, I'll be curious what he looks like once the servers go live and we can actually bring people in, right? So, Cindy, if you watched my video and you, like, looked at all my shit, like, how, I mean, like, my build wasn't scuffed, right? Like, my gun build and shit wasn't scuffed. Like, it was, I mean, I'm pretty sure it was a pretty decent build. I mean, the main thing carrying the build, honestly, was all that extra fucking, all the extra multi-hit chance that you got from the gold mod, right? Like getting that 50% multi-hit chance from the mod and 50% multi-hit chance from being in the air, and then the base multi-hit chance on the fucking weapon. Like, we were really, I mean, you can see all the hit markers on the screen. Like, we were fucking just pelting this dude with damage the whole time. And then I used the tree that I used, which did like sacrifice a little bit of weapon damage, but I didn't really worry about the weapon damage. I wanted the HP and I wanted the skill cost reduction because you need to be able to stay in the air to do damage, right? So like the build I went with felt really pretty optimized. Like maybe there was like some minor tweaks, but I honestly think a longer fight, like because I was doing it solo, a longer fight is more about endurance and playing the build properly long term. Because you just have to have the endurance to play it properly, right? What is the weakness? From what I understand, he has no weakness. So, like, maybe I could have. Also depend on what you had access to, yeah. I mean, maybe I could take off some of the chill. Like, you think we just take off some of the chill on the build? I don't know. Since, like, he's not actually, like, weak to chill, maybe I could put, like, multi-hit and just really go heavy. Just go even heavier, like for the extra, right? Like, so for the extra slot where I put, chill damage on, I could maybe rip that off and put, multi-hit chance. We didn't really have multi-hit cores, so I couldn't test it. But I could have maybe put multi-hit cores on and just tried to use like multi-hit cores to increase my multi-hit chance and just went heavier into that. Since like the chill damage doesn't, I mean, like it's not really stacking on him. Issue is just big health bag. See, that's what I mean. So Moxie, if you're here for a second, like the video like of me killing him makes him look a lot easier than he was, right? Like he actually takes a shitload of fucking damage, right? I do wish the fight was more dynamic. I just understand that they had to be careful because 8 people like uncoordinated would fucking trip over each other's dick. So I definitely wish there was like a little bit more to it, but yeah, if Moxie's here, he can tell you like this fight, you know, I'm like chewing through his health, but he's fucking, he's a little bit more tanky than you might think. He's just a little bit more tanky than you might actually think. So, that's probably the biggest thing. The other thing too that I noticed, like I was expecting him to change like in a rage, but it felt like the same. Yeah. Oh yeah, it was basically the same thing the whole time, right, Moxie? With 8 uncoordinated people, it could be a disaster. Yeah. here's why. In the earlier stages of this fight, I actually died quite a bit because I didn't like those purple orbs around the map. I never shot them out because I didn't need to. But while you're like hovering your height, I would forget that I could accidentally hover too low and my fucking feet would dangle in there and I would start taking fucking damage. And I would be like, oh, it's just like a little bit of damage, like not paying attention. And next thing you know, it would just like fucking evaporate my health because I would get hit by him and a bunch of other things. So, but yeah, he's got a lot of fucking health, man. Like he's just got a lot of fucking health. So I'm excited to, like I said, I'm excited to farm him. I'm excited to try some other stuff out. Like maybe I'll make another, maybe that's what I'll do like today and tomorrow is make another Albion cavalry gun if I have the shit for, I don't think I have the shit for it, but maybe on my other one, like I'll put, you know what I mean? I'll put like extra multi-hit on it, or I think somebody has a calculator that I can use. So maybe I could put multi-hit on it. Luna and 7 Serenas. The problem right there going to be fresh is that I don't think you're going to be able to queue in with 8 people. I think at most you're going to be able to queue in with 4. You can have one with the reward box. Completely forgot about that. I actually have like 3 reward boxes. I could use one for that. What's the reward for killing him? 4 trigger mod boxes, which is actually pretty good. 4 trigger mod boxes is actually a pretty decent reward as long as you can kill him fast enough. Like for like 16 minutes, that's not a really good reward. But if you can get it down to a reasonable time with a handful of people, 4 trigger mod boxes is actually a pretty decent reward. You have to fully, yeah. Well, that's going to be the big issue is just queuing. Like, I think that you'll be able to go in with a party of 4 at best because you can already party up as 4 people. But I think at best, you're going to have at least 4 randoms. Now, it could be another 4 stack that's like really ready to go, or it could be 4 randoms. So, yeah, it's just when he spawns, basically. So like during the demo, he was on a 1-hour spawn. I'm hoping he stays on a 1-hour spawn. During like all of their conversations publicly, they said he was going to be on a 2-hour spawn. So if he's on a 2-hour spawn, that's actually going to feel really fucking bad. But as long as he's on a 1-hour spawn, I don't think it feels too bad. Yeah, I would definitely recommend you bring Serena. I'd actually recommend you go watch my YouTube video that I put out. I would recommend you go watch my YouTube video that I put out earlier today. And that'll give you a pretty good idea of like his mechanics, what to do and what I would bring. Using Divine Punishment. Something different. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean like Synody, I think if you can Divine Punishment, since they changed from the demo, or at least something's different. Yeah, something's definitely different from the demo. I know I've had a couple people mention Divine Punishment. For me, the biggest issue with Divine Punishment is going to be ammo management. But if you have Enzo, you don't have to worry about it, right? Unfortunately, you only have Inez to fight properly. It's going to be uphill for you, but you'll do okay. No sugarcoating, all worth the time they took to make. Mujahideen, I think that... no.
Listen.
I think that it took too long to make this. I think it took too long to make this, but that doesn't mean that I don't think that it's fun, enjoyable, and good, right? The only thing that would make me go like, hey, Season 3 knocked it out of the park is if they gave me something for an in-game grind that wasn't just going to be farming trigger mods. Because right now, trigger mods are going to be like the new in-game grind. And while I do get that, I think that I would prefer more of an in-game grind, or at least something that is more dynamic for the grind, or something that's more impactful. I think the trigger mods are impactful to a degree, but only certain ones. And I think that it's a step in the right direction, but I think that for what was added to the game, it like 7 months just feels like, well, 7 months is when it was like delayed, right? For like 7 months or whatever. But
Thanks for the follow.
I could see them like delaying it maybe like 3 months and then saying that they added a couple extra things in. But the fact that it was like delayed for as long as it was, and then we still have a rolling content release, which means that some of the content is still not done yet. I think it should have been done much faster. I think if like this would have released 3 months ago, and then they would have done a rolling release on the rest of the content, I would have been like, you know what, this is very fair. I think this is like good. But I think the hardest part is you have to take it in its entirety. And the fact is, like, we had no real like major updates, you know, for like months, and this got pushed out. I'm still happy with it, and I really think that I you know what I mean. I think it's good. I think they did a great job with what they have. Except, like I said, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I think the Axiom Plains looks visually unappealing. I think it's overly big for no reason, and it was just big for the bikes. But there are other things about the Axiom Plains that I like. But I think the Axiom Plains is just big to be big. Like, it doesn't really add anything. It's literally big just so we have bikes. That's the only reason it's big. They should provide a solo option for what, this? I think this is fine. I think this is perfectly fine the way it is. I think this is perfectly fine the way it is. You can get trigger mods without ever touching the wall crasher. You're guaranteed 1 box a day from a daily mission, and then you get a 25% drop chance on trigger mods from regular missions, and you can target farm them. So it is like, you do not ever have to touch the wall crasher to get trigger mods. It's just the wall crasher is going to be an efficient way to get like large sums of them quickly. So I don't think that they should scale him down in a way that is easier for you to do him solo, because then nobody will ever do him as a group. And I think it's better to do it this way, personally. Personally, I'm okay with this. People keep saying Season 3 was delayed, because it was delayed. Season 3 was absolutely delayed. And it was delayed based on the cadence of everything they had done. So you can, whether you want to argue the implicitness of it, it was absolutely fucking delayed. It was delayed. And then they changed Season 3. They said they were pushing Season 3 out to work on it, and that they were going to release Season 2.5. They specifically said that. Absolutely specifically said that. No questions asked. They said Season 3 is not fully done. We want to make it up to your expectations. We're going to push Season 3 out. We're going to release Season 2.5. Absolutely said that. And then they gave a date based on the GCX or whatever. And then they came out and said, hey, this is actually going to come out another month additionally. Like, you can't, I mean, like, it's just, these are indisputable facts. I'm not going to look it up. It's public knowledge. Like, I'm just not going to look it up. It's public knowledge. So, it's just what it is. Like, I'm not shit-talking their team. Like, stating a fact does not necessarily mean you're shit-talking a team, right? But, like, if people ask my opinion, they're going to get my opinion. Right? So, that's my opinion. Like, you cannot dispute what I just said. So, rate Season 3 out of 10? Probably like a 7. I think if it had a better endgame, it would maybe be like an 8. I don't think it's bad. Like, 5 is mid, right? So it's above mid. I think they made some really good steps in really good directions, and I like some of the changes they made. It's not a 10, absolutely. I think if they would have, like, there's definitely some things about it that bother me, like this Void Axiom Crystal. Like, I have things that I'm just not happy with. But all in all, I'd say it's a 7. Like, it's definitely a good thing to play. If you're enjoying the game, you're going to enjoy it. Trigger mod drop rate is not the problem. The biggest problem is if they're actually useful. Some of them are good, some of them are bad. It just depends on what you're doing. Like, I think the trigger mod that, like, the Beyond one that gives you tow is really good. There's like a Kuiper point, like Kuiper hollow points can be useful for certain things. Like, there's a couple of them that are decent. Some are better than others for sure. Watch the Mad Trigger mod update, upgrade station, getting perfect drops. I mean, I think with them adding trading, I think it's fine to not add an upgrade station, personally. I mean, if they do, I think that's going to defeat the point of needing trading, right? Say least, the devs delivered 7 days. Devs are being cooked. What happened? Can we get new components? There's like 3 new component sets. I think that one of them drops from the wall crasher for sure. I'm not entirely sure where the other ones drop. We can go back and watch. I think one of them drops from the wall crasher. One of them drops from like the storm hanger. And then the other one might drop from like on the plains or something. What up, old man? So it just depends on which set it is. The new enemies are weak to whatever you're using on them. Right? Like the new enemies are weak to whatever you use on them. So yeah, I don't think it's a make or break season. I just think that it's going to like enhance, like if you're enjoying the game, then you're going to like it. If you're somebody that wanted to see the game like evolve, the game's evolving some, it's just evolving slow. Like Kuiper Shard gun, it could like get rid of your like spare Kuiper Shards. I mean, that wouldn't be bad, right? Is there any new alt or purple mods? You know what, David? I couldn't fucking tell you. I just looked at the mods I had and put them on. Did you get early access? I did, Bjorn. I'd actually have to look. Like, let me look at something. I don't think there was a lot, but let me swap this out. Unfortunately, the way we were playing it, like there was certain things I paid attention to and certain things I didn't, right? Arm critical hit damage. Where's that? What mod was I using? Is maybe that gold mod?
Hey, listen.
Was that gold mod I was using in the game? I think it was bugged. I'd have to, I think Moxie and I were talking about it. I think it's actually bugged. What fucking mod was I using on my gun, chat? Is that mod in the game right now? Now I'm fucking having a brain fart because I'm like, dude, is it actually in the fucking, is it actually in the game? Now I'm literally having like a brain fart moment. I'm like, is it actually in the game or no? Season 4 is probably January. I think it is. Yeah, multi-induction. That's in the game. Multi-induction is in the game. Yeah. So I think most of the stuff I saw, yeah, it's right here. Yeah. So most of the stuff that I used was in the game currently, right? Like most of the stuff I used was in the game currently. If they added new stuff, it wasn't anything really crazy that I saw. But again, the biggest issue I had was that we only had X amount of time and you had to prioritize what you wanted to spend your time on, right? Because the biggest issue is like, while I was able to play for like 30 plus hours, I had to spend a lot of time farming for things so I could check them out. Like I wanted to be able to show people the trigger mods, so I had to go farm trigger mods. I wanted to be able to show what they did, so I had to farm the cores to put them on characters so I could show them off. Like, so I spent just like dozens of hours just playing the season, right? Some days backtrack on changes they made, which no one asked for, which delayed their update. Dude, that sucks. That's like such a bad feeling. But yeah, that was probably the hardest part for me, is there was tons of stuff I wanted to sit down and look at, but... And then the only other issue, like all of the mods we had were maxed out. So like you would have had to have sat down and had like an eidetic memory, or you would have had to have like took screenshots of mods and then compared that list to the actual in-game list, or you would have had to have like looked at mods and been like, oh my god, is this a new mod? Isn't this a new mod? And then you would have had to have like logged out of their client and then logged back into your game and then double. Do you see what I mean? So like some of that stuff, like checking for new mods and shit, like that'll be much easier to do when the live game comes out, because you'll just see that you don't have mods, right? But like when you're dealing with a game with like how many mods are in this game? Like hundreds, like 700-800 mods, 600-700 mods, something like that. Like it's so hard to remember what fucking mods are at. 400, right? It's like 400. What is that you're watching? This is season 3. This is me playing season 3. Yeah. There's just like so many fucking mods in the game, man. Like I'm just like I'm fucking smart, but I'm not goddamn Rain Man. Like unfortunately, I would never know. So I tried to focus on things that I thought were going to be the most impactful for the community, right? things to just help people understand what was going on when they got into the season. So that was what I wanted to work on. I think that, you know, what I focused on and what Biscuit focused on and what other people focused on, like, I think the good news is that if you watch enough different content creators between all of us, you'll probably have all of your questions answered. Dude, that toe trigger looks so nice. Dude, tell me it doesn't look fucking good. Like, this is fun. I'm glad I got a chance to preview it too. It was nice to get in. Because I don't have to worry about certain things, right? Like, I could just focus on, I don't have to feel the pressure when I get in to be like, dude, I need to make this YouTube video. I need to make this YouTube video. Even if there are people that figure things out after the fact and they make additional YouTube videos, like, at least I'm not pressured to do anything. I can get in, I can play the season, I can explore it, I can play with you guys, I can play with the community, I can play with friends, figure things out and not feel a bunch of pressure, right? What up, Scoobs? And that's what I'm probably more happy about, is like I'll have like 4 or 5 brand new build videos out so people can do, you know, a new Freyna build or a new Inez build or, you know, a new Valby build or a Glay build. Like, people can go in on like some of these characters that they're going to want to play and see like an updated build and kind of have an idea of what trigger mods I used. They can watch my trigger mod videos. Yo, I appreciate it, Ecto. They can watch some of my trigger mod videos, figure out how trigger mods work, figure out what they want to use, and then people can go in and they don't have to spend all the time that I had to spend.
Thanks for the follow.
Fucking farming everything, getting everything, and trying it. And then they can just get it themselves and try it themselves and make the changes they want, right? Yo, thank you guys for the follows. We do keep anonymous. If you're just hanging out, chilling, relaxing, no, I appreciate you. If you want to speak up, want to get to know me in the community, have a good night. Thanks for the follows. But I think that's going to be the best. So now when I go in, if somebody shows up and they're like, oh, Judge, did you see, like, because like, I know Biscuit is, I think they have like maybe a Nell video coming out at some point. I'd say Moxie, if he doesn't have his Nell video out, he'll have his Nell video out. So like, I can watch other content creators. Now that I've made the videos, I don't feel bad watching other. So here's like my big, no, the season's not out dried, and I played this over the weekend. One of the biggest things, he has 3 videos out. Yeah, unfortunate, like, she has 3 videos. She dropped all of hers at once. You just uploaded for Biscuit? Okay. Yeah, I just decided to space mine out. I just decided to space mine out instead of, like, doing them all at one time. You know what I mean? So, but I don't think it's just a YouTube strategy at that point. What if it's better to put all 3 out instantly or do whatever? Like, what up, Toxic? Like, maybe I'll pull some of mine ahead. I don't know, but, what was I saying? Oh yeah, one of the biggest things, like, I typically don't watch other content creators' YouTube videos because I don't want to see them and then go, okay, well, I'm going to make my build kind of like this person's, right? Like, I don't want to jade my viewpoint ahead of time. But now that I've spent time with the character and played the characters, now if it's like, oh, did you see what Biscuit did? I'm going to be like, no, I haven't. And then I'm going to watch. Oh, that's probably smart. I could actually probably do that, Hunt. Let me do that. And then just like slowly release them out. Yeah, I can do that. I can do that for like community members that want to see what I have. Yeah, I can do that really quick. I'll just set these to be like community, like members only, and then I'll just release them throughout the day, right? That's actually a really good call. Let me do this. Let me let's make this members only. And then let's make this one members only. There you go. Members are getting to see these videos early. Just released 3 videos to members only. So I'll go throughout the day and change them. So those are all members only videos. And then I'll switch them over throughout the day and shit. Just subscribe, Joe. I appreciate that, Panda. Other than Farming Canal, what else would you recommend focus on when the new season drops? Make sure that you set the trigger mods as your target reward. First thing you fucking do. Like, literally the first thing you do. That's why Hunt has a brain, dude. I'm a fucking scarecrow compared to these guys. Goddamn geniuses. What's this video? This is that bunny video again. That's fine. We're literally just chatting, so it doesn't matter what I have. in the background. But yeah, so they're on YouTube now. So if you're a member on YouTube, you can watch the videos early, right? So if you're a member on YouTube, you can watch the videos early. The big thing I would say is just like when season 3 launches, make sure to target farm trigger mods. That number 1. You're going to be needing a ton of them. There's like random rolls. Just make sure you have that going instantly. Other than that, pick a bike and set one of the bikes as a target. Like, so set the Nell loot box as your target priority if you're not going to buy her. Set one of the bikes as a target priority and set the trigger mods as a target priority. Make sure you have all 3 of those loot boxes set to be target farmed. Are the trigger mods good then? Yeah, they're not bad. Some of them are way more effective than others. Like the trigger mod I'm using on Bunny was actually bugged at the time, but you see all those like pink swords? Those would actually do bonus damage based on your skill. Like I think it was like based on your skill power and your skill cooldown or something like that. So you'd be doing a shitload of extra damage. But unfortunately, like it wasn't working at the time during the demo. So even though the skill was going off, they were only doing like 1 damage. They're supposed to be doing more. You guys get a free bike, but you might as well get one of the faster bikes that you can upgrade, right? So those are the 3 main things. Like the new guns and stuff, I'm not too impressed with them, but you know, maybe somebody will come up with like a really good, right? Like maybe somebody will come up with like a really good build, like a really good build for one of the new weapons. But right now they weren't anything impressive. But yeah, I would definitely work on the trigger mods as soon as you can. That's if you're asking what I would focus on. Nell's okay. You're gonna see some people with better builds on Nell than others. Like the build that I put out is more of a skill-based Nell. It's okay. Like she's okay, but she's not like somebody that she's not somebody I would prioritize. But I've seen other people do other things. And then, so we're just gonna wait and see. You want some of those pink spears coming from the ground? Dude, they're like sabers. If you go up and look at them, they're like a sword sticking into the ground. They're cool as shit looking. I'm excited, guys. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I'm definitely excited. That's why it's like so hard for me to sit down and want to play the current content, because I'm like, dude, other than like making sure my guns are built out, which is what I'll do. Like probably here in just a little bit, I'll switch over and start making sure that my Serena's ready to go. That way I can farm trigger mods as soon as it goes live. You sound happy? It's gonna be a good season. You know, I'm not disappointed. I'm just not. Like I said, like guys, if you like the game, then this is going to be good. There are definitely things here that I think could be improved. So like this whole thing, like, right, I'm going to have to go back down because I fucked this up. Like, so something like this, okay, guys? And this is going to be something little that you're not going to think. Okay, but for me, when I come running out as Bunny, really pay attention to the landscape, okay? Visually, they did this nice thing where there's like a couple different missions where it feels like you are in a medieval battle and you're being flooded. Like it feels like the flood from Halo is coming in. This mission is one of them that does it, and then the first crater has a couple where like they spawn monsters on the backside of a crater, right? Like so like they spawn monsters on the backside of a crater and then tell you to go there, right? So then they tell you to go there, but they spawn the monsters back here. So then they run over the top and you run up to meet them. Visually, it just looks cool as shit. Like the first time you do it, I'm not gonna say you're gonna get cold chills, but it just feels like a moment where you're like in a medieval style world and it's just you versus like a horde, right? Like just you versus 100. To me, like those are really cool moments that you don't see in a lot of games anymore, right? So like when I come back, I don't remember how it's going to look from Bunny, but I remember the first time I did this mission on like Inez or Glay or something, I was like, this is actually really cool looking. So like once I hit this will trigger the spawns outside, right? Now Bunny's really fast, so it's going to fuck it up some. But like when you come outside, like all of this shit's here and you can see like there's a bunch of enemies, more enemies show up. And then typically, like if I wasn't speed running this, you would be running up and you're just like running up this hill and you're seeing enemies pour over the top of the hill, right? And you're just like, dude, this is such a cool look because it's me, one person versus like a dozen, 2 dozen enemies. And then there's other spots like you can just see just like everything pouring over the lip, right? And it's the same thing with, let me see if I can find a video of it. Where's my first creator video? It was this one. I know we've watched this video like 100 times, but you'll see the same thing here. Like as soon as it tells me to go up or over this corner, right? So like right here, like you see how it's telling me to go up here, right? Like it's telling me to go up here, but you can see it's already spawned shit up here. So then because I know what's happening, how do I rate Nell? She's like a 7, maybe an 8, depending on what build you're going with. She's not Inez or Serena, so but you'll see everything spawning up here. Now, because I already know this is where it spawns, I'm already going to start sprinting there. But typically, if you don't really know where everything spawns, it's going to be kind of cool. But you can see, like, there's just going to be enemies just, like, flooding over this ridge. And you're just running up this hill. And you're, like, so you're running up this hill, and you're just seeing shit just, like, flooding over. Like, they're still running over the edge. And you're like, dude, this is just kind of a really cool moment where it adds, like, a level of, like, epicness to the fight that you don't really see in other areas of the game, right? Like you constantly see things physically spawn in, right? Like, so you're running like Purge. You run into the room and then everything spawns, right? And then you run into the next room and everything spawns. And then, so you're there as it's spawning. So this happening outside of your field of vision, and then like everything, like, look, I mean, like everything is just rushing at you, like the mouth open. It's just a very cool visual thing. Right? Like after you do this, like I did this probably 15, 20 hours. So it lost all the cool factor to me because I'd seen it, you know, so many times. But your first couple times of seeing this, it's just like really cool when you're in there experiencing it by yourself. You're just like, oh, this is kind of a cool like idea, you know, like it's just visually, it's cool. It's visually, it's cool. It's appealing. But then once I can delete everything, then it's just whatever. So they did a pretty good job with it. Oh, Chang, sorry. People just don't, I'm fucking chatting. But you could see, like, does that make sense? I don't know, guys. Maybe I'm just fucking dumb. Maybe I'm just dumb, but that was the way I took it. I just thought, like, visually it was nice. Visually, to me, it was nice to see, you know, just something a little different. So like somebody was asking me about Nell. Like this is like Nell can do shit that other people can do. That's the only downside is like this is like really cool that Nell does this, but other people do it, right? So but like she absolutely evaporates this man. Like he doesn't even exist, right? Like, and I even fuck up a bunch of my shots. So like there's definitely, like, you can use Nell for a lot of things, and having her as, like, a new player to be able to boss is going to be a good thing. Right? Like, just having her and being able to boss with her is going to be good for a lot of people that don't have bossing descendants, right? Like, I mean, that's an insane amount of fucking damage. I couldn't get her to burn out, like... I'd probably have to work on her last dagger. I think if you worked on her last dagger or you worked on her weapons better, you might be able to get her to burn out like the Tormentor or whatever, but I couldn't get her to do it at the time. Just couldn't get her to do it. Did I bring a Glay build over? I can't even remember. I'm pretty sure I've watched all of these, like, numerous times. Pretty sure I've watched all of these numerous times. I have. All right, guys. I need to use the bathroom, and then we'll do some actual gaming, right? I need to use the bathroom. Let me go use the bathroom really quick, and then we'll actually do some gaming. And then if you guys want to ask me any more questions, you can always ask me more questions. But I just wanted to kind of go over everything for you guys. So give me a second. I will be right back. All right. Yeah, the near skins look universal, guys. So you should be able to put them on whoever you want. All right, so first thing I got to do, we are going to actually do some gaming for a little bit. So let me make sure. If I end up doing purges, yeah, I don't know if I'm going to do purges today or not. I need to make sure that my characters are set up right. Is it better to farm Nell and upgrade her or upgrade Serena? Serena's going to by far be the best. Like, Serena's just the best character in the game right now. Nell's good, but, you know, Serena's who I would prioritize. Valby can tow, yeah. With the new trigger mod. If you guys are... So, you guys that are on the YouTube side, if you guys are members to the YouTube channel, not subs, but actual members, I released a bunch of videos to the members only side that I will, like, release over the next couple days. And then as I get other videos, like, edited tonight and tomorrow morning, I will just put them in the members only section for now, and then trickle them out to the public over the next day or two. But like, you guys can see the Valby build that has tow on it and all that. It's all going to be over on the members only side now. So you guys can definitely go check it out. The 10 new paints, it's probably just the, is it just the paints for the bikes? Yeah, I would definitely focus on those. Yeah, so let's look at our build for the characters. Also just saying they came out, so that's good. All right, let's look at the build on our Albion. Multi-hit induction. Let's make sure this is right. I think this is right. Is this the same build I have on my video, guys? Wall Crasher. Let's double check. Human Showcase, it looks good. I mean, I think that the 2B skins, like, I think if you guys like them, like, I think if you guys like those skins, that you're going to,
Alright, guys,
you're going to be happy with it.
Approaching. I wanted to give you guys
I think they looked pretty decent. So, I thought they looked decent in the game. So, we've got multi-bullet, we've got multi-hit induction, we've got fire rate, we've got concentration priority. We don't have concentration priority. We're missing it. Probably this. Let's just put this on for right now. Concentration priority, better concentration. Multi-trigger is here. Action and reaction we've got up there. Chill enhancement we have here. Better insight there. And multi-piercing trigger. Okay. I think this gun needs to be upgraded, right? Let's go I hate how it takes me out of it. Multi-piercing trigger. Put that there. Does this gun need to be leveled up? No, it's good. I can level it up. Let's go ahead and put an A here. And then we'll go ahead and level it up anyway. We'll go ahead and put an A there, and then we'll level this gun up anyway. There we go. And then for Serena, right, Descendant mods, do not modify. I think
I hit out of this weapon.
All right, for this, now let's go over here. Serena's mods. Let's make sure we got all the right mods on, all right? Make sure we got all the right mods on. All right, give me a second, guys. So let's go like this, and then let's go duration, conservation are both on here. Multi-talented. HP amp, because we don't want to lose the MP, nimble fingers, mid-air maneuvering, HP, extension, strong mentality, MP, and then there's that. Let's rename this Wall Crasher. Maybe. Okay, so she doesn't need to be changed. So it's basically just her gun, right? Let's go ahead and level this gun up. Let's go level this gun up for a second. All right, yeah. Let's put our gun on, just because I want to be able to... Oh, it's Yang again. There we go. All right. Let's go. All right, let's go level this gun up. Let's go level this gun up. I need to go do Inez. And then let's put our Albion on. The question here, chat. How many do you think I should make? Do you guys think I should make new ones? We'll never get the rolls. I think I should go with one with double multi-hit. Like, what do you think the multi-hit's gonna be? This one's got multi-hit on it. 24%? They give me 50%. Need help? Maybe. Did they show off the new battle pass in summer supply shops? They did, but unfortunately I just didn't record it. Maybe lad. That's gonna give me 50%. Don't the cores only work? The multi-hit chance should matter. Like, multi-hit should... Right? Like, multi-hit is going off of... Let's go look. Because it's a plus, not an X. So multi-hit chance showing a plus there, it's going to just straight add that to your character, right? Because it's not a modifier. Because if it was an X, then it would be multiplying. Well, it's easy enough. Let's go check. Add you if you help. All right, let me go in here. Let me look at this. Because I'm pretty sure... Right? Like, I'm pretty sure if I put that on, the multi-hit on that one is going to be plus 24% to the one that doesn't have it. Well, it depends on if it has a multiplication symbol, right? Like, so if it's like 158% X damage to bonus damage versus Colossus, then you need a bonus damage versus Colossus on your weapon, right? So, like, what the fuck am I stuck on? Right? So, like, let me look at this one and this one, right? This is gonna be the best way to do it. So, like, this one here, multi-hit chance 25. This one here, 35. So it seems like it's not 100%, but this one is... So it's definitely not 100% addition. Actually, did it add it at all? This should have added a lot more to it. Something seems wrong. I need somebody smarter than me. I need an adult. I need an adult. Oh, let me put this on test. Let me put this one on test. So then Descendant mods. Let's go, I guess. How useful are the trigger mods? It just depends. It depends on which trigger mod. Some of them are more useful than others. Multi-hit chance 60. Multi-hit chance 25. Yeah, so you can see that's a big difference. This is 60% multi-hit right now. So if I was to take this one and remove that chill enhancement, I could almost have 100% multi-hit on this, which then means if I use it on Serena, I would get a 200%. In theory, building into multi-hit and multi-damage would be worth it. Well, like for the wall crasher, we're building into the multi-hit because we want those procs. You're an adult, are you though? We want those procs, right? So that's what we really care about, is the actual amount of procs we're getting. So right now, like, the multi-hit damage is fine, but all I really care about is getting more procs. Because right now it's at 60%. If I put another 24% on here, it's going to take it to 80%, right? And then if you're Serena and you're in the air, you get 50% on general rounds. And then this mod right here, if you hit weak points, and you hit 10 weak points, you're going to get 57. So you can see how you're going to get 107 from this. And then if you had 107 from that plus... plus like 80, 85 here. What about the AK? It just doesn't have the mag. Plus the AK only gives damage, not rate. So you would be able to get 2 bullets per. Do you see what I mean? Like, you would get 2 bullets. You would get 2 additional bullets in theory. Meta's crit chance on the Albion. We're looking at different things, right? Amazing. I don't, yeah, it's just different things we're looking at. The priority level is completely different. Because I'm not trying to do damage with the gun. I mean, the gun doing damage is nice, but I don't really care about how much damage the gun's doing because it's about getting the additional damage from Serena's 4 and doing it multiple times because multi-hit procs it. Right? For like that fight, right? So like preset. So like, let me put this on. Because the whole thing here is like if I take this, right? We're at multi-hit chance 152. You're supposed to get a bullet every time. It doesn't matter. We're actually at 152. And I haven't even stacked up multi-hit shots from hitting a weak point. So like from hitting a weak point, I would be up to 203%. And then I could go an additional 25% over that by getting rid of a chill attack and going with multi-hit chance over chill. Especially if the wall crasher's not actually like realistically weak to any specific element, we could actually do even more fucking damage, right? By going with that additional like damage, right? Because all we're worried about is stacking that 4 damage out. That's all we give a shit. As far as I know, they've stated that you can go over 100% multi-hit chance and you're just going to get additional bullets. Like, they've basically stated that, right? Yeah. 200% is 3 hits. 200 plus means sometimes you can get 4. Exactly, right? So, like, when you're really focused on, like, pulling damage out of her 4, that's a big difference. You can see that in the info. It does say it, right? Like, it specifically says it, right? And then do all fire rates. You need to be able to sustain it. Because I think you're close to cap on the fire rate right now anyway, right? You're at 1500, so you're only going to increase the fire rate by 500. You could add more fire rate, or you could add more damage. I mean, you could maybe add more fire rate, which is going to make the gun more unruly, right? And you're going to burn through your ammo more frequently. So which is more important? Getting more damage for less bullets? Right? Or doing the bullets faster, but then burning through your load faster? Because you're going to... You see what I mean? It's like 6 of one, half dozen of the other. Which one's actually better for you? Like, there are going to be min-maxers out there that tell you one way or the other. But at the end of the day... if the fight... You know what I mean? If the fight, like, extends in a long period of time... You being able to sustain that damage is going to be more important, right? Yo, lad, thank you for becoming a member, mate. I appreciate you. That's why it's like so fucking rough to try to figure it out, because it's like, what is actually going to be better? Yeah, you need to conserve ammo. Exactly. If you need to conserve ammo, then just getting more damage out of your bullets is going to be better, right? But yeah, like I think to Hunt's point, it says it in here, right? Multi-hit chance. Guarantees 1 additional shot and has a chance to trigger an additional value above 100%. Multi-hit does not apply to unique weapons and you need unique effects. But yeah, you can do it. You can see it right there. So yeah, like in theory, we are... Yeah, right? Like, so in theory, if I go into here, I'm at 150... Oh, I got the wrong gun on. But I was at 150 earlier, wasn't I? No, it's the same gun. Why was it 150 earlier? I don't know what happened. Multi-hit chance 120. I don't know. I was at 150 earlier. We bring an Enzo for that for sure. If you have one. If you have an Enzo then yeah, if you bring an Enzo, then you can just go with the fire rate, right? If you don't have an Enzo and you have to conserve ammo, that's the question. Are you planning on an Enzo in your random pub team? Right? If you're planning on an Enzo in your random pub team, then the fire rate, like getting close to that 2K cap, is going to net you more.
Hey, listen.
Yeah, it's per hit instance. It makes a huge difference. Where was that in here? Arche Tuning. What the fuck is it saying I'm in combat for? Jesus Christ. I think this is multi-hit chance. Wings up combat. I thought I had them turned off. I thought I had them turned off. 1, 2, 3. I mean, it's basic. This one actually has... No, it doesn't. It's the exact same thing. Still wish it was coded at another bullet and not a hit instance. Yeah, I wish it was an actual another bullet. Oh, I need to get one of these. This is an X. Let me pull one out. Let me pull one out. X. Where's my box? I want, what was it? Tech and defense. I think it's tech defense. Tech dimensional. This one. There we go. There we go. Arche tuning. Let's put this down here. There we go. And that should be 40. Yo, thank you for the applause, mate. So there we go. So yeah, for this, let's just call this like Wall Crasher. So that was basically the build we had for Wall Crasher. We're grabbing the multi-hit chance down here. We're grabbing this multi-hit. We're coming around, grabbing all the HP we can get, and then we're gonna get the cost reduction here. Now, see, that's another one though, is like you could, like in the build that I did, we use, like we ended up using 4-piece ascending because we needed ammo. If you have a, right, like if you have an Enzo, then you can probably get away with this. Yeah, I mean, you could go with the extra fire rate. I don't know how much. You don't need a triple 20 to cap out, do you? You probably get away with less than a triple 20. But you're gonna need an Enzo for that. I think if you have an Enzo, you're fine. If you don't have an Enzo, that's the question. Did you go over the trigger mods? I didn't go over them really heavily, Zell. There's a YouTube video that's for members only that's out, or my actual trigger mods video will be like officially out tomorrow. Yeah, the recoil is fucking like almost unmanageable. I think it's just gonna depend. I mean, I think you could do it either way. I think the multi-hit chance is gonna be nice. Just to put you, you know what I mean? Just to put you like over... I think the multi-hit chance is just going to be nice, but yeah, see, I'm multi-hit 155 right now. Got early access. Yeah, if you guys are members, you got early access to it. So it should be there on YouTube. Just go to the members only section. Yeah, we would easily... This is only going to be like one... I don't know why I'm getting 150 instead of 130, but it doesn't really matter. I feel like I should make another one, chat. I think I should just make another one. I mean, I should make two. One with fire rate and one without, but... I would get another 50. I would get another 50 because of this mod and hitting weak points. So we would easily be around 200, and then... So that's an additional 2 bullets. Like, guaranteed every time you shoot. And then if we add another multi-hit mod, there's a chance at getting a 3rd bullet, which means we would get 4 instances of her 4 damage, right? Because you would get 1 for the initial bullet, 2 for the 2 additional bullets, and then if we were able to get another bullet, we would get 4 instances of her 4 damage. Which is just an insane amount, right? Yeah, well, the biggest issue is, honestly, the biggest issue is the fucking cores, right? Like, the biggest issue is actually the fucking fire rate cores. That's probably the biggest issue. You got a weapon box? I should have like 3 or 4, maybe 5, 10. I don't know. I'm sure we have some. I'm sure we have some weapon core box. I'm sure we got some weapon boxes somewhere. I got a couple. We need to level it up though. I don't think I have any guns on me, which is fine. I think. Well, actually, we won't actually get any guns, but we'll have to go get one. You. Yeah, the fire rate cores on everything's the bottleneck. I mean, honestly, that is by far the worst part, right? Okay, I need to go. I'm not going to spend a lot of time. I'm going to go do like two runs in the... I'm going to go do 2 runs in the Spec Ops to level up guns. So we're going to go level up this gun to get it back to 40 in case I need to recat it for some reason. And then... once we do that, we'll go pick up some purple guns. We'll set this, and then we'll roll it. Actually, let's go down here and get some. Let's get some Legos cooking just in case. It's just like I could make one for the toxic guy as well, but it's like, dude, do I really want to go through that many cores? I mean, as long as I have them, I'll do it, but you guys know how much of a pain in the ass it is to actually get like 4, right? Like to get 2 different plus 20 rolls is like basically impossible. So, how much longer do I have on this? I won't get it. Yeah, fire rate rolls suck, dude. They fucking suck big old dick. Big old dick. My overall take on season 3, I think it's a W if you enjoy the game. I think if you're like expecting some sort of like Jesus walking on water moment, you're probably going to be disappointed. It's just, I mean, it's definitely more. It's more First Descendant. So if you like First Descendant, I think you're going to like it. My view. Party invite. I think if you like First Descendant, you're going to enjoy it. If you were expecting some sort of like crazy revolutionary new thing added to the game, they didn't like do anything like that. So I'm excited to get in and play it. Like I miss not having that version of the game right now, right? Like I miss not actually having that version of the game right now. So I would be much happier if I was grinding the Axiom planes right now for trigger mods and dumb shit, right? The new that's the real question, Zell. Like some of that stuff, like I don't even have all the titles, right? So and then the fact that they gave us like fresh accounts and stuff, like it's just so hard to track some of that shit. It's just so hard to track. Hopefully there's plenty in there for you guys to do, right? Like hopefully there's enough in there that you guys are like really happy with yourselves. I can see a lot of people wanting to run Wall Crasher teams, like wanting to team up with like community members, like being in the Discord and being like, oh guys, there's a Wall Crashers getting ready to spawn in 10 minutes, right? Does anybody want to do it, right? And just like asking in Discords, being members of multiple Discords, like trying to find people to run with and shit, I think is going to be really big. Just because I do think there's a possibility. Wow. Interesting. I think there's going to be, you know, nobody's going to want to fail it. And if you don't have an absolutely cracked team, like I don't expect a lot of people to fail, but I think that, you know, you're going to have a harder time. So being able to run through with a handful of people that are like good and you trust is going to be a big deal. So, usually play solo, so randoms for you. No Glay moment, dude, feels bad. He's using Vestigial. That's interesting. I mean, I think code, as long as you have a halfway decent team. What the fuck? Why? Oh, because it's level 1 gun. I think as long as you've got like a halfway decent build yourself, it won't matter. You like it with randoms most of the time? Yeah, I think, honestly, as long as you have a decent team, I think, or as long as you have a decent build, you'll feel good, and it'll be like, you'll be able to feel hero moments, right? Like, you'll play with some random teams, and you're going to be like, Jesus Christ, that was a fucking slog. And then you're going to be able to play with other random teams and be like, God, that was so fun. As long as they don't fucking, like, nerf something or change something. Party up when your friends need you? Yeah.
So I think you'll have like different moments, right, where certain teams you're gonna feel like the champ and like you guys kicked ass, and other times it's gonna take a little bit longer. Wall Crasher has exclusive drops. Pretty sure he has. I know that he drops 4 trigger mods, right? Like I know that he drops 4 trigger mods, and that's kind of the biggest benefit. I think he has. I do think he has a like a component set that only drops on him. Yo, maximum waves. I don't know if you're in stream or not, but man, thank you for becoming a member over on YouTube, mate. Thank you for the support. Thank you for supporting me, and thank you for supporting the channel. Don't know if you're watching or if you just did it for the videos. But yeah, appreciate it. Yeah, so I know for a fact that he has 4 trigger mods. I do think that he has like an exclusive set of components. If he does, you won't be having to. It just depends, Zell. Like if you your gun's worse than the vestigial organ. Right now it is. Right now my gun's fucking absolute doo-doo on a stick. The fact that you can get 4 trigger mods for it, like from him, is where it's the biggest benefit, Zell, especially with the random rolls on trigger mods. Like just being able to go in, have a decent build, and know that you're going to kill it. You know what I mean? In like 10 minutes or less, and you're going to get a guaranteed 4 trigger mods. That's going to be pretty big, especially with certain trigger mods. And I think once some of our data miners sit down and run the numbers and add them to spreadsheets, we'll know how impactful some of these trigger mods are, especially because there are a shitload of them that didn't function as intended during the test. So like some of these trigger mods just add like base skill power or base cooldown or some of this other shit, where even if you're not gaining a lot from them, you can just like add one and it'll free you up to put, you know, something different on your component, or like a different component set, or you'll be able to change something out on your reactor, or, you know, maybe you can change a mod out or something. So I definitely think there's going to be a use case for it. And then I think being able to farm trigger mods, that way when we do trade them, hopefully we can at least trade them for caliber for other players who have like a bunch of caliber but don't have the time to farm trigger mods, and then you can use that caliber to maybe buy skins like Warframe. So I mean, I can definitely see the possibility. He's on a 2-hour cooldown. He was on a 1-hour cooldown during our demo, so hopefully they leave him on a 1-hour cooldown and not a 2-hour cooldown. He's on a 2-hour cooldown. You're definitely going to want to do him every time he shows up. I mean, there's only 9. I mean, like, the thing about spoils, or the thing about the trigger mods is it's absolutely random what you get when you open the box. So there's 9 different mods. And you have a 1 in 9 chance of getting the mod you want, right? So you could get the mod you want, you could not. So you're gonna want to be opening a ton of spoils boxes. So anytime you can get them for free, you know what I mean? Like 10 minutes to kill the wall crasher for four of them. To me, that's definitely worth the time. And if I can get in with like a handful of community members or friends and run it and guarantee that it's going to be like a 5-minute run, fucking do that shit all day. 2-hour cooldown's probably the worst part though. So I'm hoping that it's a 1-hour cooldown, and that'll probably be part of the feedback that I give tonight. Because I'll have to send my feedback email. Probably, I'll stream for a while tonight, and then I'll finish up because I need to work on some YouTube videos. So we'll work on some YouTube videos, and then I'll send my email and go from there. But yeah, I want to get you guys some more YouTube content out. So big much need to do. Still not done. I still have more videos that I have to finish. I still got more videos I got to edit. Still got a lot of additional work for you guys. So very, very excited, right? Very, very excited. Oh, that needs to go over here. Needs to go over here. So put that up there. Yeah, big one is going to be getting my Serena ready, and then I'll probably double check my Inez to just make sure my Inez is the way I want her. She should be. Nothing should really change. And then maybe tomorrow just double check and see what sort of like what components I have for Nell. But like I said, I'm not really too worried about Nell right now. I am curious to see how this gun does with like an insane multi-hit. I think it's going to be a big. I think it's going to be a big thing on the wall crasher, especially using Serena. The question is just going to be if you have, right? Like if you have somebody that can feed you bullets, then just doing the additional fire rate is going to be nice. As long as you can hit your shots. That's going to be the big one. Like hitting that 2K fire rate is going to be pretty nice. Dude, I feel like I'm legit getting carried by these Glaze right now. Like legit, and I'm not even doing anything. Like these Glaze are basically just hard carrying me. So, all right, let's work on this though. But yeah, it was definitely good. So, thank you guys for hanging out today. Hopefully, you guys have enjoyed yourself and enjoyed the stream up to this point. Appreciate you guys hanging out. Appreciate all the chatting, all the talking, all the questions. I thought it was a good stream today so far. So. Appreciate you guys asking what some of the burning questions about season 3. Hopefully you guys are excited for it. I'm definitely excited for it. I'm definitely ready to get in and play it. So definitely excited to get in and play it. So I don't know why I threw that over there, but it's almost like I haven't played the game in forever. It's almost like I haven't played it in a while. Who is that? Oh. I don't know why I thought Glay's hair there was like a fucking guy. I thought it was like a guy, Glay. But yeah. Definitely ready to get in, ready to work on it, ready to put in work, ready to have fun with season 3. Definitely ready. All right, let's go. I think this will give us what we need, and then yeah, we'll start re-rolling. We'll start re-rolling that gun and see basically what it looks like. Pretty excited. Dude, I need to rewatch Dexter. That was a good show. Dexter was definitely a good show, chat. A Squidward eater. Funny. Definitely funny. Dexter rewatch soon. Dude, it was so good. It's getting an extra season. I heard the same thing. Do you think it'll be good? I'm actually curious, I'm curious if the next season, or not next season, yeah, I'm curious if next season they're going to increase the spawns. Like, then spawns in, like, regular map zones. Made it pretty far the first time. I'm pretty sure I watched the whole thing, didn't we? Didn't we watch the whole thing? I don't remember how fucking far we went. Normally, you burn out pretty quick. It was good the first few seasons, yeah. Enjoyed it. I think that happens to a lot of shows. It's like Supernatural. Supernatural's another show where it kind of what up, Zifu? Supernatural's definitely another show where it kind of got over time. You know what I mean? Like, it was good for the first couple seasons, and then it was just too crazy. How many seasons did Dexter have? I have no idea. I can't remember. I know we watched quite a few, though. Probably not enough. Tire harvesting day? How many days you got to do harvesting? Honest Red, need to level her to 40? Yeah. Yeah, the good news is, like, it doesn't really, like, you're gonna have to craft. So here's the thing I don't know. Like, the items that we crafted, like the cores or whatever that we needed to put the trigger mod on our character, they crafted pretty quick. I don't know if they're actually going to craft that quick in the live game, but they crafted really pretty fucking quick in the demo. You thought Supernatural Season 5 was the best one? Can't recall. I mean, I definitely, it got, like, once everybody had a Demon Blade, like, or like an Angel Blade or whatever, it kind of was too much for me. Was the Dimensional Analyst craft time? Well, I know it was only 5 caliber it was only 5 caliber to rush it. How do you level up trigger mods? You don't. The trigger mod you get is the trigger mod you get. There was no way to like re-roll it or level it up. You ready for a Hannibal rewatch? I can see that. Yeah, trigger mods don't level up. So once you get it, if it's like a blue and purple roll, then it's just a blue and purple roll. As far as I noticed, there was no way to level them up. Now again, because I was fucking hard pressed for time during season 3, maybe there was a terminal that you could level them up on, but like I didn't see one. But the community doesn't make them re-rollable. I mean, if they make them re-rollable or like level upable in any way, then it'll basically get rid of any sort of like in-game grind for it, and that'll turn, you know what I mean, that'll turn trigger mods into basically just a waste of time. And at that point there's no reason to trade them, right? Like, because there's no reason to trade them if you can just get one and make it a level, you know what I mean, a max gold roll. Catalyst farming again. Ah, yeah, they basically lose all of their value. You ready to go, Zifu? You ready for season 3? You all ready to go? Did I turn that fast enough? I did not. Season 3 good. I think that if you enjoy the First Descendant, then you'll like season 3. I think if you're somebody that's like pissed off, not happy with with the current game, you don't like the direction of the game, then season 3 is just going to be more of that, which you already don't like. But I think that if you're enjoying the First Descendant, that you'll enjoy season 3. The only downside is, like, I wish there was just more content. Like, the fact that they're drip feeding out the content is going to make it kind of be a little slow. I think, like, the first month will be pretty good. But then going into September, I think people will start to get, like, you know, a little burnt. But you'll also have Borderlands going on at the same time. And then after like, September, you'll get, like, a new part to the First Descendant. So I think it's going to be fine. I don't know that it was, like the amount of delay it was for the season, I think was maybe a little bit excessive, but I think that it's a lot of fun and a good time. You need more content without anything new, it's just boring. Yeah, I think if you enjoy the game, Mitra, then you're gonna enjoy it. But it's very much First Descendant, right? So you have a new zone, and in that new zone you're gonna be farming missions. The good news is there's like a handful of missions instead of just one mission. There are reasons to farm different missions just due to like the operational zones. So you'd be farming different missions. The missions take a couple minutes longer than the normal missions in the game. So like a normal mission will probably take you, you know, 3 to 5 minutes instead of 1 to 2 minutes. Bosses are a little bit more dynamic. The trigger mods can be a little bit fun. They bring up some different ways to play the characters. You know, the new component sets are interesting. I don't know if they're necessarily powerful, but they're interesting to say the least. So you're definitely ready for season 3. Yeah, I mean, like, I think for some people, like getting out and playing, being able to do like the Sparrow races and be able to take out some like Field Colossus and shit like that, I think will be interesting for people the first couple times. I think if you have everything, then obviously there's not going to be, you know, a terrible amount that you need to get from, you know, season 3, but I think you'll still enjoy it. It's going to give you something that's a little bit different. Hopefully, you know, your friends are going to come back. Still waiting for a clan system. Yeah, I don't see that anytime soon, unfortunately. Last day to get a Scava. I mean, basically, didn't they? I mean, they've just constantly added more and more weapons to Devlin, right? Instead of taking them away. You're probably going to get asked this question. Just a thought. I mean, I'm definitely going to get asked that question a whole lot. Even if I make it a YouTube short, I'm still going to get asked it a million times, you know? So, want to research speed boost or something? Well, now that you're getting spoiled by Warframe Hunt, you're starting to see, like, all these really cool systems in action. Any news on the trading system? I know we're going to be getting it at some point, just don't know when. I don't disagree with you, Maven, that I probably should do something, but I think either way, people are going to ask my opinion 100 times. Hopefully, you guys aren't getting tired of hearing it. That's going to be the only downside is, like, obviously with a tag in my title that says, hey, I played Season 3 AMA, I'm gonna get asked the same questions a million times. All of these actually make sense instead of First Descendant RNG. Let's put RNG on all of our systems. RNG is like the lazy way to prolong player time, right? Like that's the only downside. Like RNG, like there's definitely good uses of RNG and there's bad uses of RNG. And if you use it bad, it's just like a lazy way to prolong playtime. So I think if you do it right, it's really good. You know, you're not the only one. I think that it might. It's just going to depend. I mean, I saw your message, Frieza. I think once you get in there with 8 people, it won't be so bad. But all done on that one weapon. I need to go get one, and I need to start re-rolling it. So I need to do some other stuff before I figure out what I'm doing, lad. I'm just gonna go run like a Sigma or something for weapons really quick. I need to run my double Sigma anyway. So 100 raids not getting exotic. Absolutely. You can come with me, lad, if you want. If not, I'm just gonna go. No, I agree though. I mean, like, I understand where you're coming from. What up, Ted? I understand where you're coming from, Frieza, and it might not actually be for you. I think once you have 8 people in there, the fight will speed up quite a bit. It'll be like a little bit more hectic, but a little bit not at the same time. It might not be something you enjoy. You know what I mean? It literally might not be something you enjoy, and I absolutely understand that. The big thing... Oh, yeah, Axiom Plains is down here, by the way. On the map, it's right here. It's in this zone right here. The big thing I can say about the Wall Crasher is you don't have to do it if you don't want, and you can still get trigger mods and stuff, which is exactly what I figured was going to happen, and we talked about it like you know, for like weeks, which was that I figured that the trigger mods farming would be more efficient in the Wall Crasher, but I figured you would be able to get the same things with and without doing it. That way players weren't forced into doing it. And that's exactly what ended up happening. The Wall Crasher is definitely just like a better way to get trigger mods. I do think he does have an exclusive component set, but again, that's nothing major. How do you farm Nell? 2 different ways. One, you can either just, there's like a random box that you can get called like a blueprint loot box, and that blueprint loot box has every blueprint from the new zone in it, Ted. So like everything drops out of one box. The other way to do it is they have these new types of missions called operational missions. And those missions rotate, like, so there's like 6 or 7 missions on the map, 8 missions on the map. And every like 2 hours, 2 of the missions are designated as operational zones. So if you farm the operational zone missions, you actually can get other blueprint boxes to drop. So you can get like the eraser blueprint, or you can get like the red racer, or you can get the orc eraser, or you can get like Nell. You can get blueprint boxes that specifically have like one of her 4 parts in it. So like the most efficient way to farm Nell will be to start the game, pick whatever. So say Nell's who you want. You'll just type in like Nell loot box or something like that. It'll all be in the guides that are coming out. But effectively you'll just type in like Nell. You'll just type in like Nell loot box. And then you'll just target farm that, and then you'll just run operational missions over and over again until you get all of the boxes you need to pull all the parts out for. I mean, you can farm with your credit card. That's probably the most efficient way, Zifu. Swipe the card. You don't like playing teammates, anything, what's difficult? I get that, Frieza. I mean, you can do it solo. You can do it solo. It's just going to take you time. It's going to take you, you know, maybe like, well, if you have a really good build, you know, it's going to take you, you know, 12 to 14 minutes. 13 to 15 minutes depending on your build. Doing it with teammates, it's just going to turn down the amount of time it takes, because the dude's HP just goes down, right? Like the dude's HP is just lower, or the dude's HP doesn't change with the amount of teams you have. So having more people is just going to make it easier. So you can definitely solo it. It's just going to take a while, or you can just grab some teammates.
She's coming home with daddy.
What up, Drummy? Yeah, Ted, not a problem. A lot of this shit's going to be on my YouTube channel, guys. So if you guys aren't subscribed to the YouTube channel, get over and check out the YouTube channel. I'll be releasing videos, like 3 or 4 videos a day for the next like 3 days, with a ton of information in there for you guys. And a ton of things that I think will help you guys out when it comes to the new content, at least understanding how things work, understanding the Axiom Plains, understanding like what you need to do in all these different zones. So definitely make sure you get over there and check that shit out. Party system, pretty much nobody uses. I think maybe you'll see people using the party system. I don't know, for the wall crasher, just because of how much more efficient it's going to be. But I could be wrong, right? It could literally just depend. All right, let me. I think you could have like some really cool shit with like Toxic Malevolent and Nell. I think there's going to be some really strong weapon Nell builds. My biggest issue with Nell is her 4. And just like the fact that it's really hard, damn near impossible to get to a 0% cooldown. I know you guys will just have to watch some YouTube videos. There's going to be a lot of people put out a lot of different builds for Nell.
I'm cold and wet.
I'm Uranus. There's going to be a lot of people that put out a lot of different builds and a lot of different ways to play Nell. So I definitely think that you're gonna find some fun stuff. So gonna get back to work. Yeah, I appreciate you, Ted. All right, let's roll some cores on here. Let's roll some cores on here, guys. Multi-hit chance. God, dude, we're gonna fucking. I'm gonna feel so bad. With I had no idea what it would do. No reason to apologize. It's there to play with it, right? Thank you for all you do. I appreciate you. I appreciate you guys, man. Thank you guys for like just enjoying the fucking content. You know what I mean? Like watching the videos, enjoying the content. Like content creation's tough. And, you know, there's always like a lot of imposter syndrome. And then outside of imposter syndrome, there's always like, you know, people getting like mad and a lot of animosity and things like that. So, you know, I really try to keep my head up and just try to remain positive for you guys and try to be like a great spot to hang out. I try not to let like what people say about me like piss me off or anything. So, I do everything I can for you guys though. I appreciate you guys. So I do it all for you guys, man. Dude, this weekend was rough. Like, this weekend was rough. You guys had an idea of what I was doing, but I couldn't fucking tell you. Like, I spent all weekend literally playing this game. And, you love gay porn? As long as you love something that I'm doing, right? Wait, that didn't sound right. That didn't sound right at all. But, you know, I spent a lot of time grinding the game, spent a lot of time editing, still have a lot of time to edit. Like, I basically don't get to stop. So as soon as I'm done streaming today, back to editing, back to getting more videos for you guys. Like, I'm basically not going to get any time off. Like, it's, you know, it's like 12, 15-hour days. So, as long as you guys are enjoying it, then I'm happy. I'm getting so much multi-hit damage. Like so much multi-hit damage, like no fucking multi-hit chance. Why game hate? Literally, why fuck game hate? So I definitely appreciate you guys though. Thank you guys for everything you do for me, whether you're over there on YouTube or you're here on Twitch hanging out. No, I appreciate you guys. Let's see what I can do here. Multi-hit chance 24. I think 24 is cap. Let's put the other one up here. And then love you, bro. Love you guys, man. Love you, bro. Hopefully you guys enjoy yourself. So literally just building them now with you, dude. I mean, if you got the cores, you got the cores. So I think you guys will be happy to get in. I think you guys will be happy to get in and grind. To give you guys something to work towards, right? It is going to suck, though, loading in without, like... It is going to suck loading in without any of the shit that I grinded for. Dude, I'm down to 234 cores. This is going to be brutal. Excited for Season 3 in a few days. It's going to be a good time. I think everybody's going to have fun. I think everybody's going to be excited. They've been waiting for new content. And craft around 1K. Dude, I literally just made another Albion. Yes, I remember I literally just made one of these. Yeah, I literally just made one of these. Actually, let's just go with this one for right now. Let's just roll on the lowest fire rate. I mean, I'd love to get like triple 20 or double 20s on it, but I would at least like, I'd hate to roll a bunch of fucking 18s on one slot, you know? Think they'll hide something even from early access? I mean, maybe there's something that we didn't have access to. I mean, it's entirely possible. I can tell you that we didn't do anything with the storyline. So if anything was locked behind the storyline, we didn't touch it. At all. So I have not played the story, so I'm excited to try the new story and see if it's actually decent. Hello? Yeah, and then like there was definitely things broken in the dev build that just didn't function properly, so because like the thing about Serena or the thing about Inez, like Inez could use the tow mod. But the tow mod is only supposed to increment when you use like an AoE or a ground dot, but it incremented when you used her one. So you could get a lot more charges off on that than what I think was intended. So there were definitely things, T-O-W. Not fucking Luna toenails, Inez toe. Wrong toe. Though they probably should just have, ooh, fire 20. They should have probably just wrote it in as a fucking, they should have probably just called it the toe mod. Like TOE, that'd have been much better. Yeah, and I think that like I tried using it with the, so I tried using that mod with the Slayer set on Reyna to try to like counteract some MP issues. But for whatever reason, it didn't seem like it was triggering the MP regen that you got from the Slayer set for using it. Which is unfortunate. So hopefully that's another one of those things where it's just something that's broken on the development build that we got to play with, but is fixed in the actual game. Because it would be nice to create that synergy again. You watched a comedy show, guy painted girlfriend's toenails for a few seconds. I wonder what comedy show that was. That doesn't sound like a comedy at all, Ecto. That's what you tell your wife when she walks in. It's a comedy show, hon. It's a comedy. Let's see. Fire rate 17. I'd like to get... Does that mod? Which mod? The toe? No, because of... No, I don't think it did. I don't think it did because her skill's not considered an AoE. Like, it's not considered a global AoE or whatever. Because it's based on what the mod is considered. And the mod wasn't considered it, so... because they change your mods. So, like, essentially what ends up happening in the new build is you'll go in here and you'll hover over a skill. And then, like, see where it says, like, electric tech? So, it'll say, like, electric tech. This one is a clash. So, it'll say, like, electric tech, clash. And it'll have, like, all the little tags of what the skill is classified as will all be, like, spelled out beside the word tech. And then the trigger mods, only work if you have a skill that has a matching tag. So because of that, like you can put them on anybody, and then like some of the trigger mods have like base stats on them. So you can still get the base stats, but you won't get any of the activations from the mod, right? So that's a thing, but yeah. So that is definitely a thing. Unfortunately, again, unfortunately, like a bunch of that shit just didn't work. So in my guides, I didn't tell people like, oh, you should put this on because it's gonna give you like 10 spell power. There's not really like a better mod to put on. It was basically just like, hey, this is the best decision that I had based on the available information, right? Like over the next like week or 2 weeks, once the game comes out and everything's fixed, we can always update builds. So, but my big thing was making sure you guys had something, you know what I mean? Some sort of knowledge, something that you were going to go in and chase. You were going to have access to understand, because I have an Axiom Planes guide that's coming out, and effectively the Axiom Planes guide is just a guide to explain how to read the map, how to read all the different things on the map, how to target farm specific pieces of loot, what the loot's names are, you know what I mean? That way you guys actually know what you're looking for. The wall crasher, from what I understand, unless like somebody sends me a data, where they like data mine it. Basically, as far as I know, he's weak to nothing. He's got equal defense on everything. So, I mean, you could, like, right? In theory, you could put poison on here and then just use this same gun on both the wall crasher and the... You could basically put it on the wall crasher and the storm hanger. You could do the same for both. But the gun I used, you know, the first gun I used and when I did it was all based off of the understanding, because there was a rumor floating around during the closed beta test that he was actually like weak to chill, but that was actually debunked. But it was kind of like a rumor that was floating around, so that's why I did it versus like chill. But you could literally just use anything, I think. From what I'm seeing, multi-hit's going to be your best because you're trying to abuse the fuck out of Serena. Right? So, like, let me take this in. Let me jump out of this party with Lad really quick. I can always jump back in with Lad if I want, but let me go do this. Social. Beef party. But yeah, so, like, right now we've got chill on. So, like, watch, we'll go in here. Oh, there's going to be, like, a handful of us, because I know, like, I know Robot is going to have videos. I know Full Measure is going to have videos. I know Biscuit's going to have videos. I'm going to have videos. And then there's, I think, like, maybe Denny's is going to have videos. And then there's, like, a couple other people that are going to have videos. So there's definitely going to be plenty of videos for you guys to watch to, like, fully get an idea of what's going on with Season 3, right? Let's do this. Preset. Serena. Let's go. Chill. Let's put this on here for right now. And then let's go Descendant mods. Let's go Wall Crasher just to do it. Let's put this on. We're not going to get everything that we actually need. Oh, I need to put concentration. Concentration priority. Let's put that there. Right. Are you waiting for all players to come back? Yeah. Same. So, who's a good one? Oh, I know. Colossus. You're weak to chill. Right? So I actually don't have all of the same stuff. Like, we don't get as much multi-hit, but we're going to get some. So, this is chill, that's chill. Alright, let's see what this looks like, right? I mean, that was a fucking... That is an Abyss Colossus. That's an Abyss Colossus that we basically just deleted from existence. It might as well have just been a regular Colossus at that point. Like, that motherfucker might as well have not even existed, right? So keep in mind, this is the build I was using on the Wall Crasher, except I had even more multi-hit. And you saw how little damage I was doing to him. Just keep that in mind, guys, when you're like, oh, the Wall Crasher's fucking easy. Like, oh, the Wall Crasher's so easy. It's like, bro, like, this is basically the same build we were using on the Wall Crasher. Except with more multi-hit. I'll try it on... We'll try it on somebody that's not, like, weak to it, right? This dude's not weak to it, so let's just see how it does. So, I mean, what do you guys think about the Wall Crasher now? I mean, what do you think about the Wall Crasher's HP after seeing that? Seems the same? Yeah. So, like... Yeah, and then compare that to the Wall Crasher, which took me 18 minutes, right? I stopped just because... Don't let them find out and buff him. They're not. I mean, they can see my record, right? Like, they can see who all cleared it, I'm pretty sure. So no, it took me 16 minutes. It was 16 minutes to clear the Wall Crasher solo. So with basically the same build, it's like 16 minutes. So I mean, I think it had a different skin on it, but with 8, maybe 2 minutes, 2 to 3 if you have a good team with all the right builds. If you don't have a good, but see, that's the thing. You guys have to keep in mind, like, it's going to seem like insanely quick if you have a good team, but you have to keep in mind. Actually, I don't know if I even have it on. You have to keep in mind that your average team. I do have it on. I go up instead of over. I can take this off. Because that's honestly affecting things in a way that shouldn't be happening right now. Because you're not gonna have that in your other build. So I want to take that off so it's not as fucked. But yeah. Is there a Wall Crasher skin? I didn't see one. But let me take that off because that might have been skewing the results, but it's still gonna be insanely quick. But yeah, the thing you have to keep in mind is like, your average team isn't going to be 8 Serenas with like this highly optimized YouTube build. You're going to have 1 fucking Jaber, and you're going to have like 2 fucking Freynas, and like, so your matches are going to take a little bit longer, right? It took an extra second because we lost that debuff, but still it's fast. It would expose a cheese factory on the Wall Crasher with time you had? No. Nothing that was a cheese. There's basically no cheese that we saw. Fucking 7 Jabers, but yeah. What Freyna do with only 200k damage? I mean, yeah, you're gonna see, so like, just make sure and this is the only difference I made from this to my other build was like the extra multi-hit chances. So putting this on is actually going to make you do like more damage than what we had in that build video. But in that build video, I told you guys that I wanted to put multi-hit chance on it, and I couldn't. So when I try this against the Wall Crasher versus my regular build, if it's better, then I'll put a note. Like I'll put a pinned comment that says actually to use 2 multi-hit chances instead. Was ATAMs any good? Didn't even fuck with ATAMs. God, didn't even fuck with ATAMs. Didn't even fuck with it. I mean, you could maybe try it with ATAMs with like all of this, but I think it's such a long fight, right? Like the thing is trying to get people out of the mindset of just evaporating something in 0.2 of a second, right? Like these fights are going to be prolonged to some degree, whether it's a 2-minute fight or whether it's a 10-minute fight. It's just getting people's mindset to being able to sustain damage for longer than 3 seconds. Right? Did they give so the core, we didn't have any of the multi-hit cores. We had to farm them, and the Axiom Plains was only dropping 7s, and they were barely dropping any. Now we get Cat doing race. Yeah, there's like 6 cats we can get. Do I think Haley's gonna do okay? I think any of the gun descendants will do okay. I even think like Nell will do okay, but just nobody's broken. Like Serena, like what we're doing right now is we are, I don't want to say abusing in a bad way, but we're basically abusing the fuck out of this multi-hit chance. Like right now, our Albion has an 87% multi-hit chance. With the mod I have on my gun and Serena flying, that adds 107% more. So we're at like over 200% multi-hit chance. And that's without the new seasonal mods that, or the new seasonal inversions, which I think actually give you more multi-hit chance than the current one does. So, like, what you're doing is you're effectively trying to get as many procs on her 4 as possible. With the rewards always the same. I mean, the big one is going to be, I mean, the big one is just the trigger mods, right? Like just getting more trigger mods. But if you can do it efficiently. Does multi have a soft cap? I haven't hit it yet. Did you get to see the battle pass? I didn't. I skimmed it and I was like, yeah, it's just got normal shit in it. Like there wasn't anything crazy. Like it had like whatever the rocket launcher I think is part of the multi, or as part of the pass, I think. And then outside of that, I mean, it had like I think the mechanic skin or whatever was in there, but everything else was like just basic normal standard shit. Like I just didn't care about it. right? What up, NPC? But yeah, so guys, I think that, like I said, you can see just how fucking, how dumb this fucking build is. Like, it's just so fucking dumb, right? Like, it's just insanely brokenly good. Oh, didn't do worth a shit on him this time. Interesting. I must have missed, like, weak points or something, but did much better last time. Oh, it's because I had, last time when I did it, I had the resist. I peeled his resist off, right? Like, I peeled his armor off. Last time I did it, I peeled his armor off, which makes a big difference because he didn't have armor. But obviously, you're not going to use that during Wall Crasher, so, but yeah, you can get an idea. I haven't hardly seen any marketing for Season 3. The only marketing I saw for Season 3 is all the YouTube videos. Like, you know what I mean? Like, all the YouTube marketing is basically all I've seen. But yeah, so, like, this is broken. This is what you're going to want to use. Basically, the build I have on YouTube is what you want to use. The only difference between that and this is some additional multi-hit cores. But I want to test this before I, like, put pinned comments on my video. But if you basically make what's on there, then you're good to go. You'll do just fine. Let's go to Albion. All right. Oh. Yeah, it's definitely going to cook, though. So hopefully you guys are ready for it. Hopefully we get in. We'll get to have a lot of fun. But yeah, all the marketing I've seen for the First Descendant has all been, like, YouTube pre-rolls. Should you wait for you to test it first? Not really. I mean, you can do it either way. Like, because, well, basically the only thing that's going to change, God, the only thing that'll change will be one of your chill mods. Because, like, the build that I showed had 2 fire rate mods, 2 chill mods, and then the red mod was a critical hit rate, and that was basically because we didn't have multi-hit mods. So the only thing you're going to roll off is going to be, like, a chill mod and firearm critical hit rate, and you probably have a ton of cores for those, and they're not that big of a deal. So they're not, like, huge changes. Like, you're not rolling off a fire rate mod, right? And I think that, honestly, if you have a pocket Enzo, you might swap that top multi-hit out for a fire rate, right? What days did I get early access? July 30th, 31st, 1st and 2nd, I think. They making ads with the bunny video. That's why it has so many views. Yeah, basically. Yeah, so I mean, there's a chance that I'll make a triple fire rate one of these, but I feel like the triple fire rate's just going to be kind of rough to, you know, control. But as long as you don't overcap, like if you overcap the fire rate, then you're getting very diminishing returns on it versus adding multi-hit, which is not overcapping. But at the end of the day, this is a spreadsheet number. Like, this is a spreadsheet game. Like, which one's better per spreadsheet, right? For the spreadsheet, it's going to tell you which one's better, but that's going to tell you which one does more damage, not which one is going to be, like, more sustainable for you long term. So, yeah, we had early access. It was a good time. They increased mastery rank. Supposedly, we couldn't see it during, I mean, like, I couldn't do anything with it during the dev preview because they started us all out at MR1. I mean, they gave us, like, I think they gave us maybe 23 MR worth of XP to, like, level up with, but we didn't have all the missions and everything done, so. You put 4 fire rate cores, you've overcapped it. You overcapped it, Genetic. I did the same thing. I did the same thing with mine. You overcapped it. Because it stops. Like, your Escava hard stops at 2K. I did the same thing on here, and I'll show it to you. So, like, right now this Escava has 3 fire rate cores on it, and see how it says I have 2K fire rate? If I take this and just put this on, it still stays at 2K. You don't care, it looks pretty? Fucking lol. You just like the fireworks coming out of the barrel? You just like the fireworks? Large empty space, fighting in bunkers instead of corridors. I don't know if I would say it's like 1 month and quit, but I definitely think it's like, you know, it's like a month. I'd say it's probably like a month. Depending on how much you play. Bullet hose, yeah, I get it. Depending on how much you play Axis, I would say if you're like more of a casual player, it's definitely a couple months worth of content. Just building up, being able to farm these things, get like good rolls on the trigger mods, farm trigger mods, get everything, get your sparrow or whatever the way you like it. It's probably like a month or two's worth of content. If you're somebody that plays quite religiously, yeah, it's probably about a month's content. It'll hold you over till Borderlands comes out, and then you can play Borderlands for a month. And then you can come back and play the new parts to Season 3 in, like, October. Play, like, October, and then, like, bounce out and do whatever, and then kind of come in and out, right? You'll be able to come in and out. So I think that for a free-to-play game, it's going to give you time to, like, go try one thing out, have fun with it, try out Season 3, like, really have fun with it, play the shit out of it, and then start to get burnt out on the game, and then be like, well, Borderlands 4 is out. Yeah. Then you're going to be like, well, Borderlands 4 is out. I'm going to go play Borderlands 4. And then you're going to have a new world to explore, new characters, new guns. Play Borderlands 4 from, like, September, like, 19th or whatever into, like, the middle of October. Start to burn out a little bit on Borderlands, and then come over, and we should have, I think, the new Void Vessel or whatever in like Season 3. About that time, we should be getting, like, the new Void Vessel. Play the Void Vessel for like a week or two, burn out, go check out and do whatever you do in like Borderlands. And then by that time, we'll get the new swords. Then you can come check out the sword. Do you see what I mean? And the next thing you know, you're going into the winter months, and then whatever new games coming out in the winter, you can play during the like December, like November, December. And then ideally, they're going to like announce Season 4, and then we'll have Season 4 hopefully come out in like January. So there's definitely a way that you can rotate it and keep yourself having fun without like really burning out. I actually didn't even see the near back attachment. I didn't even put it on. Yeah, I think there's enough to grind and have fun without like burning out, you know? Did I use multi-hit on my ACG? I use double multi-hit for that. Which is the only real difference between that build and the build on YouTube. One that tanks crit. Wait, what? The mods I use on this, again, like, go check out my YouTube video, because the mods and everything are on the YouTube video. Basically, what I used was multi-piercing trigger and multi-trigger trigger. You could swap this out for even higher if you want, and it would tank. Because there's, like, I think there's a chance one that adds, like, another 20, 30, and it's going to tank your crit. I would want to try it and see how it feels, right? Because, again, the idea is that you're trying to get multi-hits, not criticals. So it's entirely up to you on which one you want to try. The other one that really puts in a lot of work is this multi-bullet. I think you just have to try it in game, gamer. I think you honestly just have to try it, because it's going to depend on how it feels in game. Because spreadsheets are only going to tell you so much, right? This mod right here this mod right here really puts in a lot of work. Is there any reason why Glay can't use full arcade jacket? I'm pretty sure full arcade jacket needs MP, right? To cast. And Glay doesn't have MP, so she can't use it. Because I think it costs like 20 or 30 MP to use it, right, Brave? Yeah, that's why, basically. She can't use it, because if it wasn't for that, she could really put in some serious work. From Warframe, and I was doing it wrong, dude. You guys got that Warframe brain. I need to get my Warframe brain cooking, but yeah, that should be what it is. Brave, I would go back and rewatch it just to double check, but I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Is basically the mod says that it costs like 20 MP or something like that to cast. So it's the only downside. Let's see. I think Serena's like pretty much good. Let's look at. I think Serena's pretty good. I think my Inez is fine. I don't think I'm gonna like really have to do anything to her. I need to actually look at my last daggers. I think my last daggers are actually fucked up, chap. I don't think they're fucked up, but they're made for. My last daggers are made for Serena and not general gaming. And I know that because they have a lot of multi-hit on them and not crit and weak point. But I think some of that I could just roll out, right? I Let me double check because I think that basically God damn it. I hate to buy another one of these, but I need it. I need it. I hate to fucking do it, but I need it, right? Just copy this as a base and paste. Really looking forward to that mod, dude. There's definitely a couple mods that are going to be fun. I think you guys are going to come up with really fun, really interesting synergies. Because the biggest thing is obviously, like, when you're looking at stuff, you're only looking at it with one perspective. And I had a very heads down perspective on I need to get through X, Y, and Z. And because I needed to do that, I'm sure I missed a bunch of really good things, right? Like, I'm sure I missed a bunch of really good things. Let's go critical hit rate. I think this gun just needs edging shot and better insight, right? And I think I have the shit for that. I might need to move it around. I might have to re-roll this some. I actually might need to re-roll this, chat. No, I can put this X up there. And then edging shot, can't put there. That's an M, that's an M. Been getting carried by two, like Firing Fiesta daggers. Oh yeah, no, Firing Fiesta daggers definitely do a good job. It's just unfortunately with like the planes, things just kind of changed up a little bit. Yeah, it looks like I'm gonna have to recat this, right, chat? I'm just not seeing a way to put another A on here because this is an A, this is an A, this is an A. Wait, do I need an A on here? Do I even have? Let's go back. Let's just double check before I fucking, you know what I mean? Like, even though I think I saved it on some spreadsheets.
So Valby's
but
back in a big way with Season 3.
Let's double check. Action, reaction, rifling, reinforcement, fire rate, better concentration. This is concentration priority. Better insight. This needs to be insight focus, which is still an I. Or an A. And then it was chill enhancement, chill priority, which I think I put weak point on here. Wait. I have aiming. Yeah, that's fine. Instead of having 2 chill on here, which is perfectly fine. So let's just go like this. That can be like a whatever. This is fire rate. So yeah, this is basically insight focus. Right, this should be insight focus. It's not gonna fit. We're gonna have to redo it. And then this is like weak point. I have aiming on here, which is weak point damage plus 40%. That should be fine. That should be fine, right, chap? That should be fine. Near collab in 2 parts? I don't think so. I think it was just all put in one shot, right? I think it's all put in just one shot. Yeah, let's go level this gun up. Let's go level this gun up.
Well,
There are 9 trigger mods,
Thanks
Brave.
for the follow.
There are 9 trigger mods right now. Thank you guys for the follows. We do keep anonymous if you're hanging out, chilling, relaxing. I appreciate you. Speaking of get to know me in the community, have a good night. Thanks for follow. There are 9 trigger mods, and I was able to showcase 7 of them. 2 of them did not function properly. One of them was like death by 1K cuts. That didn't function properly. And then the other one was a mod that did something if you buffed another person. And that mod, obviously, we couldn't buff people during the demo. And then outside of that, they're going to eventually release more, right? Yeah, I thought that said fucking Chris Evans. I'm retarded. All right, I'm going to go, I guess, level this fucking gun up again. I'm going to go level this gun up. Let's level this gun. Put an A up there. Let's go like this. Go A. All right. Yeah, let's go level this gun up, and then do I have anything else that I need to like really work on, chat? Probably go look for. What do I have for Nell right now? Cooldown and crit's not going to do me any good. That's not going to do me any good. That's not going to do me any good. I might have to go farm Nell reactors. What element are the new monsters weak to? Yes. Basically, Straw, they're weak to whatever you shoot them with. The new monsters are weak to whatever you're shooting them with. Or they're resistant to whatever you're shooting them with. And so their weakness is going to be opposite that. So like if you're shooting them with like a poison gun, then they'll be weak to like electric skills, right? So ideally you would want to synergize that, but in practice, they're basically just weak to everything. They're not very strong. What'll cause you the most issues is getting overwhelmed by the sheer amount of them. I know what reactor I want for Nell. I think it depends on which build you're going with. It's going to depend on which build you're going with, but I think for my build it was. I need to go back and double check. I think it was like. Let me check. What did I have on her? What did I have on her? Chat, guys, I can't remember. I've literally been so fucking busy that my brain just isn't working right now. I'm just so fucking busy that my brain's not working. What did I say?
Reactors we have on our live characters. But again, make sure you have skill cooldown and you have tech boost when it comes.
Cooldown and tech boost is what I had, so you could probably change it up some, but yeah, you definitely are going to want cooldown minimum. I think I said cooldown and tech boost, but I don't think I have that. I've got cooldown and Colossus, which is fucking junk. Yeah, we got to go farm her. Yeah, I mean, I didn't run a crit build on her. If one of her red mods actually does give crit rate, like people were saying, then I might consider it, but she's only a 5% crit descendant, so I didn't even bother to look at it, and I didn't notice that her red mods added crit to her base stats. So if so, I can take my current build that I have and just turn it into a crit build and then just relaunch it. So because I think I have a crit mod for her. But yeah, we're definitely gonna have to go farm some of these. Yeah, I'll grab you, lad. They should collab with Faker. You think so? Let's go do this gun. Yeah, so I'm definitely excited to get in there. You'll be using like cooldown Dura. It just depends on what you're trying to do, right? Like for the build that I went with on her, duration does absolutely like basically nothing. Like it does for your 4, but you can extend your 4 by marking targets and then killing them. So your 4 typically will last enough time to burn out most like normal level bosses. But if you're doing a different build where you're trying to like spam her 2 and 4, not as skills, but trying to like use her weapons the whole time, and you're trying to use like a weapon damage build on her, then cooldown Dura is going to be a different play. It's going to be a better play for that build. The main issue that I have with like a 2-4 build on her is it's really hard to get her 4 to where you can have 100% uptime on it. Where do we get the new components? From the new set, or from the new place. So I need to watch Biscuit's guide when she gets it out, because I know Biscuit said that, well, I don't want to talk about it because I don't know if Biscuit's video's out, but once there are like certain things, but basically there's like a play you can make with Veterans Tactics to try to reset her 4. But the downside of that is Veterans Tactics doesn't always work right, and Veterans Tactics doesn't always like hit your active skill, like your skill that's actively on cooldown. So without me testing it, there can definitely be a use case to where you could just be stuck on cooldown because VT hit the wrong skill. You just need to test it. Right? Like you just need to test it, but there's definitely a way that you can use her as a gun descendant and it works really well, but there's always going to be a level of like, does it work, right? Is Biscuit's voice AI? Her voice is not AI. This one here. Yeah, it is not AI. You want a machine gun with electric unique ability and damage? You can only get lucky enough, right? Oh. Yeah, Biscuit is a very real person. Why do people always say her voice is AI? Because of the way she talks. Because I'm assuming because of how deliberate she speaks, and because she typically sounds like she does everything in one sentence at a time. So that would probably be why people assume that. But yeah, no, she's definitely a person, right? Yeah, she's definitely a person. So voice actor. Yeah, you can see that. Yeah, it's just I mean, it's easy enough just to have it. Try Thunderlord if you know, you know. Bro, are we bringing Thunderlord in? Thunderlord's like the OG. I'll play for a little bit longer. I'll probably stream for a little bit longer, chat, but then I definitely want to work on getting the rest of these videos updated for you guys. So we've got that we got to work on as well. We get Subway tonight? If you want Subway tonight, we'll get Subway. I don't care. Time you want Subway right when we get off or what? Yeah, I don't give a shit what we do or when we do it. No, you don't like Subway, Brave? Biscuit's a woman. Period. Like, into discussion, like, full stop. Like, into discussion, full stop. That's where that conversation stops. You're hungry? We just gotta eat. We just gotta eat, chat. We just gotta eat at some point. Oh, it's gonna be good though. Get this going. I appreciate you guys all coming and hanging out with me today. I know it's been a couple days since I've been able to stream with you guys. I know it's been a couple days since I've been able to hang out, so I appreciate you guys, you know, taking the time today to come hang out with me. Chill, chat, vibe, to, you know, enjoy talking about season 3 and watching some of the trigger mods. Is going to be the next hard grind. It is if you're going to want to min-max them for sure. Some of them, I mean, I don't think are going to be crazy impactful, but depending on what build you're doing, it could, you know, there could be some real good reason to grind. We get steaks tonight. I don't care. Do whatever you want. Go to proof if you want. I don't care. Still want to hoard them all? Oh yeah, I think that. I mean, I think that it took me. Trying to think how long it took. In order to get one of all 9 of the trigger mods, I think it took me about a day. But that was also with the ability to. That was like with the ability to run the wall crasher every hour. If it changes and it's every 2 hours, it could slow it down. But I also didn't know how to kill the wall crasher, and now I know how to kill the wall crasher. So I could probably still get them in the same day. Especially because I can go in, I can target farm, I can hang out, like I got other things I can work on. So I definitely think we can do real well with it. At least get one of every target mod or trigger mod the first day. That way you can start messing with them in your build, you know. What's happening here? That's interesting. I mean, not that we like need the help, but I don't know. I mean, it's not like I need the help, but you know, everything you do is go to the shop. Oh, I mean, there's definitely gonna be money to be spent for sure. Definitely gonna be money to be spent. But that was now being only? Nah, it's just using the emote, right? Are they gonna like improve void erosion speed runs? Probably. Yeah, probably. Depending on how you do it. Depending on how you do it and who you run with and how you do it, but yeah. Especially on the final boss burnout. It's not gonna be anything crazy, but the like Kuiper point rounds or whatever, they give you more damage, like they give you bonus damage for missing headshots. and like most people are good, but nobody's fucking Shroud good. So there's going to be a chance that you're going to miss, you know, headshots when it comes to boss burnouts and shit. So being able to stack up a bunch of bonus damage running into the boss, and then having a bunch of Kuiper focused rounds ready to go to unload on the boss is going to make the boss burnouts faster and purge. I mean, I see that probably being one of the biggest, like that's probably one of the biggest bonuses I could see, because it's going to be a bunch of extra weak point damage. So that'll probably change some things when it comes to speed runs. Can't shoot for shit, so I'll be using that one trigger mod. There's that one, and then yeah, there's that one. There's a couple that I think will be good. 10 catalysts, yeah, per character. You need to at least have 10 catalysts on the character to be able to do it. Am I gonna try Battlefield 6? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. It just depends. It literally just depends on how things are going with the season, what we're working on, right? I mean, I'm curious to see Battlefield. I'm a big fan of Battlefield, but you have 130. Yeah, and then I would just make sure you've got like 10 on the characters you plan on trying to, just make sure you got 10 on whatever characters you're planning on putting trigger mods on. So as long as you have 10 on whatever characters, you should be fine. So, I mean, I would like to play Battlefield. It just depends, man. It really just depends. Unfortunately, there's only so much shit I can get away with playing on stream. So, I would like to play it, though, yeah. Definitely would like to play it. See, Brave. Appreciate you, mate. Gonna...
Drinking out of cups.
Thank you, brother.
Bitch.
Agreed. This is a thought, yeah. Don't get me wrong, I definitely would like to play it. I definitely would like to play it. It just depends. A lot of it just depends. Like towards the end of the
This
month,
stretch brought to you by our community and Fabletics.
Borderlands shit. Honestly, probably be looking at Borderlands shit. Just trying to see, trying to look into builds and shit to play on Borderlands. Right? It should reduce the catalyst, the research cooldown. Well, if you stack out the wall crasher, we'll get a 15%. I don't think 15% is like some insane reduction, but it'll at least be a reduction, right? So as long as your servers kill the wall crasher enough, everybody on the server will get like that 15%. So better than nothing. Like I said, it's not a crazy amount, but I mean, 25 or 40% would have been much better. Just depends on how hard it is to stack out the wall crasher, right? Like if you can stack out the wall crasher pretty quick, then I'm not really too worried about it. But if it takes like 2 or 3 days to stack out the wall crasher to get enough kills on it, or like once the servers and seasons slow down, if it's just like basically you have to run it 100 times to get like enough XP, then for your server, then they'll have to evaluate making it better, right? 8-player server lag. We only played it on private servers, so I have no idea how it felt. Right? Like I have absolutely no idea. No idea what the performance was like with other people. I have no idea what the performance is like with 8 people, like cooking out the wall crasher. I have like no idea. So we're just gonna have to wait and see how bad it is. And then in the open world, I don't think you're gonna have a lot of times where you have like 7 or 8 people on top of you. So I'll be really curious. I would say depending on the characters and the skills they're using, though, it could be really bad. Because, like, you know, they did the thing where they fixed, like, the rocket launcher, but, you know, a lot of other characters have really aggressive skills and really aggressive skill animation. And that could cause a performance issue for some people, so, yeah. Could be bad. Could be bad, could be good. All right. Yeah, my one video came out at 1, 7 videos, like 5 o'clock or whatever. New weapon, good or bust? It was mid. It's mid. Like it's not gonna replace your last dagger or anything. So whether an Axiom's random, yeah, maybe. I didn't even really notice. Honestly, it just felt like dark and dreary and overcast all the time. Like there was never a moment where I was like, oh, it's, you know, reasonably sunny here and I would like to picnic here or whatever. Like none of that shit ever happened. So I mean, it just felt dark and dreary all the time with like fog and mist everywhere. So like maybe it was like noticeable, but unfortunately, unless it was jarringly noticeable, I didn't even, you know what I mean? I'm not going to pay attention to it, unfortunately. But I've always maintained that like the weather in Axiom was unimportant to me. Are there like outposts in Axiom? Not that I saw. Basically, from what I saw, there were like spawn points. But, and I only went to a couple of the spawn points, but most of them were just spawn-in points. Nighttime, it literally all looked the same, Brody, to me. There were like spawn points, but there was never, like I said, there was never anything that made the world feel like alive, right? Where I was like, oh, I spawn in and there's like, you know, 8 or 9 people standing around talking. There's like a vendor over here, blah, blah, blah. Like there was really nothing that made it definitely just feels like a desolate place. Like those new guns, it was something fresh to use. I mean, I think that, you know, they're fine, right? They're fine. They just weren't, they're not anything that I'm gonna swap out other guns for, but I think you can have some fun with some of them. But like if I want to use a rocket launcher, I'm just gonna use Restored Relic. I'm not going to use the new rocket launcher. Like, I know it does bonus damage to the ships, but, like, I don't care about the ships, right? Like, the ships dropping off troops, like, being able to kill the ship before it drops off the troops, like, I'll just wait for the troops to hit the ground and evaporate them, so, like, being able to kill the ships is just, that's what it is, right? And then the... hammer and anvil type shit. Yeah, I mean, like, it's what it is, right? Like, it's nothing that I'm, like, really worried about. Is this dude just, like... Oh, I think he's just recatting. I was like, I think he's just recatting. I think they're fine. Like, they can be useful or whatever, or enjoy them. Can we use the bike on other maps? Didn't even try. Didn't even try. Yeah, that was... Yeah, unfortunately, like, some of that stuff, like, did you... Like, had somebody was like, did you try Jaber? And I was like, no, I didn't try Jaber. He just, like... He just didn't seem important to me. Somebody was like, you know, I've had people ask me about the Battle Pass. Like, the Battle Pass was unimportant to me because, like, we'll know in 2 days, right? Like, in 2 days, you'll know if the Battle Pass is worth it for you. In a day and a half, 2 days, you'll know if you can run... If you can run the like Sparrow on a new map. In like 1 or 2 days, there's a bunch of this stuff that everybody will know, and it's like sort of unimportant for me as a content creator to make content on that will be like to spend the time to sit down to review all this kind of stuff just to have the video be absolutely worthless or pointless in a day, right? Especially if it's like I'm trying to figure out what days to put videos out. If I put a video out and it's like full review, season pass, like that video is only good for a day, and then afterwards it's like, okay, well, we can see the season pass, so why would I watch Judge's video where he showcases the season pass, right? Why not make something that does something flashy? I think they definitely play guns a little close to the chest. First Descendant on your Facebook page, yeah, I think that's where they spend all their money, Cheryl. I think they spend all their money on ads like that. Which is like fine, right? Like if that's what it is, I think my gun's probably leveled. It is. We'll leave after this one. I'm just kind of fucking off. Just kind of fucking off, man. Yo-ho, thanks for the follow. You give anonymous, so you're just hanging out, chilling, relaxing. I appreciate you. If you want to speak with me in the community, I'm new. Thanks for the follow. What's with all the YouTube chatters? What do you mean, Markov? YouTube was pretty busy today, man. Like when we first booted up the stream, right? Like when we first booted up the stream, just get over here to Twitch already. Probably at work, mate. Oh, it was like this morning when it was when I was first talking about shit. I think we had about like probably around like 200 people on Twitch and like another 100 people on YouTube. It was busy for a little bit. It was busy for a little bit. It was definitely busy, but it was a good busy. Are there 17? There are subscriber emotes. There's just not as many. Are there any Markov copy pasta over there? There's no Markov copy pasta over there. No, I mean, honestly, Cheryl, though, I'm happy to see they're advertising the game. I'm happy to see they're advertising the game. I do think that there's going to be quite a few people that show up. Whether they're being paid to be here or not, I do think there's actually going to be quite a few people that show up. I saw Gathalion talking about coming back. I'm sure he's probably getting paid. And there's going to be a handful of people that I'm sure are going to show up. But it's going to be good for the community because I think that the game is in a better spot. I'm just going to run this next one while I chat. I think the game is in a better spot than it's been in ever. So for new people or like returning people, there's a lot here to enjoy, right? If you've been here nonstop, you know, it might not be as like crazy, but I think if you're a new or a returning player and you're coming back, you're going to be like, you know what, I'm actually enjoying this game. I'm enjoying my time back. I'm enjoying the new content. It's all new to me. Like, I think it's a good time. So like, as long as their team doesn't like squander that opportunity, I think it's a good thing. What is there? Why? What the hell is this Markov doing? Why is there a second Markov? And why is he talking about the Thunder Cage? Why is he talking about the Thunder Cage? Like it's a gun that's worth talking about. 50 to 80k on Steam. I would say I could see 50 to 80k on Steam if they pay people to show up, right? Like if they bring in quite a few content creators, I could see us hitting those numbers for sure. If they don't have a bunch of people showing up, then it could be a little bit worse. But yeah, I mean, I think it's definitely possible. Yeah, done YouTube chat. Character limits over there is way too small. Fucking Lamau. So, Markov, you ready for the new season? You gonna jump back in? You gonna reinstall the game? You gonna... What's the max limit in gold? I have no idea. I have no idea. Move to Albion. I need to do my dailies. I have no idea. Imagine actually worrying about hitting the max limit in gold. Imagine having enough gold to worry about it. That like couldn't be me ever. Imagine having gold. Did the exact opposite for you? I get that. I get that. I mean, it's pretty standard. It's pretty standard in every game. Every game does that. I mean, look what they did with Battlefield. Battlefield, like Moxie and a bunch of people, like 80 people got invited to LA or whatever to play Battlefield without anybody else being there and then talk about it. Borderlands did the same thing. Moxie got invited to Borderlands. For like private testing and private showing. There was like only 4 or 5 people that got invited. I mean, it's not anything out of... I don't think it's anything out of like the realm of normal for the industry. You know. You're a returning person. Looked at your Luna video. Totally new to you. Boards change. Would it be better to drop some of the later HP spots in the and get the MP? Yeah, you definitely could. You could definitely go for more MP honor. You're expecting the regular 20k on Steam. I think that you're probably going to be closer to like 20 to 30k on Steam if there's not a bunch of content creators that are paid to come here, right? It's not standard for this game. When the game starts doing stuff like out of the blue, it's a turn off to you. I get that, Markov. I get it. You're 3 bill gold. Jesus Christ. That's insane. No, I get it, man. I completely get it. Like for me, it is what it is. Like whether if I wouldn't have got invited, I would have been like, eh. Like I've played tons of games and never got invited to things. I don't think they have a budget to hire, but I'd love to be proven wrong. Same. Intercept, infiltration. I gotta do an intercept and infiltration. I need to do all of my shit over here. But I get it, man. Like, you can, you know what I mean? There's no hard feelings for the way you feel. I think it's perfectly fine for you to feel however you want to feel. Absolutely. I mean, unless there's something you saw in the early access actually be a compelling reason for someone burnt the fuck out to come back. No, if you're absolutely 1,000,000% burnt the fuck out, then there's no reason for you to come back because you're not going to enjoy the game. Because if you're absolutely 100% burnt the fuck out, then no matter what they put in, it's not going to be enough. And you will find something wrong with it no matter what it is. Because that's what burnout is. That is what burnout is. No matter how good or bad something is, it will never be enough because you're burnt out. And no matter what it is, you'll be like, well, yeah, this, but they could have done X, Y, and Z. So, like, no matter what it is, it'll never be enough. So, like, if you're 1,000,000% burnout, you're not enjoying the game whatsoever, you haven't enjoyed the game for a while, like, the addition of farming a field colossus, or farming, like, the wall crasher and farming for trigger mods that don't change the game in some insanely crazy way isn't going to be enough to make you be like, God damn, I love this game, I want to play the fuck out of it, right? It's just not gonna happen. So yeah. How do you get trigger mods? A couple different ways. Regular missions have a 25% chance to drop a box that contains them. It's RNG which trigger mod you get out of it. There is a daily mission that you can do, or there's like a daily mission where you have to complete X amount of missions to essentially unlock a guaranteed trigger mod box. So that's the second way, and then the third way is if you farm the wall crasher. The wall crasher drops 4 boxes. How impactful are they? Some of them are more impactful. Like they added Valby, like so Valby has tow back, Freyna can use tow, Inez can use tow. So like a couple of them are somewhat impactful. There's like one that makes every weapon do is the wall crasher time gated? It's like every 2 hours. It was 1 hour during the demo, but I think it's supposed to be 2 hours. So yeah, one of them adds like tow to ground dots and global dots. One of them turns like any weapon into an AoE weapon to where like it does damage around where you shoot. Well, it'll like hit other enemies near it. So there's that. There's a couple that are like decent. So what up, Lizzie? There's a couple of them that are decent. So it's going to be a boss that we kill in 1 minute or less on a 2-hour timer. I don't think we're killing it in 1 minute. It depends. I mean, like if you can actually 8Q, then you might be able to get like sub 3-minute kills. But if you cannot Q 8-man deep and you can only Q 4-man deep, the wall crasher is probably in general going to take most teams like probably like 5 to 12 minutes on an average, just depending on who your teammates are. Because I mean, you could end up getting like a Jaber and a fucking Kyle and a couple other things. So like, it's not like you're always going to queue in with fucking 8 Serenas with the most meta cracked ass build. So yeah, like it's going to depend. For sure. Does it have 30 billion HP? Go check out my video, man. It has about 6 billion, but it has like, it seems to have like damage mitt on it. For me to solo it, I soloed it with like just a really solid build. There's like maybe a couple tweaks you can make to it. There's like maybe like a couple tweaks, and that's what we were looking at earlier, but it took me about 16 minutes to solo it. It was a 16-minute fight to solo it. So ideally, if everybody has a build close to mine, you're looking at like 2 to 3 minutes, right? If 8 people have like really good solid Serena builds that really, really, really heavily favor multi-hit. But if not, you're easily going to be like way higher than that. Played the demo for 30 plus hours. Yeah, I played a fucking shitload of it. Key, were you in there? Gold goes fast. Yeah, I don't know how it works, but he definitely seems to have some type of like damage mitt. He definitely seems to have some type of damage mid on him. So, like I said, if you're burnt out, then no matter what I tell you, you're going to find a problem with it, you know? No matter what, you're going to be like, this is just, everything you're telling me sounds bad to me. Right? I could be like, yeah, dude, and as soon as you get done, like, somebody comes out from under your desk, sucks your dick, and you'd be like, dude, I don't feel like having my dick chafed. If I get my dick sucked every hour, you know, after 12 hours, I'm going to have a fucking chafed dick. Like, no matter what I tell you, you're going to be like, nah, dude, I'm just like, it doesn't, like, right now I have a bad taste in my mouth, and no matter what I tell you, it's just not going to be good for you, you know? So, and that's basically what I've been telling everybody, right? Basically what I've been telling everybody is if you like the First Descendant, and you're having fun with the First Descendant, and you're enjoying yourself, and you enjoy the game, that's probably the dick if it's the bad taste. That would make sense that's what's giving Markov the bad taste in his mouth. But yeah, I mean, like, so if you're like burnt out on the game, no matter what I tell you, it's not gonna be good, right? So, but if you're enjoying, yeah, but did bro super gooner? What do you mean? Yeah, I mean, like, if you did enjoy the game, but you're not enjoying, I don't know why you guys break my sound alerts. People clear all the pillars. I mean, if not, then you're just guessing and dying, right? What was I saying? Yeah, but like, if you're not currently enjoying it, then it's what it is. But if you're enjoying the First Descendant and you enjoy the game, like genuinely you enjoy the game, then you'll enjoy Season 3. If you do not enjoy the game, or you have not been enjoying the game, then you're probably not going to enjoy Season 3, right? You only need 2. Yeah, I mean, you can just do the math on it. I'm lazy. Right? I'm just lazy. Like, I'm not out here min-maxing. I'm out here reading chat. Square triangle X, right? I'm like literally out here reading chat. So, did you see how much Nell was gonna cost? No, dude, I literally didn't look at anything in the shop. Thank you for that, Brody. But yeah, unfortunately, like, I spend most of my time reading chat, so I don't have time to sit here and brain and look around and see what's where. I'll just do it. I'll just look, I'll see what 3 or 4 of the symbols are, and then I'll just look for that, right? Yeah, I have no idea how much she'll cost. Unfortunately, guys, I didn't spend any real time looking in the shop. She's going to cost whatever she costs, unfortunately. It's probably going to be the same. I imagine it's probably going to be the same, or worst case scenario, it might have went up by like $1, Cheryl. These inversion missions are like an easy 5 mil, basically. That's the only reason I'm doing this, is to knock this out and get my dailies knocked out. But yeah, your daily TFD like checker. I haven't looked at the First Descendants. I haven't looked at their player counts today. Thinking maybe 750. Yeah, I'd say it's probably going to be less than 1K. Probably like 1K, 1100 or something. This type of games, because I can't stop listen to music and relax, dude. I get that. Yeah, unfortunately, Cheryl, I mean, I just don't have a number on that. I wish I did, but you'll be running it anyway. Yeah, Nell drops from the new content. There's like 2 different ways to farm Nell. So one's like way more efficient. You can either farm her the efficient way or just like wait to get her. Getting 20 copies of her. Yeah, it couldn't be me, right? Couldn't be me, Markov. I don't know that I'm gonna actually swipe for Nell. I might just farm her. Just because I've played her, and there are gonna be people that play her and say she's like good and whatever, but like she's not gonna beat Serena, and I've already at least made 1 build guide on her. Granted, that's, you know, it's a skill build. I'm sure there are gonna be other people that come up with like 10 different builds, and there's gonna be a bunch of different builds and a bunch of different ways to play her, and some builds are gonna be better than others, and blah blah blah. And once people have more time with her, they can come up with better builds. Like, we had a very limited time. But for right now, like, Nell's not replacing Serena or Inez. So because she's not replacing them, and you need them for like some of the farming, triangle, what I say, triangle square X. Do I know Biscuit? She should have checked the cosmetics, right? I'm pretty sure Biscuit's video probably has that, right? The wall crasher build for Serena, she seems to cook. Yeah, dude, she's like fucking shit up in the normal game like that. Like I said, the big one is you could maybe get rid of like one of the chill mods and put a multi-hit mod on it, and you could get rid of that firearm critical hit rate and put multi-hit on it, right? Because you're really building into it. What's her full name? Henri Biscuit. She probably has a video on it, honestly. She's probably got a video on the cosmetics. Yeah, Henri Biscuit. That should be pretty close to what Hunt's got right there. She probably did a video on the cosmetics, honestly. It's this one. I just feel like she would have took the time. Cosmetics are her thing. Yeah, she does like cosmetic contests and she does like shit with her community around cosmetics. So I'm definitely, I would almost bet money that she had a video, and I trust that Hunt's already seen it. Yeah, she does like fashion contests and all sorts of other stuff. So it's definitely like a thing for her. So is this dude like is he actually here, or is he just being carried? I'm assuming he's just being carried. The hair does nice. They did a really good job with the hair. Yeah, I was curious about the near skins on everyone so far. I like the hair. Yeah. See, like, unfortunately for me, like, I think that's a great that's a great video for Biscuit, and I do think there's a lot of people in the community that really care for that video. Like, for me, that's not really the type of content that I cover. So if I would have took the time to do like just a cosmetic showcase video, I don't think it would have got that many views. I think people would have just watched like Biscuit's video and shit, and nobody would have watched any of, you know what I mean? Like, nobody would have watched any of mine. Oh yeah, this dude is definitely getting reported. Should have picked him up and waited for him, probably. Yeah, but no, so for me, unfortunately, but Judge, in all serious comment about reporting people for stuff like that, you can ask me whatever you want. Yeah, I think that like that video is going to do very well for Biscuit. I think for me, the video would have done absolute fucking hot shit, like hot garbage. So can Thunder Cage be built to do bossing for beginners? As a beginner, you can just build around skills. Honestly, just like depending on which descendant you have, you can just build into skills. Most descendants, unless you picked a really bad one, will have enough skill damage to take out most of them. You can get away with Thunder Cage, but I would probably get the Last Dagger because it's easily farmable and use that. The Last Dagger is very, very easily farmable. You farm it in normal missions, so I would just farm a level 4 Last Dagger and build that for bossing, personally. This week, unusual was detected and actions have been taken according with our policy 3-day separation, 723. So tell me, do you think that little Timmy or Jimmy will go to the website and see I got a 3-day when they can't match with anyone? I think if they're aware of it. I don't know. I mean, I think that they should do a better job of explaining to people that they have a 3-day and why they have a 3-day and a pop-up. Because, yeah, some people just think the game's dead. No, the game doesn't tell you. Because when I got my 3-day, the only way I knew is because we checked, right? So yeah, I think the game should tell you you're suspended for matchmaking, because if not, you are just going to think, right? You're just going to be like, oh, well, this is interesting. Nobody's playing the game today. You know what I mean? So yeah, no, I think that's absolutely fair. There are definitely things that the game could do much better. Yeah, because the game doesn't tell you. Last Dagger carries all the way through the end game. Yeah. Basically, just get the Last Dagger and build the Last Dagger. The Last Dagger is literally a gun that almost everybody uses for in-game content, so you're not going to hurt yourself by building a Last Dagger. The Thunder Cage is fine, but depending on where you're at, like what MR you are and how far you are into the game, like if you're into hard mode, either farm Inez or farm Bunny, like Ultimate Bunny, depending on what your MR is. Like check out my new player guide. It'll give you like a good idea of what to farm. And just kind of work that way through it. Because like trying to use the last dagger, like it'll help you out with certain things, but once you get to a certain point, you can get better descendants, and those descendants will just carry you through the content. It's probably like, I'd say it's probably like 4 to, yeah, I would say it's probably 4 or 5%. It's not an insubstantial number. No, I agree. It's not, because like, you know, average concurrent player base, you know, at the peak is like 7,000 on Steam, which is like 21,000. So if you were to say 700 of 7,000, that's 10%, right? And then divide that by 3, you're going to be at about 3% of the player base. You could add per error and say it's like 2% of the player base, but it's still a pretty substantial number. That also tells you how many people fucking AFK the game. 3 descendants, and it'll say you got a 3-day penalty, fucking Lamau. Yeah, I definitely think they should probably do something though. $100 down 2 days from now. Were you ready to spend some money, Fresh? Matchmaking ban system, dude. If whatever you're saying sounds like it's expensive. Actually, read these reports not with human eyes. No, I think all the reports and shit are. I think all the reports and shit are 100% just. Wait, so is the near set not a universal skin? Do you have to buy it per descendant? Fresh, is that what Biscuit's saying? It's not just like a one-time buy universal. Oh, I thought it was just a one-time buy universal. Because like it was literally the exact same skin on every descendant that I put it on. So I just assumed it was a one-time buy universal. 24-hour, 1 day, 3 day to 7 day. You can see that. I think it only works if you're being told while you're banned, though. Like, if you're not being told while you're banned, then yeah. But I assume it's going to be $100. I fucking hope not. I mean, I'm sure there's a ton of people that'll buy it at $100, but heard it was universal. I mean, it looks universal. Everything I could tell during the demo was that it was universal. So, right? Like, everything I could tell during the demo was that it was universal. I don't know that AFK people bother usually play solo, but you can care less if someone AFKs in your mission. To me, Rat, it's just a principle thing. Like if you're telling me you're AFKing, I'm not gonna give a shit. If you're AFKing because like your kid ran in the room or you spilled something, then the one report isn't going to hurt you, right? Like just because you got reported one time doesn't mean you're gonna catch like a 3-day ban, right? You're gonna have to be reported multiple times. So the way I look at it, right, is honestly, I don't feel bad reporting somebody if they get banned because they had to have been habitual, and I think that fuck people that do it habitually. Like, everybody has issues or whatever, and that's fine, but there'd be a banner at the top of your screen, yeah. They should definitely let you know. What up, Max? There are far less AFK people here than, say, Destiny. I could see that. Alright, I'm gonna go knock out a Colossus really quick, lab. Just gonna take out a Colossus really quick. Be crazy to charge $100 for a skin, dude. They could charge fucking $1,000. People still buy it. Which module's on the dagger? These right here. This is going to be the best for general content. Like, you can probably switch this out for something else, but just screenshot this. There's a wasp in the house. Why are you letting wasps in the house? No firing Fiesta? I mean, yeah, swap this out. You can swap that out for firing Fiesta. It just depends. Just depends on what you're doing. You can swap this out for firing. Right, you swap that out for firing Fiesta or whatever, it's gonna be fine. I took it off earlier for whatever reason. Just depends. Like, what can I put here? I have another one that has like a second X. Go like this. Take firing Fiesta. Bam. There you go. Firing Fiesta. See, that's why you're having such an issue right now, Markov. You're killing me, but what are you doing with it, right? Because your answer, the question is going to be, what are you doing with it, right? Just going to depend on what you're doing with it, but... Bro, I don't know. Tell people I'm bad at the game. Everybody else seems to tell people I'm bad at the game. Doesn't fucking matter to me. I bet that gun still kills things. You could just make one that has chill damage and use it for everything aside from Ice Maiden. Yeah. Which is basically what this is, right? And yeah, it'll still kill things. Yeah, it'll literally kill everything. It'll literally kill everything in the game. I mean, if you only need a fucking 22 to kill something and you fucking show up with a shotgun, does it make it any more dead? Right? Like, is it any more dead because you did that? So I don't know. I don't know, man. I'm just a little salty. I've seen some people say some shit about me over the past couple days. It pisses me off. What is this? Bits for me. It's just a fun thing. It's just a fun thing that you guys can do. Shotgun with rock salt? Fuck. Why do you hurt people? Do you ban them? Did you ban them? I haven't yet, but... you must be doing something right if people are talking about you. That's the way I look at it, Yasuke. Then you could use biddies to gigantify the titties. Absolutely. Oh, did I get banned? Did I just get banned from the game chat? Lizzie, thank you for your Prime.
Lizzie Tsunoday just subscribed with Prime.
This is new. Why is this in Korean? This is brand new. You've been disconnected. They must have done something for this. That was new. Wait a minute. Are these all the same ones that were on here this morning? Hide your carrots. I feel like it fucking disconnected me just to force me to see all the new banners. It's not translated? Yeah, I haven't really been on the live game, right? Like, I haven't been on the live game for like 4 days, so... Guys, Lizzie, again, thank you for your Prime. Thank you for the 2 months. Thank you for the support. Thank you for supporting me, and thank you for supporting the channel. I absolutely appreciate you. I've been watching you and some of your videos, trying to learn what makes gun damage and Descendant damage so drastically different. For the same mods. There's nowhere near others. I know part of it weapon cores, but making sure your weapons are 100%. This game was way more things like Warframe when it comes to damage. Sorry for the long message. No, it's okay. So I know part of this is the weapon cores, but does the initial weapons transmission to 100 also? Yeah. So for weapons, having it at level 100 is going to change the base damage the weapon does. So like that's just going to change its base attack. So having the gun at 100 is going to be huge. And then outside of the gun level, the cores are absolutely insane because of just how multiplicative they are. So even if you have the same mods on, you need to make sure you transmit the level up to level 100. First and foremost, the gun needs to be level 100 before you ever even mess with any of these rolls. Because if you mess with... Oh, I didn't even fucking mess with the rolls on this gun. But if you mess with these rolls, they'll reset when you take the gun to level 100. Get the gun to level 100. Then put the mods on it, and then put cores on it if you don't have them. Love it. Karma's... What's going on, Afro? But yeah, hopefully that explains it, Tora. What's the FU for? What did I miss? Was that just like a scuffed message or what? TFM got invited. Oh, the full measure got invited? What do you mean? Whatever. Yeah, I don't know what's going on, so that's probably just something that doesn't have anything to do with me. Who did and didn't get invited is like unimportant to me, right? That's between them and the developers. Who did and didn't get invited is 100% between content creators and developers and has nothing to do with me. Right? What are my top 5 weapons right now? ATAMs, Last Dagger, Albion Cavalry Gun, these three, Secret Garden is a stat stick, Peacemaker, stat stick, Malevolent, definitely a good gun. Chat, what do you guys think? I mean, those are some of the biggest ones. Blue Beetle, another stat stick. Yeah. Restored Relic, another great one. Yeah, Restored Relic for sure. Fuck you for getting invited to see the Vulgus children love Cinnamon Toast Crunch and not telling us. I couldn't tell you guys. I couldn't tell you. Too many things happened in chat. Dude, as long as nobody came in and said anything dumb to me. Like, as long as nobody came in and was, like, shitty to me. Be a man and face those that shit on you. Banning's like being soft, brother. I didn't ban anybody, but... Jeremy, so here's the way I feel about that. Here's the way I feel about banning people. This is my house. And if you're gonna come in and, like, piss and shit on my rug and disrupt my show and, make it to where I can't communicate with my chat, then I'm definitely gonna ban you. And that's not being a bitch or a pussy. That's saying I don't want people in here disrespecting my fucking house. That's just plain and simple. I take the same stance as Asmon. You guys can say whatever you want in chat as long as it's not against terms of service. It's not going to get me banned. We can disagree, we can banter, we can do whatever. But like at the end of the day, this is my house. And if people want to come in here and be a dick, then I'll fucking ban them. Like it's just the end of it. You see what I mean? That's the way I feel. So, you're the definition of a people person. I do what I can. What on earth happened here? I have no idea. No, I was just talking about random shit. But anyway, ain't no one got no time for that bullshit. Exactly. Comment was for a bully that didn't get invited. Well, my thing about that is if Markov base damage the gun and see how much it increases it. Thank you, Markov, for jumping in. Yeah, when it comes to other content creators that did or didn't get invited, that is entirely between them and the developers, and I don't want any of that fucking drama in my channel. Like, I don't give a shit. Like, at all. So, like, that's between them and whoever the fuck they, that's between them and the fucking devs, and has nothing to do with me. So, what if you're the drama, then fucking... Dude, my balls can rest on their chin. Like, I don't care. Like, if people want to be a dick and like, shit talk me, then I don't really care. As long as they don't come in my house and do it, I don't give a shit. You want to badmouth me in a different fucking stream, you want to badmouth me on Twitter, you want to badmouth me in your Discord, that's perfectly fine. Just don't come in my stream and do it. As long as you're not in my stream doing it, I don't give a fuck what you say. Because I'm not going to go to your house. Right? Like, I'm not going to come to your house. Just don't come to my house. That's the way I view it. So, right? Like, I don't give a fuck if people get mad. That's their fucking right. People looking for attention, exactly. Can you come to my house? Depends on what I'm allowed to do to you. I have a 2-fist rule. Do with that what you will. Let's go here. You can smack me? No, I'll be smacking you. After getting early access to Season 3, am I hyped for it? Yeah, I think I'm pretty excited for Season 3. I think as somebody who enjoys the game, right? Like, I enjoy the game. So as I enjoy the game, it's just more shit for me to do that I already like. So, like, I'm obviously going to be happy. Like, you know, not everybody will be, but I will be, so... You know, it's what I said earlier, which is like, it's what I said earlier, which is like, if you're, you know, if you're not happy with the game, then you're not happy with the game. Like, so if you're not happy with the game, then you're not happy with the game, and no matter what happens, you're not going to be happy with the game. So, it is what it is. I only good mouth you, so you just gonna have to deal with it. I'll deal with it. You guys hate bullies, you love bullies? Dude, I'm fucking too old to deal with bullies. I literally could not give a fuck less, dude. At all. Not even in the slightest. What are they going to do after all these new additions? What do you mean, Antique? Do we know the new house mechanic? When can we relax with our characters? It wasn't in the the demo beta that we played. So it wasn't in the demo that we played. So best way to deal with bullies is don't give them attention. Basically, there's a lot of sexual tension in this chat. I mean, do you blame them, Carnage? Do you blame them? Yeah, no, there's two really good ways to deal with bullies. One, don't give them any attention. Two, fucking punch them in the face. Unfortunately, this is the internet, so as this is the internet, you only have option one, right? Yeah, as this is the internet, we only have option one. Fucking gun go Burt though, don't it, boys? Like the gun just fucks him up. Like the gun just burts everything, man. I love it. No feeding the trolls, exactly. You don't need to wait. You're killing him in like 3 seconds. I know. I could have probably just smoked him. Let's see. Let's just bust him right when he shows up. Brother, I'm Polish. Can't even give him the close attention. Exactly, Dromy. Am I crazy or did your cam move off the screen a little bit? I mean, I could have moved. Or it could have just been like my aiming and shit. It could have just been fucked up. Sometimes I forget to turn off my cheats, chat. Sometimes I forget to turn off my cheats. You know? Like it does happen every once in a while. The pole spawn. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you could do it either way. Don't turn off the cheeks. You just want to see the cheeks. It works fine. You see me? More cheeks, please. Nanio. Giggity. So, yeah. Works well, though. Works well. Looking. How does the AK compare to this weapon? I mean, the AK is fine. It just... The issue with the AK versus, like, the Albion is the AK... was that a Quagmire, Giggity? No, it was. The big issues are going to be magazine size, right? Like, so for the AK, where the AK kind of like falls flat is it's only got two like good cores on it. You can put you could put 2 fire rate cores on here, but then that's it. And you can't put any, like you can't put any multi-hit on it. And the magazine is just like super, super small. So it's kind of a problem. And then when you go to like when you go to the unique ability, all you get is multi-hit damage out of it. You don't really get any multi-hit rate. And since the big thing that you're doing with Serena is using the multi-hit rate in her 4 and not the damage, you're not really gaining much out of it. So like the gun's fine, but everything you're dealing with on this is like using Serena's 4 to bust out a bunch of damage. The multi-hit damage is just kind of irrelevant at that point, right? I need to actually re-roll this weapon because it doesn't even have a good roll on it. Like it has like look, I mean, I'm missing what 10 fucking multi-hit. I don't even have multi-hit rate on it. What did I want on this? Firearm, chill, maybe? Should I? Yeah, maybe. We'll just go with like gold firearm, multi-hit rate, maybe critical hit rate. I'd have to go back and look. Ooh, that's 12.2, that's fine. You might put Skynet on them? I don't trust you. I don't trust you, Markov. I need to look up and see what roll I need to put on this. Actually, I should probably just wait. Actually, I can pull it up right now. Which reactors to farm for Nell? It's going to depend on if you're using a gun build or a skill build, but you're not going to... Like having fusion, like having a fusion one with cooldown and Dura is going to be good, or a fusion with like cooldown and focus on fusion will be fine. Just depends on what you're doing with it. But yeah, those are going to be like some of your better choices. If you're going with a weapon build, like cooldown Dura is going to be nice. If you're going with if you're going with a skill build, then like cooldown and extra damage is going to be nice. It's just going to depend. It's absolutely just going to depend. But yeah, that's my recommendation. Yeah, chill firearm, critical hit rate. Yeah, it's basically everything I thought it was. I just want to double check. I'm not capable of pulling up a Skynet, but I'm flattered to think. I think you can, Markov. You're like one of those things where, you know, you have to train ChatGPT on what to do. You have to basically tell ChatGPT what it's allowed to do. I think that's the way it is with you. We just need to tell you that you're able to do it. Like, hey, Markov, pretend. Why are my views low? I don't know, mister. I have no idea, man. Maybe people don't like me. I don't know. I appreciate you telling me that my views are low to really like boost my confidence while I'm streaming though. That really helps. I mean, honestly, probably nobody is Googling how to kill the wall crasher right now because most people don't even know that those videos exist. So I'm really heavily relying on the video being pushed out to people that currently watch First Descendant as a recommended video. That way they watch it, because people aren't searching for how to kill the wall crasher right now because nobody can actually kill the wall crasher, right? Did I get to? I have to fill that email out here in a little bit. So, would be the best non-Serena descendant for the Axiom Plains? Inez. Inez is going to be your best bet. Maybe the office player base isn't coming home. I mean, like I said, I truly think that like nobody knows that fucking season 3. You know what I mean? Like somebody like our friend Biscuit, she has a 30,000 subscriber viewership that knows her 100% for the First Descendant. All of her subscribers are from the First Descendant, I would assume. So like as soon as she posts a video, most of her people are going to see it. But is like, you know, 60% of my subscriber base is from First Descendant and the other 40% is from other games. Not everybody's going to be watching things. You know what I mean? Or Valby. Valby's really good. Once you get a trigger mod on her, she's going to be really good. Frayne is okay. I would say you're going to do better with Valby. Valby's just going to be much better across the board, and she's not at. So she's not going to have the weakness issues. So yeah. So yeah, I would say like Inez is going to be your best bet. Like if you want the second best, it's going to be Inez. And then outside of Inez, actually might go with weak point. Anyway, outside of Inez, I'm just going to go with what I had. Outside of Inez, then like Valby would be my next choice, honestly. Like Valby would definitely be my next choice. After playing season 3, I would pick Valby, but you could probably do okay with Nell, just depending on how you build her. Personally, I would just take Valby. But yeah, that's going to be my thing. I think you're going to do better with Valby. I should have grabbed that chill. And that was okay. Who's going to have the harder play style? Depends on which build you're running, Granola. If you're running like a 4-button or a 5-button Nell, then Nell's going to be harder, right? Like if you're running a 4-button Nell, then Nell's going to be much harder than Luna. I don't really necessarily think Luna is absolutely that hard. That minigame can be distracting. Yeah, if you're trying to hit your minigame, you're just going to have to stop, right? So, you're just going to have to stop and see what's going on. So that's going to be the biggest one. I mean, but trying to do like, so for Nell though, you got to remember, like you have to go into the fight. As soon as you go into the fight, you have to sieve. If you're using like a Nell, like skill build, you're going to have to sieve. And then after you sieve, you need to put your 2 on the ground. And then you either need to pop your 2 or pop your 3, juggle your cooldowns, hit your sieve, press your 1, right? So like, you're just going to be doing a lot while moving around, but Luna's minigame can be like an absolute pain in the ass too. So that's a good question. I definitely think it's going to be just what you're trying to prioritize. I think Luna's minigame's probably more of a pain in the ass, but I think Nell has more buttons. If you're trying to just if you're trying to do like an actual really big skill weave, then love how Nell works. We gravitate towards the harder characters. I think that Nell is going to be a lot of fun for a lot of people, and I think once I get more time on her and I can come up with more builds. Were there any move speed trigger mods? Not that I noticed. Not that I noticed, Hunt. Not that I recall. But then again, remember where I told you, like, if it set it up top, it was bugged and it wasn't working. So there could have been one that maybe had like a move speed up top that I just didn't notice because it absolutely wasn't working. But from what I recall, I don't recall there being any move speed. There being like any move speed mods. What trigger mod would I put on Valby? The one that gives her toe. What'd I say it was? It's got like a skull and then like a little bear trap. I can't remember what it's called right now. Curious to see how Nell compare with one button Descendants. She doesn't. She doesn't compare to Inez. But like if you're using her in harder content, she does okay, but she's never gonna she's never gonna pass Serena in hard content where you're building her around doing damage. And then for like general mass bossing, like mass mobbing, she'll never compete with Inez. She might do Void Erosion Purge faster than Inez, but she's still going to do it not as good as Serena. And then when it comes to mobbing, she might do like general mobbing maybe faster than like Serena, but she'll never do it as fast as like Inez or whatever. In general mobbing, that's not saying like Purge or whatever, where, you know, Inez is, or Nell, where Serena's faster than Inez and Purge, right? So you're talking about general content. I think she'll contribute in group play if you build her right. I think she'll contribute in group play if you build her right. I think her buffs are pretty substantial if you do it right, but there's just no content where you like really need her other than maybe something like Wall Crasher. But what are you fishing for? I want what'd I say? I just want chill. I'm just gonna put chill on it. You know what? If I get toxic, I'll leave toxic on it, but like critical hit rate and then either critical hit rate and chill or critical hit rate and toxic. I mean, I would take chill, but if it was toxic, I wouldn't get mad. What are your thoughts so far since you played it early? I think if you like the game, Glock, you're gonna enjoy the update. I think if you're burnt the fuck out, then you're gonna be like, yeah, there's not enough here. But I think if you genuinely enjoy the game, right? Like if you genuinely enjoy the game, then you're gonna have fun with the update. Everyone forgot about it during Legacy. Nobody forgot about it during Legacy. It just has really shitty cores. Is there any daily, weekly things? Yeah, there was like dailies that you could do. I think there was like weekly missions. There was like a spot that showed like a bunch of weekly missions you could do. I just can't remember what you got for doing like some of the weeklies. But there was one weekly that I know guaranteed you to get like a trigger mod box. So, like that. No, I'll just get whatever element. Element's way less important. His name is a self-fulfilling prophecy, like Fallen Hope. Oh, fucking Lamal. Yeah, there's definitely some stuff you can do. Yeah, personally, I think that if you... My verdict, just want new stuff. Yeah, I think that if you are somebody that enjoys playing First Descendant, then you'll be happy with the season. Basically. How's it going? It's not going bad, Screams. How you doing? I think if you currently enjoy the game, then you'll enjoy the content. I do wish there was a little bit more to like a quote-unquote endgame, but I think that it's fun nonetheless, and I think that most people will enjoy it. It's not like 6 months worth of content, but no game is. I think as long as you have a realistic expectation for what content is, then you're not going to be like really unhappy. I think the Axiom planes kind of look like shit. There's like a couple things I don't like visually like, but all in all, I think it's good. I think it's just having a reasonable expectation for content. If you're expecting them to give you, for a free game, if you're expecting them to give you 40 hours of storyline, and fucking 30 new weapons to grind for, and like 150 mods and 50 trigger mods, and completely shake up the sandbox and completely shake up the like, you're gonna be disappointed as fuck. But if you have like really realistic expectations for the type of content, you're not gonna be mad. You're gonna be like, yeah, this is about what I expected and I'm having fun. Like, I think anybody that sort of got it twisted in their brain to think it was gonna be something fucking crazy, then those people just did it to themselves, right? Those are the kind of people that like shoot themselves in the foot and go, oh, it sucks, I'm fucking bleeding. Like, yeah, you shot yourself in the foot, like you knew what you were doing. But like, as long as you had like realistic expectations for the season, I think it's fun. I think it's fun. I like the new storm hanger. I like the wall crasher. I like some of the missions. I like how the trigger mods mix things up. I still need to spend more time with Nell. I think I'll like Nell once I spend more time with her. The content isn't like incredibly hard in a way that I can't start coming up with fun builds with like the new, like one of the component sets, like the purple balls that the wall crasher drops. One of those, like after you do like 10 instances of damage, there's a cooldown on it. It's like a 1 second cooldown. But basically, like after you do 10 instances of like damage, I think it's like next time you use a skill or whatever, it like rains those down from the sky and hits enemies, right? Like they weren't doing anything crazy. They're doing like 100k damage or whatever during the demo, but I wasn't built into it. Like something dumb like that, you could come up with a fun build where you're like, okay, I'm going to use toe, and then it's going to suck all the enemies in, and then it's going to drop the purple balls on them, and then like you could come up with like some fun, interesting build where like it's not meta, but it's just a fun way to play. You want better content, you just want to blast through it. The difficulty they added, Yasuke, wasn't necessarily by the difficulty of the enemies, it was by the volume. So you can definitely tell that they leveraged the idea of not having the last gen consoles because there's just a higher volume of enemies. So you're going to have instances where you just like turn around and there's, you know, 40, 50, 100 enemies on your screen. Like it's not all the time, but you're just going to see a higher volume of enemies than like what you typically see in the game now. It's like, it has a higher mob density than, in my view, it felt like it had a higher mob density than Sigma. But the way they did it, it wasn't like they just permanently stayed dead, right? Like you run into a zone in Sigma, like Inez like throws a couple skills, and basically you just stand there till it tells you to move on. The AK versus New Colossus any good? I mean, I wouldn't use it, but I mean, you can. Yeah, consistent 400. Is Nell out already or not? She's not out quite yet. She's not out quite yet. Yeah, like here, I'll show you. Because I know like a lot of you guys weren't here earlier, but like, so like, oh, this is the wrong video. That's Nell. I don't want to watch that one. This one. This should be Valby. Like here's Valby, but like you'll see there's like a bunch. So like all of these different portals are spawning enemies. This is, you know, like I'm definitely still murking things, but like she's also doing toe. She does like a toe effect with certain mods, and like I'm keeping things permanently dead. But there's just constantly enemies. So if you don't have a really good build or you know what you're doing, you can get overwhelmed. And then like over here, you'll see like just a ton of mobs spawn in. So there's just like constantly monsters everywhere. So they're not like overly crazy hard, but it's just like you just turn around, it's just monsters on monsters on monsters. And that's where the difficulty came from, is just the sheer volume, and not that they are just 80% harder, you know. I sneak Kuiper when you unlock the trigger. I think it was like the first time you unlock it, maybe. Whatever it showed on that video. What was it, like 30k Kuiper or something like that? Whatever it shows in my trigger mods video. Actually my trigger mod video is not up, but my trigger mod video says it. Yeah, it was like maybe like 30k Kuiper, 20k Kuiper or something. Basically a non-existent amount. Is it 300k? Then that's what it is. Basically it's a non-existent, like it's a non sequitur. It's good to have a Kuiper sync. Yeah, I can't remember it. I knew it was like, I thought it was 300. If it's 300,000, like it's still, it shows it. Like I have it in my video, especially if you guys are members on my YouTube channel, then you've got access to the video. If you're not members on the YouTube channel, you just have to wait.
All right, guys.
You have to
Today
wait till
we're gonna be
tomorrow
talking
when it
about
comes
trigger
out,
mods, which are
right?
brand new to season 3. Now, find Axiom Crystal on yours.
Yeah, 300k. 300k right here. So yeah, it's 10 cats, one activator, or one activator on your character, 10 cats, 40 Arche Tuning, one refined Axiom Crystal, and then 300k here. So yeah, that's accurate. That's accurate. What about the resource farms? Are they better in Axiom? I mean, it was so hard to tell. The only thing I was really paying attention to, was the materials that I needed for the refined Axiom crystals. Everything else my account had fucking 50 billion or like 500 billion gold or whatever, like hundreds of billions of Kuiper. So like if I was gaining resources on dumb shit, I had so many of them that I had no idea. You know, like you weren't even paying attention to it. Because you just have so many. The melee weapons, because seasonal thing, you have to wait till October. Yeah, net. It's gonna be a couple months for that. But yeah, basically you'll just come over here to do it. You'll just come over here, and then you'll open this, and then like right under Arche Tuning, I think is where the button was. So, yup. Basically everything was farming out there, Granola. So like I even had parts of different random weapons drop. Like I had one part where I had a clairvoyance piece drop. I think when I killed like a swamp walker or something, just randomly I just got like a clairvoyance piece. So obviously I think there's going to be a chance to get random shit. It's just not anything that I would bank on, right? I wouldn't bank on it, but I think you can just get random shit. So definitely not bad. So yeah, guys, it's definitely gonna be a good time. It's gonna be a lot of fun. I'm excited to get in and play it. I think we have basically one more day. The servers go down tomorrow. Did you see the racing suit for Serena? Yeah, man, can't wait. I know that like Biscuit put up a bunch of videos over the cosmetics. I think for her and her community, the cosmetics are like, you know, a bigger thing. So yeah, that's less than 24 hours, including server maintenance. Yeah. Yeah, because I still have a handful of YouTube videos I have to work on. So I actually think chat that we might go ahead and end the stream here. I think we might end the stream here. If you guys missed any of the conversation about season 3 and you want to check it out, go over to my YouTube channel and rewatch the VOD for this video, for this stream. It'll be on YouTube. And you can rewatch it. And I think like the first like 3 hours of the stream was just me like playing B-Reel from season 3 and just talking about season 3 and different aspects about season 3. So if you guys are curious about more season 3, you can go there, you can do that. I will be having YouTube videos coming out, like 3 to 4 videos a day for the next like 3 days about everything you need to know about season 3.
Thanks for the follow.
So there's definitely tons of content, tons of shit coming out. So definitely check that out. We'll be back tomorrow. We'll stream some tomorrow. We'll talk more about season 3. We'll get you guys prepped. We'll make sure we've got all of our builds ready to go. That way we can get in. But unfortunately, guys, I do think I need to hop off here so I can get this YouTube stuff done. But thank you guys for being here. Everybody that hung out today. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you guys for all the support. Thank you guys for all the follows. Thank you guys for all the subs. Thank you guys for everything you do for me and for the channel, both here on Twitch and over on YouTube. We'll be live tomorrow at our normal time, 10 a.m. Eastern. We'll go until maybe they shut servers down. I don't know. So thank you guys for being here. Thank you guys for all the love. Thank you guys for all the support. I will see you guys all tomorrow. Take care. Peace.